Marco.
Exceptionnel, merci beaucoup. Quel run! Quel run! Oh là là, Bubsia dans la légende, vraiment.
Voilà, on s'en doutait un petit peu, mais ça a encore pris.
Ça annonçait très très fort. Et Chacha, déjà j'espère que tu vas bien, mais là on est débordés. C'est la folie.
Énormément de dos qui sont tombés justement pendant cette run. J'espère que vous allez bien. En tout cas, ça va toujours, SpeeDons?
Ça va ou quoi? Ouais, nous aussi.
Gardez-en parce que ce n'est pas évidemment terminé. On en a encore pour au moins facile une bonne journée, encore plus de 20...
Une journée presque et demie, ça va être incroyable et il va falloir que nous aussi on speedrun la lecture de dons parce que eh bien, il va y avoir plein de choses. Alors, déjà on a reçu un don anonyme de 1000 balles.
1000 balles.
Ensuite, on a reçu un don de Groggy de 500 balles.
500 balles.
Pour le speedon de métal, il y a eu des gros trucs. Hein. Gabiche qui donne 400 € pour les copains d'amour sur place, les deux Max, le grand Yacoub, la magnifique Hello, le super bénévole Nathan.
Et attends, il y en a eu d'autres. Hein. 500 balles de Neftis aussi.
Bravo.
Merci tout le monde pour ce super événement. Et n'oubliez pas d'acheter. Et un autre don de 1000 balles. De MOC11. Je pense à la régie pour une double bonne cause. Ouais. Bravo à toutes et vive Speedo, plus petit que carré de 9.
Alors que Polytopal a donné 500 € en disant remettez la musique avec le feu, les flammes, tout ça. 200 € de chouchou-croûte, 100 € de quart de pastèque qui dit donne. Alors, don anonyme de 100 €. Alors, anonyme qui a donné, je pense, au moins 9 fois 100 € et 4 fois 150 €. Vraiment, on pense à elle, lui. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Jaringo qui donne 100 € en disant pour la team 100 €, mais surtout pour la team 1 €. Attaque, vol, achète pour les dons. Ouais. Incroyable, merci beaucoup. On a eu ras-le-bol qui donne 100 €. Ouais. Mais ras-le-bol de quoi? Ras-le-bol qu'on ne soit toujours pas au milliard.
Je sais pas.
Moi, c'est ça, en fait.
Un don de 200 € de Moma qui dit « Je donne de la force aux dragons pour passer à travers le feu et les flammes. » Par contre, il n'y aura toujours qu'un seul Zelda. C'est le gars avec la tunique verte, là. Go bourré, Slow and the Fire and the Pouette.
Vactas a donné 300 € en disant on a le salaire qui tombe, il faut redistribuer et défiscaliser, point d'interrogation. Et qui a donné 1000 € en disant défiscalisation de riches depuis la salle. C'est toute ma vie depuis 2008. Good luck pour esquiver la pluie. GG à l'orga et l'ambiance insane, strictement inférieure à pitronqué. Fred qui donne 200 € en disant mon bourrage annuel. Ranibo donne 100 € en disant les dents bourrés, le feu, les femmes traversées. Trans Rights inférieur à 3. Merci beaucoup.
H7, attention, c'est pas H7, hein, c'est pas ça. Voilà, qui a donné 100 € et qui dit mais bon sang, même pour ce SpeeDons, je dois voter utile pour qu'un autre Zelda, que Twilight Princess ne gagne. Merci à toute la commu de SpeeDons. Alex qui a donné 100 €. Merci à toutes et à tous pour ce super event. Bourrez les dons. 200 € de Alvis Tirgelos. Toujours un plaisir. Force à mettre ça du monde et merci aux organisateurs et plein de dons de 100 €. Un rat-ball comme tu disais. Psycho, le point carré qui a donné 200 € et qui a dit bravo, merci à tous et à toutes pour ce que vous faites. Et Xarlu qui a donné 200 € et qui dit bravo SpeeDons, ouais.
Totof également qui donne 400 €, dont depuis la salle. Allez Bubsia, et au passage bravo Marco pour le sub 50. Emeric qui donne 400 €, plus petit que 3, bravo à vous. Et à la jeunesse qui en... signé un vieux monsieur, merci à vous. 100 € de Mathieu, dédicace à Valentin, c'est carré. Anonyme qui donne encore donc 100 €. Luciole, 100 €. Quoi qu'il arrive, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time sera numéro 1 dans mon cœur à tout jamais. Merci pour cette nouvelle édition. Et si ce n'est pas encore fait, achetez! Bravo!
100 € de Inu. Quand on voit les gens se démener pour ce grand événement, ça vaut bien un don. Et même s'ils ont l'âge d'être des... Ah non, pas de politique ici. Bisous.
Oh non, s'il vous plaît, pas de politique dans mon jeu vidéo, pas de politique dans mon événement caritatif, surtout pas de politique avec les drapeaux du STJB aux couleurs du drapeau lesbien que j'ai vu dans la salle. Ce serait vraiment trop grave quand même. Hein.
Yomi qui a donné 200 €. Il n'y a pas de meilleur Zelda. Chaque opus est unique et c'est ce qui fait la recherche de cette saga. C'est ce que je vous dirais si j'étais un amateur, mais un expert tel que moi. Même moi vous dira que c'est bien Twilight Princess et il a bien raison. Merci à toi Yomi.
Bravo. Je vais faire un petit point sur les défis parce que donc pour l'instant dans
All right, hello GDQ audience. Welcome. I am Danny Music. I am joined by Cormag. That was an extremely exciting run of Super Mario 64 blindfolded that we just had right now. We are about to go to A Link to the Past viewer boss order. Cormag, would you like to explain how the donation incentive for the viewer boss order works?
Yeah, so hello Danny, hello everyone. How can I explain this? We're not ready, you're not ready, nobody's ready, really. So basically, what we're going to witness with this speedrun is that you're the ones who's gonna decide which bosses, so Paris and player, we have to take down, in which order we have to take them down. So this is still up at the moment, so you can still donate to potentially change the boss order of this run. So for now, this is pretty hard to explain, really, because this can basically change everything in the way Parisian is going to run the game. There's gonna be some bosses, depending on the orders of bosses. We have the legend way, not using the major glitches of Zelda: A Link to the Past, would actually be slower than doing it the legend way, or it can be the opposite, still depending. So yeah, this is gonna be a crazy run. Parisian is a very great, one of the best French runners of Link to the Past. One of the best in NNG. He also have a lot of experience in randomizers too. So yeah, this is gonna be a great show.
Yeah, I would say that if there's any point of comparison for this run, reverse boss order would be a great place to look. You're going to see a lot of very major glitches in this run, and part of the strength of Parisian player as a runner is having this knowledge of major glitches and all of the applications of the major glitches to be able to complete the bosses in whatever order ends up being decided. So yeah, there is still time both now and up until about 30 minutes after the run begins, where you can donate to choose the boss order. Whatever the bosses are going to be completed in order by donation. So the boss that has the highest amount of money will be completed first, following forth until the boss with the lowest amount of money. Right now, I think that the bosses that have the highest amount of money donated are sort of the childhood trauma bosses in A Link to the Past. Yeah. The ones that have a reputation for being particularly difficult. So Moldorm is in the lead right now, followed by Ganon. And then there's a big gap between them and the next two, which are Mothula and Blind. But there's still a lot of room for this order to change, and especially as you start to get to the lower end, like Vitreous, Aghanim 2, and Helmasaur are all within about 25 euros of each other.
And this already changed a lot because when we finished preparing the run last night, Mordorm was basically in the lower half with like 300 euros, not even that much, but he got up to 1400, and he's actually first in the boss order. So everything can still change. The only thing that can make a major change in the run strategy for now is Argus. Really, for now he's in the late third of the run. And that's, I think for Parisian, this is pretty much the spot where we want him to be. Because, short story, some glitches that Parisian will have to do for the late dungeons, especially Tortolok and Misery Maya, are dependent of if he has the slippers for swimming or not. And actually, some of those glitches are actually a little easier if he doesn't have the flippers. So he wants to have Argus as late as possible in the run, so he can have a little more leniency on his strategy.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us now, welcome. I am Danny Music. I am joined by Cormag on the English commentators. We are commentating the A Link to the Past run of Viewer Boss Order by a Parisian player, which will be happening quite shortly. And just to go over again, the way that this works is from now until about 30 minutes after the run begins, Your donations to Doctors of the World, Médecins du Monde, will determine what order the bosses will be completed in. So, of all of the runs that are in this marathon, this is one where your donations really count because they determine the entire course of how the game is played.
And that's what pretty much decided how insane it's gonna be for us to actually comment this run, should I say? So yeah, there's still a lot of things we're gonna find mid-run. Basically, it's gonna be Persian player who's gonna decide precisely at which moments the bid war is going to close. And from this point, he's gonna get a lot of late game items, especially the tempered sword, which you're gonna need to have for Ganon basically on all the late game bosses. But also a lot of items that he needs to trigger most glitches, especially the Cane of Samaria, both rods, the grappling hood too, and also some bottles for the main examples. But after that, you're going to decide which bosses is going to have to take down in which order.
Yeah, so I'm really excited for this run, really excited to see what the results of this bid war end up being. So right now on the SpeeDons side, we have an interview with Médecins du Monde, and we'll be right back after this charity interview. So keep tuned.
Pourquoi? Parce qu'on va mettre beaucoup trop cher et si ça se fait pas, bah, tant mieux, et si ça se fait, bah, tant mieux. Je vais ouvrir après cette interview une incentive pour que le recordman du monde de DuckTales Remaster, c'est-à-dire moi-même, rejoigne la race à 100 000 €, la reine de DuckTales Remaster. Voilà. Alors, petit flex, pour une fois qu'on a eu un world record à la régulière, on se régale. Alors, ma chère Elena, voilà, on va pouvoir maintenant rentrer dans le dur et rentrer voilà, dans vos actions concrètement. Tu vas nous parler d'une crise. Eh oui, et ça, Joël, justement, on avait tourné les capsules ensemble avec Joël avant l'événement et il m'avait dit qu'on allait en parler. Et c'est vrai que c'est fascinant et terrible. Une crise dont on n'entend pas du tout parler sur les médias, c'est celle de la région du Darien, donc, qui se trouve sur la route migratoire qui a connu la plus forte croissance ces 5 dernières années. Donc je pense que tu vas apprendre un petit peu exactement ce que c'est à beaucoup de gens. Explique-nous donc.
Alors les bouchons de Darien, on appelle, c'est la partie qu'il y a entre la Colombie et Panama. En fait, c'est le seul endroit qui relie l'Amérique du Sud avec l'Amérique centrale. Effectivement, c'est la route migratoire qui a suivi une croissance spectaculaire parce que ça fait 5 ans, on parlait de 24 000 personnes par an. L'année dernière, on a eu un demi-million de personnes qui passent. Mais ce n'est pas seulement au niveau de chiffres, c'est la plus meurtrière aussi. Et pourquoi? Parce qu'en fait, on parle d'un tout petit peu plus d'une centaine de kilomètres où il n'y a absolument rien, c'est la jungle. Et ça veut dire que les enfants, les femmes, les hommes, ils doivent traverser pendant des jours toute cette jungle où il n'y a rien, il n'y a aucun service de santé, aucun service, rien. Il y a des animaux. Il y a des insectes, il y a des conditions au niveau météorologique très compliquées et surtout il y a des groupes armés. Oui. De façon que la population, au-delà des maladies qui peuvent survenir sur les trajets, ils se font attaquer et les agressions physiques et sexuelles, on ne peut pas les dire ça, c'est pire que l'autre, mais c'est des choses horribles. On parle que les femmes qui traversent les bouchons du Darien, plus de la moitié, ils subissent des violations. C'est incroyable.
C'est terrible. Moi, il me semble donc, du coup, que vous êtes posté un peu aux deux extrémités, un peu avant et après. Mais donc voilà, en gros, ce qui se passe entre, c'est terrible. Quoi.
Ouais, et c'est ça. Nous, on a des équipes avant, des équipes après. Et on a des équipes mobiles, des cliniques mobiles qu'on appelle, pour pouvoir un peu rayonner. Et ça qu'on va offrir, c'est aux personnes qui vont avoir une maladie aiguë, des diarrhées, etc., on va les soigner. Après, on essaie que tous les systèmes, les parcours de soins, une personne qui a une maladie chronique, qui puisse avoir accès à tous ces traitements. Et effectivement, on a une partie très importante sur tous les côtés santé mentale et soutien à les victimes de violences liées urgentes, parce qu'effectivement, il y a des gens qui sont victimes des violations et d'autres types d'attaques.
D'accord, ouais, donc terrible, et ouais, justement, bon voilà, on n'en parle pas, mais ouais, c'est vraiment un endroit critique du monde où justement un médecin du monde essaye d'agir. On a également parlé de Mayotte, évidemment, Mayotte qui a fait beaucoup l'actualité, et aussi sur les précédents SpeeDons. Quelques semaines, évidemment, de ce cyclone qui a fait énormément de dégâts, le cyclone Chido, et du coup, Mayotte, ouais, un peu le suivi, comment vous vous adaptez là-bas, comment vous agissez.
Et merci de poser la question pour Mayotte, parce que c'est vrai que parfois on pense que Médecins du Monde, on intervient que là-bas, ailleurs.
Oui.
Et en fait, Médecins du Monde travaille beaucoup en France. Mayotte, ça fait des années qu'on est présente. Il faut savoir que la situation était assez fragile avant Chido.
Oui.
C'est un département de la France les plus précaires. On parle qu'il y a effectivement 70% des personnes qui habitent sous le seuil de pauvreté. Les maisons, 4 maisons sur 10, ils sont faits en toile. Il y a des mesures très restrictives. On parlait hier, il n'y a pas, par exemple, l'AME. De façon que c'est très compliqué. Et quand Chido est arrivé avec une intensité que personne n'a pu prévoir et que les gens n'étaient pas formés, ça a été les premiers jours, ça a été vraiment un chaos pour tout le monde, compris nos équipes.
D'autant plus que la réponse, dans un premier temps, de l'État n'a pas été forcément satisfaisante, mais ce stream est apolitique, rassurez-vous. Oui. Et donc, ouais, tu veux encore développer sur ce que vous faites.
Et là-bas, ça qu'on a fait, c'est ça qu'on sait faire, c'est répondre aussi aux urgences, aux coordonner avec les acteurs présents. Et l'idée, c'est pouvoir fournir de soins en allant sur les bidonvilles. Il a fallu, par exemple, on continue à mesurer, parce qu'on sait qu'il peut y avoir un risque épidémique. Et de nouveau, la santé mentale, très important. L'impact, il a été énorme, surtout chez les enfants. Et alors, on continue encore pendant des mois et des mois et des mois, parce que malgré le fait qu'on ne parle plus de Mayotte à la télé, c'est pas pour autant que dans quelques semaines, Mayotte s'est reconstruit, c'est loin de ça.
Oui, c'est sur du long terme. Ouais, donc, merci de continuer, bien entendu, vos actions là-bas. On va parler aussi de la situation qui s'est fortement dégradée ces dernières semaines à Goma. Donc, on parle ici de RDC, République démocratique du Congo, et donc vos actions là-bas. Ouais, la RDC, on en a beaucoup parlé aussi par le passé.
Et en fait, Congo, c'est un bon exemple des crises oubliées. C'est vraiment sur tous les radars, en sachant que la République démocratique du Congo, il souffre énormément des crises. La toute dernière, c'est effectivement à l'est du pays, au Goma, où il y avait déjà énormément de populations déplacées, et qu'avec l'arrivée du groupe M23, il y a énormément de gens qui sont dû se déplacer de force. Mais il y a eu des inondations en 2024, il y a eu une épidémie de la variole du singe. Et à ça, on ajoute que c'est un pays, effectivement, où les droits à la santé, ils sont pas assurés dans beaucoup d'endroits. Et c'est pour ça, avec Médecins du Monde, on a des interventions un peu dans tous les pays, à la capitale, auprès des gens adolescents, sur la santé sexuelle et reproductive, pour offrir l'accès à l'avortement. On aimerait bien lancer un projet sur les cancers de col de l'utérus, mais il n'y a pas de financement. Et ça, c'est très important. J'imagine que vous savez qu'il y a des gens avec les cheveux orange, et pas que ça, dans des autres pays où effectivement il y a une baisse de financement important. Oui. Et Congo, c'est un des pays qui souffre terriblement de ça. Les crises sont énormes, il n'y a pas de fonds.
Oui, on avait parlé en préambule avec Joël justement de ces fonds et ces aides à l'humanitaire qui disparaissent un petit peu dans le monde, et même dans des pays majeurs. En effet, c'est terrible. En parlant un petit peu, pas de politique, la situation, en parlant de changement de régime, de chute de régime, que ce soit positif ou négatif, la situation en Syrie avec la chute de Bachar el-Assad a énormément évolué. Du coup, voilà, il y a plein de choses qui se passent et auxquelles il faut s'adapter et réagir. Donc voilà, vos actions avec Médecins du Monde, qu'est-ce que ça a changé finalement?
Ça a changé qu'on a accès à des zones qu'avant on ne pouvait pas y aller. Médecins du Monde, aussi via les partenaires, on a été présents en Syrie les dernières années. Mais par exemple, à Damas, on ne pouvait pas aller pour des questions de sécurité. Oui. Depuis novembre, avec la chute du régime, on a une équipe là-bas. Et l'idée, c'est effectivement pouvoir ouvrir et soutenir des centres de santé dans les Damas rurales, mais un peu rayonner dans tous les pays. On parle de 13 années d'un régime et d'une guerre terrible. Et le système de santé, il est complètement par terre. Alors, ça va être une partie intéressante. Mais de nouveau, c'est un endroit où, effectivement, nous, on peut, et ça, c'est très important que les gens le sachent, quand il y a ce type des urgences, nous, on déploie des équipes dans les heures qui suivent. Et ça, on les fait avec les fonds propres qu'il y a Médecins du Monde. Ces fonds propres, ils viennent de la générosité du public. On n'a pas besoin de bailleurs pour déclencher ça. De façon que c'est ça que ça nous permet, cette capacité de réaction et de faire des choses, même si les bailleurs, ils ne sont pas arrivés encore.
Parfait. Donc voilà, c'est important, évidemment. Don, bien entendu. Merci beaucoup. Et ah oui, et ça aussi, on en avait parlé avec Joël. Donc évidemment, vous vous intéressez aussi à toutes les routes migratoires. Donc là, on en a parlé en préambule, mais il y en a moult. Et notamment les routes migratoires en mer et en mer Méditerranée. On sait qu'à chaque fois, voilà, c'est une grande route migratoire. Il y a eu plusieurs drames de manière répétée. Et donc, vous avez des projets de ce côté-là qui demanderaient énormément de financement aussi. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Alors, c'est qu'on retourne à nos premiers amours. Médecins du Monde, à la fin des années 70, en fait, ça a été un peu créé sur un bateau qui s'appelait l'île des Lumières. C'est à l'époque, il y avait des conflits dans les mers de Chine, il y avait des populations vietnamiennes, cambodgiennes, qui prenaient des bateaux, des bateaux qui se fait piller, qu'il y avait des naufrages, etc. Et à l'époque, Médecins du Monde avait décidé de créer un bateau hôpital pour accompagner tout ça et pour dénoncer la situation. On retourne à nos premiers amours. On sait qu'en Méditerranée, c'est une route migratoire aussi très dangereuse. On parlait aussi de Panama. Et depuis l'arrivée de Madame Meloni en Italie, la situation elle est encore plus corsée parce qu'il y a des choses qui sont, par exemple, les ONG qui font des sauvetages. En sachant que les ONG qui font des sauvetages, on représente moins de 10%. Le reste, c'est fait par des bateaux commerciaux, parce que c'est la loi de la mer. Bon, quand une ONG on fait un acte de sauvetage, on doit déclarer, voilà, on a des naufragés dans notre bateau. Et dans ces cas-là, il doit nous assigner un port. Comme par hasard, les ports, ce n'est pas celle qui est le plus proche. Normalement, c'est celle qui est plus loin, de façon que ça nous fait faire plus d'heures, plus de kilomètres, etc. Et une autre chose qui est très contraignant, c'est qu'ils ont approuvé une nouvelle loi sur laquelle on doit aller directement. On ne peut pas se dévier. De façon que si, entre-temps, il y a un autre bateau en détresse, on ne peut pas s'arrêter à sauver des vies. Si on s'arrête, on doit payer des pénalités. Comme vous pouvez comprendre, on paye les pénalités de façon très contente si c'est pour sauver des vies.
C'est un peu immonde comme manière de faire, mais je vois, d'accord. Ouais. Et donc oui, c'est tout pour le niveau du financement, parce que on va parler. Donc parce que c'est donc vous étiez en activité en mer et
l'idée c'est que maintenant effectivement on a certains partenaires, on a eu des bateaux en partenariat avec d'autres partenaires, et l'idée c'est maintenant avoir notre bateau à nous. On est déjà en étude. Et l'idée, c'est pouvoir, j'espère, l'année prochaine, pouvoir dire, voilà, on a les bateaux, vous montrer les photos, et qu'on fait des search and rescue. Vraiment, on retrouve des gens en mer, on les sauve des vies. Et l'important, c'est témoigner de cette condition migratoire. Il faut savoir que les gens, quand ils migrent, ce n'est pas des criminels. S'ils font ça, c'est parce qu'ils sont en train de chercher une vie meilleure, avoir accès à des autres choses, parfois de chercher la liberté et sauver la vie. Alors c'est important, mais pour le moment, les migrants sont criminalisés et nous, les ONG, aussi.
Et oui, c'est terrible. Donc voilà, beau projet, bien entendu. Et ça fait partie des choses que vous pourrez aider à financer, notamment ce bateau, voilà. Peut-être SpeeDons 6 en 6% qui c'est en pleine mer. Peut-être SpeeDons 6 en pleine mer, Gozulting, préparer les kits IRL. En tout cas, c'est formidable. Écoute, est-ce que tu as peut-être autre chose à dire? Est-ce que tu as un message à faire passer?
En fait, j'ai l'impression d'avoir plombé l'ambiance avec tout cette...
Ah, mais c'est important, c'est des moments importants.
Etc.
C'est que la fête, voilà, ça va. Ils sont là.
Mais... Non, c'est vrai que l'heure est grave. Je pense que jamais dans l'histoire on a eu autant de crises de cette telle intensité, de cette quantité, etc. Et jamais on a eu les droits fondamentaux de la population qui sont bafoués comme ça. Et on voit en plus qu'il n'y a pas de fonds institutionnels. De façon que plus que jamais, vraiment plus que jamais, votre soutien c'est important, parce qu'il faut retenir que donner, c'est résister. chaque héros que vous donnez, ça s'est traduit dans des choses concrètes sur le terrain, mais surtout ça nous permet de lever la voix et c'est indigné et dire ça c'est pas juste et pouvoir dénoncer des situations et pouvoir changer les lois. De façon qu'avec tout ça, notre mission c'est aussi soigner aussi l'injustice. Alors merci, mille merci, vraiment.
Merci à vous, c'est vous. Et merci Médecins du Monde surtout, avec vos actions admirables. Voilà, moi je vais aller ouvrir l'incentive et réviser 10 000 runs. Et si vous débloquez Picsou, peut-être que j'aurai 10 minutes possibles pour train le Mindskip avant de monter sur scène. Qui sait? Et on se retrouvera également demain pour un segment Médecins du Monde, le traditionnel, avec Joël, mon Jojo, bien sûr, où on ajoutera les dernières sommes et on hypera la fin du marathon. Peut-être même qu'on annoncera des choses collector, mais ça, aucune idée. Quoi qu'il en soit, retour à l'ambiançage, bien sûr. Merci, Elena.
Eh bien, merci beaucoup. Et oui,
Merci
comme ça a été dit,
infiniment.
c'est des messages d'utilité publique. Il faut absolument comprendre tout cela pour comprendre pourquoi on donne aussi. Hein. Donc, même si on s'amuse, on passe un bon moment. Vous passez un bon moment toujours? Ok. Vous allez continuer à passer un bon moment jusqu'à dimanche soir.
All right. Hello, GDQ audience. Hope you enjoyed that interview. I am Danny Music. I am joined by Cormag. We are here to provide the commentary for the A Link to the Past viewer boss order run that will be done by Parisian Player. So how this run works is you, chat, get to determine the boss order through your donations. So if you go to the SpeeDons donation page, you have the option to pick a challenge. The top challenge is choose the boss order. And from there, you can select what boss you want to have completed in what order. The boss with the highest amount of money donated towards it will be completed first, going all the way down to the lowest ones. And this incentive will be active through the course of about 30 minutes into the run. So you have the ability to affect the speed run very directly. It's an extremely interesting run for that reason, and it's extremely talented for Parisian Player who has enough knowledge of the major glitches involved to be able to do the bosses in whatever order ends up being determined.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be chaotic for us. You forgot to mention that.
Yeah, we're going to have to react to what's happening too.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the moment, we actually have Mordom first with 1,466 euros, followed by Ganon with 1,272 and 52 cents, and way behind Morphula with 460 euros. But yeah, everything can change. We can have big donations in the first 30 minutes of the run that can basically change everything. And the boss order will also determine which way a Parisian player is going to have to take for reaching the bosses, because depending on the boss order, some situation we will require to do the legit way, or basically using the exploration glitch to go faster. But this is really determined by the boss order, something we don't know yet, and that's something he doesn't know yet. So yeah, everything can happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking at the donation totals now, Mothula and Blind are 10 euros apart from each other, and Vitreous, Halmasaur, Aghanim 2, Argus are all within 20 euros of each other. Not a lot of love for Lenmolas or Aghanim 1, but if you love those bosses, then, maybe you can donate, see them completed a little bit earlier.
Yeah, these are some nice guys. Actually, you can give them some love. But yeah, I think the most problematic is going to be Argus because of the flipper strategy. This can disturb Parisian player a little, especially compared with the late bosses. Vitreous and Trinex. But Trinex is very late in the run already, so yeah, we're gonna have to see.
Yeah, you mentioned flippers being problematic for Argus. That's mostly because of how many rupees it takes to purchase the flippers. 500 is quite a lot of rupees, and we will be using more rupees than we would get in a normal no major glitches run, because there are potions that we'll want to purchase for glitch shenanigans, which we'll talk about more as they pop up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess technically you need the flippers for Cold Stare as well, but we're gonna get around those. That's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, this is pretty easy thing to circumvent, but yeah, potions are gonna spell trouble for the game. if you haven't watched a lot of major glitches runs from Zelda: A Link to the Past, there's not a lot of situations that can really crash the game. This is a pretty reliable game, code-wise, for the time it was released. But yeah, we're gonna have the potions for the YBAs. We're gonna have the Somario can. We can corrupt a lot of transitions between rooms. We're gonna have the exploration glitch, which allows us to navigate and travel between caves and dungeons to make a lot of things. Yeah. So yeah,
we're gonna walk through a lot of diagonal walls. We're going to open up chests without having keys. We're going to open up doors without accessing the dungeon. We're going to trick the game into thinking we're in one dungeon when we're actually in 3 different ones. There are a lot of very quirky circumstances, and this is all going to happen within the first 30 minutes, let alone what ends up happening with the boss order. So if you haven't seen a run that's like this before, you're in for an absolute treat.
If you're struggling to understand what's happening on the screen, don't worry, that's the same for us too. And this is really close between Morphula and Blind for the moment. Like 10 euros.
Yeah.
Maybe we can even speculate for the probability there's going to be a really big donation that can put a late game boss at the first spot.
Yeah. Right now, I think that a lot of people have been donating to the bosses that they hate the most in this game to be completed early. Unsurprisingly, Moldorm is at the very top.
This is the same for runners too, because this is basically a boss that can absolutely refuse to fight you, and you have to face twice in a game. Even if the second time is a lot easier because you have a lot more gear to deal with him. But what a pesky one.
Yeah, Ganon early is also going to be quite a challenge because at this point, if Ganon does end up second in the final boss order, we are going to have 5 hearts and no more to deal with Ganon.
Yeah, if you're not used to A Link to the Past, you don't need to grab the art containers after fighting the bosses. You have to, actually. What am I saying? But we can grab the pendants and we can grab the crystals at the end of the dungeons. Only the boss downs count as the boss order. So we can have a few examples of Parisian grabbing the crystals or grabbing the pendants first, and then get completely out of the dungeon to return like half an hour later to deal with the boss. So yeah, some boss fight can happen with a very few hearts, and this is quite a hard game actually, because we're going basically to do the Dark World with the green main, which is pretty much the first one. and we see the couch with the full map.
Yeah. Okay. So
My, that's great.
Yeah. What the French commentator is holding up there is a map of the entire underworld. What might not be obvious if you're just playing A Link to the Past casually is that the entire underworld is all connected. Each screen leads to each other screen, and there are certain rules about how those screens interact. That is called the exploration glitch map, and we'll be getting to that very shortly. But for now, the game is beginning. Welcome, I am Danny Music. I am joined by Cormag. We are commentating Parisian players' run of The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, viewer boss order. So, once again, to say it again, viewers, chat, you will be donating to choose what order the bosses of this game are completed in. You'll have from now until about 30 minutes after the run begins to choose the order, and then from there, the bosses will be completed in order such that the boss that receives the most amount of money is completed first, followed down to the very last one. It's an exciting run because we don't entirely know what is going to happen, but the beginning is also very exciting because we're going to be getting pretty much all of the relevant, important items in the game within the first 30 minutes using a slew of interesting major glitches.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first 4 minutes are going to be pretty legit because, yeah, we're just getting across Link's uncle. We got the basic sword, the basic shield. We're still gonna need to save Zelda. Actually, is it a save? I don't know. But yeah, the first 4 minutes are gonna be normal with the first few fights and the Hour Knight fights. But after that, chaos.
Yeah, we're not going to be saving Zelda in quite the way that you expect, but you'll find out why once we get down to Zelda's cell.
Kind of a rescue. We can see that. But what an adventure.
Yeah, so the beginning of the game playing out relatively how you would expect a no major glitches run. A nice spin attack to get the key from the blue guard there. Here, Parisian player is going to move a little bit up in order to avoid the line of sight from those two green guards. Then
So
this
a lot of movement optimization. Basically, we want to, I would say, pump when Link goes left or up. Because basically, the basic movements of Link is 3 pixels every 2 frames. But the order of the 1-2 pixels depends on the direction you're going to, and when you're going left or up, you're always going to have 2 pixels on the first frame. So if you bump, you actually gain 1 pixels every time you do it. So you can have a few seconds of gain. You do that. Okay, that's a nice down for the Iron Knight. He gets the big key. And that's it. Zelda rescued.
Yeah, we saved Zelda. That's the important part. Also, nice job. Sometimes that green guard can follow Parisian player as you did there, leading up to the ball and chain guard. Using the single plot strategy, he did a nice job of dealing with that. All right, so
Pots are our most lethal weapon, but that's gonna change very soon.
Mm-hmm.
And
all right,
I think we're pretty close to the game. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So what Parisian player just did was save and quit in the middle of jumping off of a ledge. This is arming exploration glitch, so that the next time he got hit, which was from that ball and chain guard just there, he was able to clip through the wall. Right now, Parisian player is inside the wall, and you can see the map that the French commentator is holding up. We're keeping track of where we are in the underworld. We started in Hyrule Castle, but really we can go just about anywhere. The place that we're going to go for right now, however, is actually... Is it the Sanctuary? I believe it's just the Sanctuary.
Yep.
In order to rescue Princess Zelda. So this is just a little bit of a time save compared to the way that you would normally go about it. We're in Hera, actually.
Save about a minute by doing the exploration glitch. But yeah, most of the game will take place in such a situation because this is the fastest way to go into dungeons and caves. But there's certain conditions about how this glitch can be triggered. There's a lot of things considering, how can I say, the boundaries of each zone in the underworld. Permission can trigger this glitch basically pretty much everywhere, but the place where it's gonna trigger it is gonna condition the number of rooms that it can go to.
Yeah, so getting high enough on that screen was what caused Zelda to, what caused the cutscene to happen for the sanctuary priest to recognize that we saved Zelda. So grab that heart container and we're out. Exploration glitch is still armed because when we left the sanctuary area, Parisian player jumped off the ledge and saved and quit in the middle of the ledge. So right now it's very important that we don't take a hit from these enemies because doing so will disable exploration glitch again, and we want to use it for a very specific thing in Kakariko.
This is going pretty good for now.
Yeah. So unfortunately the game didn't give favorable RNG. It's a 50-50 chance that you'll be able to get a bomb from these bushes. And right now, I believe we want to get at least one, probably two bombs if possible.
Oh, okay, you got two?
Yep, there's our two.
Right number, yeah. I think it's supposed to go to the tempered salt first. We'll see.
Okay, so in Kakariko, we're going to pick up a bottle, and that will be useful later, both as a safety item as well as for the Yuzuhara's Bottle Adventure glitch, which will be happening later. Next, we're going to grab the bug net, also known in French as the filet.
Papillon.
The main use of the filet is that it'll let you catch fairies. Again, nice as a safety item. All right, and now we're going to allow some shenanigans to happen.
Yeah, basic rule of this run is as soon as Link enters a cave, it can go to a lot of places, but not the way you're supposed to.
Yeah, so using that bomb setup, we are activated exploration glitch, and we're walking through a bunch of walls right now. One of the triggers for exploration glitch is being able to take damage, and the bomb was our source of damage there. So right now we are in Misery Mire, and we are about to get the Cane of Samaria. But wait a minute, that's from a big chest, and we didn't have the big key. Well, but it turns out
everything is normal. Either way, everything is normal because actually we already got a big key from the Iron Knights in Arabelle's castle. And the basic rule about the exploration glitch is when you enter a dungeon in this way, when you come out from a cave, that means that in a cave you're not supposed to have a big key. You're not supposed to have any keys, actually. But if you enter a dungeon this way, the game will take into account basically the last big key that you had. And you already have one from the Iro's castle, so actually you can open the chest to get the Samaria scan thanks to that. And you already have like 255 small keys, but yeah, that's a small detail.
Yep, you also have basically infinite small keys. So right now the game still thinks that we're in a cave, even though we're very clearly in Misery Mire, which is why it's showing the cave-related sprites. Right now that we have the cane, we are setting up very carefully on this diagonal. If there's one thing to keep in mind with A Link to the Past is that the diagonal corners of walls are mostly a suggestion. We humor them, but we can clip through them pretty much whenever we want to.
What a nice way to say things. And actually, it's a little easier when a diagonal wall is facing left than facing right.
Yeah. Yeah, so we took the portal that would normally be in Misery Mire, and now it leads to Hera, and we got the Moon Pearl for it. Hooray!
Is a job, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a consequence of the game not recognizing what dungeon we're actually in. So now that we're in Tower of Hera, we're going to leave, and when we leave Tower of Hera, we are actually going to be at Tower of Hera. The main reason why we left is we have the Moon Pearl, but we want to get the mirror from the old man that's useful as a mobility and accessibility item throughout the entire course of the game, so we want to have that as early as possible, basically.
Yeah. We're going to break a lot of things in this game, but the basic rule of transforming into a rabbit if you don't have the magic mirror still applies, so... Even if we get to guide the old man the pretty much the opposite way of a normal run.
Yeah. A Link to the Past randomizer players might recognize doing the old man in this fashion, especially if you play Entrance.
But for an MG runner like me, it's a little more curious.
Yeah. All right. I'm also looking at the order of the bosses. We have about 20 more minutes to donate to choose the order of the bosses. That Parisian player will complete the second half of the game in Mothula and Blind. The race has become even tighter, only €5 apart. Vitreous, Argus, and Trinex still within a range of about €20 from each other. So whether you're watching the French restream or the English one broadcast on GDQ, you can get involved with your donations for Médecins du Monde.
That's some good French, by the way.
Thank you. All right, so this is another cave that has a large diagonal. Again, with diagonal walls, we humor them, but there are a lot of shenanigans, a lot of ways that we can kind of disrespect the diagonal walls to go wherever we please. So we're essentially right now using this Cane of Samaria block to restrict our movement to allow us to clip through the wall at this specific spot.
Clippings like this are basically frame and pixel perfect. So yeah, having a little sort of security with a Samaria block, it's always welcome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's also one of the reasons why we got the Cane of Samaria very early, as pretty much as early as possible. If you have the Pegasus boots, which we do not at this point, that can be done a lot easier, but for now we gotta do it the hard way, and well done on Parisian player to get that done. Yeah. So now we are in Palace of Darkness, though the game still thinks that we're just in a cave. The reason why we're here is we want to get the hammer, since that unlocks a lot of things in the Dark World.
Should we say that this connected underworld is like a link between worlds?
It's all linked together.
Everything is connected.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny because in A Link Between Worlds, the Dark World is actually very disconnected.
Okay, he's gonna have to do the...
Yeah, so normally in this room, you wouldn't have very much time before the bridge starts collapsing. However, because we entered this and the game still thinks we're in a cave, the cutscene that collapses the bridge doesn't trigger, so we can actually take our time to set it up as nicely as possible. So, Parisian player got the hammer. I believe we're going up here to get some bombs.
Yep, extra bombs. Is there something else he wants to do? There may be some extra rupees to grab as a safety measure, but not going for it for now.
Okay.
The
So
same
this
as before, he already has the big key from Arrow's Castle, so he doesn't need it to open the hammer chest.
Yeah, so this is the first instance of using the Cane of Samaria, Samaria Transition Corruption. Here we're using it mostly to trick the game into thinking that we are one room lower than we actually were. So the transition goes into the cave on the lower level rather than Palace of Darkness. So we came out in Thieves Town. Now we are going to exit the dungeon and re-enter it. This will make the game think that we are actually in Thieves Town, which we are now, so you can see the enemies spawn.
This is some kind of sportsmanship from Parisian Runner to say, oh, sorry, wrong entrance, I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, so now we are actually in Thieves Town. We used a rail clip just now in order to trick the game into thinking we're at a layer that we are not at in order to get the big key a little bit earlier. For the most part, we're going to be completing Thieves Town as intended, which is difficult because we have only 4 hearts, but fortunately Parisian player grabbed that fairy from earlier.
Yeah, this is probably the most dangerous moment in this run. Very low on health, no sword. So you have this level 1 sword, so it does basically no damage to any enemy. And we need to do pretty much a big part of this dungeon because we want the Titan Smiths to get to the Trumsum Dwarf and get the Tempered Sword.
Mm-hmm. The Titansmiths is the second glove upgrade, but the glove upgrades are not progressive, so once we pick up the Titansmiths, then we can lift up any rock that we want to, even though we didn't get the first glove from Desert Palace yet.
Which he can actually grab, but that would basically softlock his run. So
yeah.
We're not gonna do it for obvious reasons.
All right, so here's another interesting thing about the way that we got to Thieves' Palace. You might notice that these crickets squeak. That is because the game right now thinks that we are in the light world, even though we're actually not. This is called the fake light world. We entered the fake light world because we came here ultimately through a cave that was in the real light world. So even though the game loads the dark world overworld map, it doesn't recognize that we are in the real dark world. We're going to be fixing that later, and the way we're going to be fixing that is kind of hilarious. I'll talk about that as it becomes relevant. But a consequence of being in the fake light world is that the crickets from Thieves Town, as well as the rats in Hyrule Castle, share the same enemy bank. So it loads in the rats, but it keeps the cricket sprite.
Yeah, we're not going to explain much of how the game works in its own code, but we're going to manipulate a lot of memory addresses, especially using the Samaria Cane and also the bottles to pretty much give the game some inputs it doesn't intend to, and this can basically allow us to move pretty much anywhere in the game, even getting some items early. Okay.
Gotta be careful here.
Getting a little tricky. Yeah. But this is a really stressful dungeon anyway, even in the LMG So Persian players used to such a situation, but still stressful.
All right, so now we got the Titan's mitts, and now we are going to do 2 Samaria transition corruptions in order to move from Thieves Town to Swamp Palace. In Swamp Palace, we're going to grab the hookshot as soon as possible. So right now, the game thinks that we're in Thieves Town, and it doesn't have any reason to think otherwise. So you can see there's the first Samaria transition. We're going to move to this side of the screen to get back to there. So the camera placement's a little bit off now. There's a second one. You know that it works because the screen flashed black briefly for a moment. Oh. And now we're in Swamp Palace.
The game is basically doing its best to render what we are doing.
Yeah.
It's gonna be worse at some moments of the run, but for now it's just doing whatever you can.
Yeah. So there we grabbed the hookshot. The hookshot was from a big chest, but because we have the big key of Thieves Town already, the game just assumes, yeah, you can open big chests. That's fine. This is the item that would normally be here. And then mirroring to the front of the dungeon, the maiden will remind you that, hey, you have to take me to this one room in particular. So we're going to deliver the maiden to the boss's room before leaving this dungeon.
But we're not going to fight blind yet, because we still don't know where we're gonna when we're gonna have to fight him. So
yeah,
just a quick mirror.
Yeah, I'm checking the challenges sheet now, and Ganon 2 has now overtaken 3rd place, and Ganon has now overtaken Moldorm for 1st place in the dungeon order. We still have about 10 minutes to donate for that incentive, so there's still a lot of room for Blind or any other dungeon boss to make a run for it.
So this means Ganon 2 did have like 400 euros in the last 10 minutes. We still have some time to pretty much wreck that current order. But this is some really cool gameplay from Persian player right now.
Mm-hmm. So right now we've moved to Eastern Palace. We got the bow. It works nicely moving to Eastern Palace because when you do exploration glitch, it thinks that you're on the lower level of a screen, but if you are on screens that actually have a floor on the lower level, then you can sort of jump through and around them. So that was all actually Thieves Town, my bad. So we're using the mirror here, and it sends us back to the Dark World. That is us leaving the fake light world. So now the game knows that we are in the Dark World, and also has the Dark World map loaded.
Absolutely.
But it's kind of funny because normally you use the mirror to go from the Dark World to the Light World. Here you use the mirror to go from the fake Light World to the Dark World. If you use the mirror again, which we're going to be doing momentarily, that'll take us from the Dark World to the real Light World.
But this is just setting the world a little more right. We're already breaking the game enough, so yeah.
We're gonna break it again, don't worry, but it's looking all right for now.
Let's just give the game a brief moment of relief. He's gonna need it, definitely. And we get the shovel, which means we're gonna have to switch back to the light world and get the ocarina.
Yep. See, there it is. It's the real Light World. Look at how light it is.
Yeah.
All right, back to the Dark World.
So what he's gonna need for his farming phase? Still has to get the tempered sword. He's still gonna have to take both rods, fire and ice.
Mm-hmm. Going to be getting
models too.
Yep, going to be getting some extra bottles, going to be getting some extra rupees for flippers and for potion buying purchases.
I think in this ransom mission he bought 4 potions, if I remember, 4 or 5. So there's gonna be a little bottle management between fairies and potions.
Mm-hmm. So if you're familiar with the vanilla game, the smith would normally offer to temper the master sword. We don't have a master sword right now. The only sword that we have is the fighter sword from our uncle. But the smith doesn't mind that. They'll just give you the tempered sword anyway and skip the master sword stage completely.
They are very capable blacksmiths.
Yeah. I believe that if you were to get the master sword after this, it might downgrade it. Not that we're going to be doing that.
Yeah, of course, but yeah, I think that's maybe the case, yeah. Because it would be the same if we get to the Desert Palace with the Titan Smiths to get the power braces. So yeah, this would be an actual downgrade.
Mm-hmm.
And Link is momentarily rich now.
Yeah, we will definitely be spending those rupees later on.
Yeah.
But now we'll be activating the flute, and we'll make use of it pretty immediately to turn in that purple chest. If you have a salute emote, now would be the time.
And we're going to come across the old thief, which will gladly unlock this chest for us. And yeah, thanks for the roll.
Yeah. All right, next we're going to be grabbing the 2 rods, ice and then fire. And then I think at that point the boss war bidding will close. So if you have any donations and want to make your voice heard, there's still a lot of transitions that you can make pretty easily. Looking at the tracker now, Blind has now overtaken Mothula, but it's still extremely close.
Yeah,
and
5 euros.
That cluster of Vitreous, Argus, and Trinex is still within 20 euros of each other. Ganon 1 is only 3 euros away from overtaking Lanmolas for the least desired boss.
Not a lot of love for RNG boss fights. Visibly. And Ganon 2 is still getting a lot of donations, but oh, that would be so cool to have one big snipe.
Yeah. Ganon's still ahead of Moldorm. Ganon 2 holding down 3rd place. All right, so
I'm not used to witness such exciting races inside the races.
All right, so we're going to Skullwoods. We're going to be getting the Fire Rod, but perhaps not in the way that you might expect. So in the screen above this one, we are going to use a Samaria Transition Corruption in order to make the game, in order to change the contents of that chest that we just passed by. So there we didn't get it. You can tell whether a Parisian player gets it because the screen is going to flash black for a second. There it is. So
Yep.
That moment of blackness will cause the big key to appear in this chest instead of the map, and it will also trick the game into changing what's behind that door. So instead of it leading to pinball room, it now leads right to where we want to use the big key, this big chest right here. So we manipulated the game into thinking that we are essentially one room higher than we really were.
And about the big key chest, the game basically tries to get the closest reward from a chest from where you started to activate the Somalia transition corruption to where you were going to with the transition. So yeah, the closest value is the big key in this case. So that's what we go with.
All right, so here I believe we're getting the last bottle. I don't think we're going to pick up the flippers quite yet.
Yeah, I think he's gonna try to get the flippers as late as possible, and use the money he currently has to buy his potions, I think.
Yeah.
There is still hundreds of rupees he can grab at several spots in both the light and the dark world, so money isn't going to be a problem.
All right, I think at this point...
Yeah, they're going to close the bid war, I think.
Yes. So I think Parisian player has just been informed of the boss order. With Ganon as the first boss. Very exciting. All right, so we're fluting to 5 here. I think this is to get fairies. Yeah. We have 4 bottles. Let's put them to use. We also only have 4 hearts.
Yeah, Ganon with 4 hearts. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, just 1 fairy. Okay. So we might do some potion buying after this.
Yeah, if I remember, I had 2 fairies and 2 potions in his submission run. So maybe going to the same strategy here.
Okay.
Yep.
2 red and a green. Nope, just 2 red for now.
2 red.
2 red and 2 fairies. Yeah, the interesting thing with Yuzuhara's Bottle Adventure is that the different colored potions have different effects on the game. And you'll see that as it becomes relevant. At this point, we have all the items that we need to challenge Ganon. A little lackluster in magic, but that should be fine. There are...
is there any spots in Hyrule Castle where he can refill his magic?
The nearest one would be from the uncle.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're doing this with a YBA. So using the YBA, we're drinking the potion at the exact same time we're going through the door transition. That causes this to happen, which just so happens to put us in the corner of this pot. We can hookshot to the other corner, fall in the pot, and it turns out that pot leads right to Ganon.
Absolutely normal.
Absolutely normal. That one is called the Ganon pot. So Parisian player got there with a YBA, but you can actually just set yourself up on the pixel directly if you know specifically what to look for. The YBA does it pretty free, though. Well, pretty free, but at the cost of a red potion. Yeah, so this is the real Ganon fight. Gotta be careful because one hit from the big pig will mean death. Or at least for the first time will mean using the fairy. It is 12 hits for the first 2 phases, and I believe we just got that for the second phase now.
Yeah.
The third phase, he will cause the floor to start collapsing. And then for the fourth phase, because we did not get the silver arrows, we're going to have to use Silverless Ganon. It will take 12 spin slashes with very precise timing in order to get that to occur. But in order to facilitate the fourth phase, make it a little bit easier, Parisian player is going to try for what's called the torch glitch. If you, so the torches are going to go out. If you relight the left torch before the right torch would go out, then the right torch will never go out, so you only have to keep relighting the left one for the remainder of this boss fight.
Yeah, Parisian is already pretty low in magic, actually. So, oh, he's still going for the fire rod. Oh.
Yeah, missed a little bit of a cycle there, trying to set up triples. With precise placement and timing, you can actually get 3 hits on Ganon before relighting the torches, but 2 is much easier to guarantee. So yeah, switch to lamp because we're a bit low on magic, which makes sense.
You can do a maximum of 3 spin slashes with 1 torch cycle. I hope he has enough mana on this one.
I think he's just going to have enough.
I trust him.
Yep.
We all have to.
Ooh. There it is.
Oh, yeah. Oh my, what a fight.
Yeah, that was a very challenging fight. Didn't have to use a fairy, didn't run out of magic. Well done on Parisian player for getting the Ganon fight over with. All right, so we beat Ganon, but instead of going to the Triforce, we're just going to go down the pit here. That's just the first boss taken care of. So using the mirror there, the game still thought we were in Hyrule Castle this entire time, so now we're out of Hyrule Castle.
As I said, if it is too fast for you to understand, this is the same for the game too. Trying its best, but yeah, this is gonna be quite hard.
Yeah. Okay, so Moldorm is the next boss, and I think we're just approaching this the ordinary way you would go up the mountain.
Yep. Still doesn't mean you're gonna have to do the whole dungeon village way, but
Yeah.
we're still gonna enter it with a normal path.
Yeah.
So-
Would you like to explain the Harapot trick? Which I think is what we're going to be doing.
I think so.
Sure.
So, Harapot. How can I explain this? So, we're gonna have to use specific pots in the entry room of this dungeon, which is right above here. So here is the pot. So we're gonna have to use, I think, above the hook.
Gonna have to use bombs for this.
Yeah, bombs. And we're gonna use it to, get bumped into the pothole. But the game isn't supposed to have a destination. It has for the fairy room, but after that, the game is getting confused about the teleporter because you're not entering the room the right way. And when you use the teleporter, the game thinks that you're going from up, basically, from the very last floor of the dungeon, and this is where it's gonna take you anyway. And Mordom is already dead.
Yeah.
Sorry if my explanation is a little bit confusing. This is getting too
No, you did
fast. Great. And here we have first pendant.
Yeah, Harapod, we set up the bombs pretty similar to the Ganon pod that we did YBA to get to. And right like that, that's Moldorm. A lot easier once you already have the tempered sword versus when you have just the fighter sword and it takes 6 hits. All right, so from here, Aga 2 is next. Aga 2 is in Ganon's castle, but we don't have all of the crystals that we would need to enter Ganon's castle the normal way. So I think that we might be doing this from Turtle Rock. Yeah.
And he's gonna have to get the teleporter up and running for the Dark World.
Yeah, so we don't have the Quake medallion in order to enter Turtle Rock legitimately, but that's fine. We're going to find a way in somehow. Don't worry. The way that we're going to find... let me see him do it, actually, because there are a couple ways that you could do this. Okay, yeah, so we're lining up on the edge here. When we mirror back to the Dark World, we're right at the very edge of the screen. The game thinks that it's a ledge, so we can jump down to the bridge in the middle of Turtle Rock. And here we're going to use another Samaria transition corruption to get some big keys from this chest. And I mean some big keys. We could open it as many times as we want.
It's minutes. So yeah, gonna need a quick refill.
Yeah.
And after that, you just need to re-enter the dungeon and get the mirror shield.
Yeah, that chest had a mirror shield the entire time, don't you know?
Absolutely. And you're still gonna have to make some part of a dungeon for the EG to work.
Yeah, so now we're using the Samaria transition corruption to go to the top of Ganon's castle as opposed to staying in Turtle Rock.
I think that's okay now.
There we go. There we go. That's right.
And we actually saw the chest that would contain the big key that we got with the Samaria transition. And we're actually to Ganon 2.
Yep, there's Aga 2. And we're in rainbow mode to fight Aga 2. Yeah.
I would have enjoyed those colors back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you're familiar with the reverse boss order run, the way that Parisian player got here is pretty similar to what you would do in RBO. All right. That is our third boss done, getting through the second half of the game very quickly. Also, still get to see the cutscene of the bad opening the pyramid hole the legit way. And our next boss is Blind.
And we already did the major part of the dungeon, so it's gonna be fast.
Yeah, it looks like for this dungeon, we're just going to enter it and beat it the normal way you would expect.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny after all the shenanigans that we did getting this far.
Yeah, this is one of the very complex parts from this run and from the commentary too, is to pretty much guess if he has to do it legit or with glitches to make it the fastest way as possible.
Yeah. So again,
we really need a lot of experience, and Parisian is the best player actually to do such a thing. So this is really cool to see.
Yeah, Parisian player is absolutely a veteran of A Link to the Past speedrunning and a veteran of reverse boss order, specifically, having at one point had the number 4 time on a very competitive leaderboard. So it's really awesome to see Parisian player put those skills and experience and just straight up game knowledge to work to make this run possible.
Yeah, and we have to give a special shout out to him because he gave us basically some extra informations about his strategy and the technical things of the bid war.
Mm-hmm.
So we could have our commenting notes as good as possible. Okay, Blind goes doing his blind thing.
Yeah, so if you're familiar with this boss fight from No Major Glitches or Randomizer or any of the other categories, the blind fight is normally scripted. So if you attack blind at the earliest possible opportunity, then the behavior of the fireballs, the blind heads, and blind himself will always be consistent. However, in this run, because we delivered the maiden and then left the dungeon and then came back, the script doesn't work the same way. It's offset a little bit. So what Parisian Player did just there is essentially the same as you would have to do casually, react on the fly to the myriad of projectiles that fly around in that fight. So great job getting through that on very low health too.
But I think that's a pretty relevant summary of what the game is and what the run is actually in the NMG category, because this is pretty much quite a straightforward game to run, but things can go south so fast, even with the slightest delay in your timings, and that's especially true with the blind fight. So yeah, that's very cool from him. I'm quite jealous about the coach having this nice map. This would have helped us quite a lot.
Yeah, that is absolutely beautiful. I've never seen anything quite like it.
I want to buy one now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we armed Exploration Glitch again. I think that the reason that we did this is to beat Mothula from Eastern Palace. We wanted the green pendant, which is the prize from Eastern Palace, specifically because you deliver that to Sahasrara in order to get the boots. So even though Eastern Palace isn't until a lot farther late down in the run, it's actually the second from the bottom.
Yeah.
We want to get that green pendant earlier, so we're going to use Exploration Glitch to get here. Right now we're in Eastern Palace, so you can see they're indicating on the map the circuitous way that we'll be traveling.
I love this couch so much. I love you guys.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
But yeah, one of the basic rules of this run is that even if the boss fights are defined in a specific order, you can actually grab the rewards of those bosses before having to take them down and get said rewards from either crystals or pendants. So that's why we get a little detour to take the green pendant and then get the boots as soon as possible.
So there's our green pendant from
a specific wall from Hero's Tower.
Yeah, I guess it was Hera technically. Yeah, we came out of Hera.
Yeah. Just more than having some pieces of old furniture with some pendants in. Yeah. Absolutely logic.
Yep, so gonna use that to get the boots. It's pretty interesting because you can do quite a lot without the boots. The main utility of the boots is it's a lot easier to set up those diagonal corner clips with the boots compared to without.
Just don't tell Sahasrara where he gets his pendant.
Yeah, all Sahasrara cares about is the green pendant, not that you defeated Armos Knights.
You wouldn't understand anyway. And there's also a bit of extra rupees in behind the cracked wall that Parisian can grab. I think he's gonna grab it.
Yeah, might grab the bombs too.
Yep. They're going for it. All right.
All right, so now are we on our way to Mothula? Okay, it looks like we're going to be approaching Mothula actually from Skullwoods.
Yeah. But it still needs to activate the dam thing, if I remember.
Ooh, okay. So we did mirror clip.
Oh, Persian just showing that, yeah, the game's moving, not me. And I'm actually trying to get back to my notes, but this is quite complicated to see at which point of my notes I need to go to.
Yeah. So the mirror jump put us in the strong exploration glitch state, I believe. And
Should be the case, yeah.
I think he's referring to... Yep, okay, there's the back entrance of Skull Woods, despite us not having actually used the fire rod to get there. And this is the room pre the boss. And I think all we have to do is just jump down the pit without getting grabbed in order to make it to the boss's room.
Oh.
Or we can do it this way. Well, let's go.
Yeah, I actually used the hole for in submission run. Oh my. And Morpheus colors are kinda off.
Yeah, Mothula looks pretty nice under this color palette.
As I said, the game is trying its best. Okay, so the fight is good.
Yeah. Bit tricky to do with low health. One fun fact about that fight is that spin attacks are actually counterproductive. Mothula is programmed to be immune to the spikes, and the spikes are programmed to deal golden sword damage. So if you spin attack, you will also do gold sword damage, and therefore no damage.
So close to being nice. Yet so far. And this is, let me have a count. I think that the 6 boss fights we already have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're about halfway.
8 to go. And the next one is gonna be Cold Star from Ice Palace.
Yeah, I'll be curious if we approach Cold Stare from using a method that's anything like the normal way. I don't think we will. Oh, we are going to be going into Ice Palace directly, though.
Yeah.
So, we're going into Ice Palace. We don't actually have the flippers yet, but that's not a problem. This is a well-known trick called fake flippers. If you cross a screen transition at the same time you jump in the water, the game doesn't generate a little splash animation that it would generate to kick Link out of the water. So it just assumes, yeah, you can swim, and you don't have a problem with it. Okay, so here we're going to be doing...
about the game versions yet, but this is something you can only do with the Japanese 1.0 version. All the others, should it be Japanese or American or European, is 1 frame faster with this water check. So this is the only version when you can trigger this. And I think he's gonna do the door extension glitch in this room.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be ice breaking. Wow. So this is a trick that is very popular in Randomizer. Using the Cane of Samaria, Parisian player is able to trick the game into thinking that doorway is a little bit larger than it actually is. So conveniently, that allows him to go through the wall and to the second half of Ice Palace, which is faster than the first half. I tried to do the rail clip to get through to the stairs there. Didn't quite get it, but that's okay.
Another bad something that is considered as like a minor glitch in the randomizer categories, but it's considered as major in the NMG one.
Mm-hmm.
So this is pretty funny to see this. Even if it would be off the route in the NMG run, still a pretty funny thing to see. And we go for Cold Stare.
Yeah, gonna have to be careful in this fight. Cold Stare's body on contact does 4 hearts of damage, which is exactly how much health we have now. The ice blocks that fall from the ceiling only deal 2 hearts, which is now all the health we have remaining. Very good job.
People usually tend to think that this is an easy Zelda game, but it actually isn't. You take quite a lot of damage.
Yeah.
If you don't go for... You're supposed to have the blue main as the treasure of this dungeon, but... Yeah, even the end of the game, if you don't get the red one, you get truckloads of damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doing a lot of these early game boss fights... doing a lot of these late game boss fights early in the run definitely makes things a lot harder.
Yeah.
But coming up next, we actually do have an early game boss fight. This is Ganon 1 with a little bit more health than you would normally have for the Ganon 1 fight.
Yeah, we're gonna be a little more, should I say, peaceful. That's on him to go to come this late in the party. Anyway. And I think we're still gonna have to use a nice EG to get as soon as possible at the top of the castle.
Yep. So we're setting up exploration glitch there. We want to beat Ganon 1. We don't want to climb the entire tower.
Yeah.
But fortunately, if you look at the map, which I'm sure that they'll be doing pretty quickly, Ganon Tower and Hyrule Castle are near each other.
And as we haven't taken down Ganon 1, we don't have a transition to the Dark World if you come across the gates of the castle, so...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is the room right before the boss in Aga Tower.
Oh.
Just a couple of screens away from the start of Hyrule Castle.
And there we are.
Yeah. Oh no, Princess Zelda! We didn't beat Trinix yet. We didn't even save Princess Zelda's crystal.
Intermission already had a lot of things to do. He needs to have a certain sense of priorities for this one. And there we go. And we're gonna use the very special weapon of this game, the magnet.
I love it. I love it. So... In a lot of Zelda games, there tends to be a joke weapon that you can actually use in a late game boss fight. For Twilight Princess, the fishing rod in the final Ganon fight is a thing, for example. For this game, that lethal joke weapon is the fillet or the bug net, which you can use to reflect the reflectable balls back to Ganon. The way this fight works, it does have a little bit of RNG behind it. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to do a charge. You can, if you do a charge, you can also be in a state where it reflects the balls back to him. Doing the charge with the net would require hitting the item button and the dash button at the same time.
And the audience is counting the blue balls.
Yeah. So
this boss fight is basically the bane of every Zelda speedrunner.
yeah, you can lose a lot of time to bad RNG. The energy was pretty solid that time, though.
Every single fight with him is like flipping a coin multiple times, and you basically lose about 6 seconds every time you lose.
Yeah, for three, the way that the RNG works is that it works in cycles of 5. For 3 cycles in that 5, he has a 50% chance of firing one of the balls you can reflect versus a blue jack that you cannot reflect. So if you're extremely unlucky, you could wind up losing a coin flip 18 times in a row. But the expected value is about 2, which I think is what we got there.
3 actually.
Oh, 3? Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's okay. I know this is a speedrun, but in this very specific fight, we're not gonna pay very much attention to the speed of the fight.
All right, so I believe
next one is gonna
next up
be
is Helmasaur.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we're going to be going to Palace of Darkness pretty similarly to how we got here the first time, by going through this lower part of Spectacle Rock Cave, except now we have the boots, so we can set it up a lot easier. The first time that we did this, we had to use Cane of Samaria block to get on the right spot. And we're in.
First try.
Very nicely done.
Oh yeah. And
Alright,
the
so
music is still running, so that's okay.
yeah. Yeah, so we want to leave because that turns it into actual Palace of Darkness, but if we just immediately go back inside, we don't have to go through the trouble of unlocking the door, which involves paying off a monkey, and we want to use our rupees for other things. But yeah, so now we're in Palace of Darkness. Interestingly, the first time that we were here, the game thought that this was a cave, but all of the doors that we had opened in the cave state stay open, even though it now knows that we're in Palace of Darkness. However, oh yeah, he's realizing we don't have the small key in order to get that big key, so we're going to grab this small key here and then get the big key later.
Yeah, this is a basic example of how much knowledge you need to have of the game to do such a run. Because here, Parisian players basically writing his own rules of how the dungeon works in this game, so you need to remember pretty much everything you did, because the game ain't gonna tell you.
Yeah, so the first time...
The chat is debating about the translation of fishnet and bug nets. But in the French version, this is the filet à papillon.
The butterfly net.
Yeah. And this is actually the very first Zelda game who got a full translation to English. And then we had Link's Awakening a year later. So yeah, this is a very good memory for a lot of players of both my generations and the road that came after.
Yeah. So we're using a YBA here in order to skip some of the second half of this dungeon. Again, using the red potion at the exact same time we're going through that door transition. It causes some weird things to happen. So, looks like we still have to beat the turtles in this room, but it does avoid the cutscene that has you wait for a little while as a wall moves to a side.
Cyclops stayed here. This is not the most broken dungeon we're gonna encounter yet. And there we go.
Yep. Helmosaur, it takes 17 hits with the hammer to break the mask, or 5 bombs, or some combination of both of them. Going to be using the hammer in this case. Then from there, it will be 4 slashes with the tempered sword, or 2 spins, should we be so lucky. But we're well equipped for it, and that was a very nice fight from Parisian player.
Pretty curious thing, it didn't use his sword charge for the hammer phase.
Yeah,
Because
if you...
this is supposed to decrease the bump after you hit Helmosaur with the hammer to break his shell, so...
Yeah, if you're holding out the sword while you are using the hammer to break the mask, it prevents you from recoiling as much should you get hit. The disadvantage, though, is that introduces a little bit of lag from the sparkly bits that show up from a charged spin attack.
Yeah, that's true. And the next boss fight is going to be Landmalus.
Oh, I think it's Argus, actually.
Argus?
Yeah,
Landmalus. Let me reload the page.
I think that the folks who have been tracking this on SpeeDons side have been clearing the bosses a little bit earlier now that we're on the current boss. So the current boss is Argus. So you notice we did a mirror transition there.
Yeah,
that is because we were in the fake light world. We came in here through the cave. The game loaded the Dark World maps, but didn't correctly recognize that the map was in the Dark World state yet. So mirrored twice in order to make it the real light world, and we refilled our potions for use of more YBAs later.
And just to give a little more explanation about the YBAs, the type of potion that you use is dependent of basically where you're going to activate the glitch. And as a basic rule, you're gonna need a red potion to activate a YBA inside the cave or inside the dungeon, and use the green and blue ones to use it in the other world.
Yeah, I think a Parisian player just realized that he doesn't have the flippers yet. There are a couple ways we can go about getting rupees. One of them is a mini Moldrum cave over here, which I think is all that we're going to need. If you talk to the NPC will deliver 300 rupees, and all of the chests in this room have an additional 20, so that'll get us there.
Just need to clear it away, like this. And as this little guy is asking us, we're not gonna tell this to anybody, but yeah. 300 rupees.
Oh, I might have been wrong about those chests, my bad.
Yeah, and there's 300 more we can grab in the Dark World too. And he's gonna need them for buying some nice flippers to the Zora King.
Also, that's a demonstration of one of my favorite tricks in this game called hammer dashing. If you use the dash at the same time you use an item, then it can cause some interesting things to happen. In that case, with the hammer, it allows you to destroy the pegs while you're in the middle of a dash, which is extremely fun. right, so now we have plenty of money for flippers and for potions for later.
Yeah. And I think that also counts at tempered sword damage.
Yep, that's true.
It's an enemy while it's dashing, yeah. So this is a really great weapon when you're starting the Dark World in the NMG run.
Alright, so we're going to use fake flippers in order to get to the screen where you can buy the real flippers, which is hilarious. The setup that Parisian player is using right now is essentially pretty free. Once you destroy that bush, you just hold diagonal upright, and you'll always be in position where you're exactly aligned with the edge of the screen.
Absolutely. But he mustn't take any damage while he is in the state.
Yep, that would be horrendous. That would actually soft lock the game.
Yeah, the game is very stable, even in this category when it gets a lot of punishments and extra variables to handle. But if you get hit while in this fake flipper state, the game tries to put you back in a screen that basically doesn't exist, and you get trapped into an infinite loop, which is soft-locking the game.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't even save and quit. Alright, but there the flippers are, so now I think we'll be on our way to Swamp Palace.
And the game is still trying to count the rupees. As I said, the game is trying its best. And I hope we'll get the very special graphic glitches we saw in Parisian's run submission. This was really fun to see. Oh, we're gonna get it now. And there's a nice little glitch you saw. So basically when you're pushing a block and you're trying to use an item, even if it's a blocked one like the magic mirror, the item will always take the priority over the block pushing. So every time you do this, the game will just basically despawn the block.
Yeah. While you are pushing a block, it basically ceases to be a solid object, so you can hookshot through it, you could fire a fire rod shot through it. You can also use the mirror to delete that block out of existence, but that doesn't work when you're in a dungeon, because while you're in a dungeon, the mirror will send you to the very beginning of the dungeon.
So we're still gonna do the Swamp Palace in a quite legit way for now, until we reach the grappling hook room.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
And the next room after that will be where the chaos ensues.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we didn't use Specky Clip there. Specky Clip is a way of avoiding that cutscene where you release the water. You can use it if you have the hookshot already, so if it's not very useful for something like a no major glitches runner, because the hookshot is normally found in Swamp Palace, so it's not really applicable. In the randomizer, you see it a lot, though.
Just a little time paradox.
Alright, setting up another YBA to get through this back half of Swamp Palace a bit quickly. Didn't quite have it there. There we go.
All right. And now Chaos, but versing Argus to beat.
Yeah, so this is Argus. What does the game look a little weird to you? I don't know. I don't see anything unusual.
Oh, perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine for the game too, as you can see.
Yeah, you can clearly see Link on the left side, all of the pixels surrounding him. Argus has a bunch of eye puffballs that are surrounding them, so your Parisian player is using the hookshot to get rid of those puffballs. And now we're on phase 2 of the Argus fight, which is to...
Just need to dodge his slam and do a nice sword spin. And there we go.
Yep. And there's Argus completed. And there, as you can clearly see, we just got the crystal from Swamp Palace. All right, so that's another... The graphical glitches there, that's another factor, I guess you should say, of YBA. The game did not have the sprites loaded for pretty much the entire second half of this dungeon, including this cutscene when you're talking to the maiden. Believe it or not, Parisian player is talking to the maiden right now. It just looks like anything but that.
This may not seem as an obvious thing, but we can assure you we're still talking to the maiden.
Yeah.
But I'm still pretty amazed for that. A game of this time that it still perfectly runs outside of the graphic oddities. Anyway, but yeah, the game is still perfectly fine and everything it has to.
Yep.
For a game of 1991, that's amazing.
Yep, and the graphical glitches persist through the overworld as well.
And we can see a magic potion ending a sign. That's okay. Normally, you should have to get back to hard reset the game to fix those glitches, but I think he decided to be a little.
Yeah. Okay. He saved and quit now. Okay. So believe it or not, we actually fluted to 2 and talked to the witch and got the middle potion, which is the green one, right at the end there. Just doesn't look that way. But yeah, there you can see our green potion.
Next boss fight should be Lyon now?
Yeah, that's right.
And so, as we didn't get the Book of Modoras to translate the ancient Indian, we can still go to the last half of the Desert Palace by using the mirror.
Mm-hmm. So we headed straight for the back of Desert Palace. You might have noticed that we don't actually have the big key yet, but that's not going to be a problem.
And as you can expect, yeah, it's a bit of a power for this dungeon now.
Alright, so here comes a green YBA. And we've arrived at the boss fight.
Oh my, this is even worse. It's a mission.
Yeah, so using the green YBA, we basically tricked the game into thinking that we were several rooms above in the map that we actually were, and that puts us directly in line of the room of the boss where land molas are. Believe it or not, there are 3 land molas here. You can kind of see them maneuvering around on the lower part of the screen. There's the pendant that we got for beating Desert Palace, and now we're holding it.
Yeah. As you said, everything is fine. And I think you use the spin version, sword spin version of the YBAs, which basically allows him to get, oh my, How could I talk when I see such a thing? But yeah, the sword spin allows him to get a little further than a normal YBA. I think that's half a room further.
Yep, that's right.
Well, yeah,
That's a good point.
because in the game code, each layer of the map, so light world, dark world, and the underworld with the caves and dungeons, is basically structured in 256 zones, as I can say, and which of them can be divided into up to 4 small rooms, which are basically the size of the screen, and so with some extra input like a sword spin, you can actually go further and get to an extra room in a specific room inside a specific zone. So that's what we used to get to learn most fights directly.
Okay, so
And we're still gonna get the Murderer's Book to get some Quake Medallion, I think.
it's the Ether Medallion that we need to enter Misery Mire directly, and I think we're actually going to grab that the normal way.
Yeah, we still have to do Virtuous.
Yeah. So we have been into Misery Mire before using our exploration glitch arsenal, but in order for the game to actually think it's Misery Mire, we have to leave and come back, and we won't be able to come back in without actually getting the Ether Medallion. So using that diagonal clip there, we started at the bottom of the screen, we arrived at Tower of Hera, and we entered into Hera basically to reset the camera. This is the tablet that has the Ether Medallion. There are other ways of getting the Ether Medallion, but those actually involve beating Trinex, and Trinex is going to be after Vitreous in our dungeon order, which is why we don't have it already.
Would have been a great thing to have both Trinex. To have Trinex first and then Vitreous, to have some specific AG manipulations.
Yeah. Yeah, in reverse boss order, this wouldn't be a problem, because normally you'd beat Trinex first and then get your glitchy Ether Medallion as a reward instead of the heart container from Trinex.
Yeah. And there would be a huge EG starting from Hyros Castle to make both fights.
Yeah. I also appreciate that Parisian player threw the bird into the water.
Yeah.
No real reason to do that, it's just funny.
Okay, so for now we're still gonna have to do this gauntlet, the ledge away. But we're still gonna skip a pretty large part of a dungeon, because we already have a somewhere you can.
Mm-hmm. We do not, however, actually have the big key. When we got Samaria earlier, we were in the game thought we were in a cave. So I think we're going to be getting the big key the normal way. Well, a somewhat normal way. Yeah, remember what I said, blocks that are in motion cease to be solid objects, so you can just shoot the fire rod through them. When the block stops moving, it does become a solid object again, so you have to make sure to hit your timing on those fire rod shots.
And here it is. I think we're still gonna have a little EG to get a little faster to the boss fights. And it's a little low on health too.
Yeah, this is definitely not a free Vitreous fight.
I think 8 or 9 hearts will be a lot more comfortable to deal with them.
Ooh. Okay.
Maybe we do it with 6.
Okay, so what Parisian Player just did is called Spooky Action, and that was actually set up when we first entered the dungeon. Actors that have projectiles associated with them, such as fire rod shots and such as the flute, retain memory for when those projectiles occur. So Parisian Player said himself, oh, okay, we're going to be using a fairy? Yeah, that's fine. That's what it's there for.
Maybe he's doing that on purpose to use the slots for extra potion, maybe?
Yeah, this is normally how you would do the boss fight in NMG, using the spin slashes in the goop. But yeah, Parisian Player's fine with using the fairy there. That solves the boss fight. But yeah, Spooky Action glitch. So objects that have projectiles such as fire rod shots and such as the bird, will have their memory address stored as that projectile leaves the screen. So Parisian Player abuses that to make the little flame that appears after you shoot a fire rod shot, it'll appear above where it's supposed to appear, and that's enough that it hits the switch in 2 different rooms in order to get to the boss a little bit more quickly. But yeah, nice vitreous fight. And we only have 2 more left. Trinex and then Armos.
Yeah, I think that's because in this submersion run, Trinex was first and fairly early into the run. And he had Vitreous pretty much at the end, so maybe he's gonna take an extra potion to do this. Or maybe he's just quite comfortable with his current stock.
Yeah, I think we have all the potions we need for YBA for these last 2 dungeons. We are going to have to break into Turtle Rock again because we never picked up the Quake medallion, but that's going to be done the same way that we did the first time. Almost avoided the dead rocks there. That's a very unfortunate RNG.
There's always a moment in a Zelda speedrun when the game doesn't want you to run.
Yeah, our dead rock's great. They're specifically to annoy speedrunners.
And we just got a nice stair dash right before that.
Yeah.
Because in this version, you can also mix the property of the Pegasus boots with the normal movements. If you lure the game with spin dashing into stairs, you can also use the grappling hook to trigger the state. But in this mode, you can't choose your sword, but you actually have the speed, the extra speed of the Pegasus boots pretty much everywhere, and even in diagonal direction. So this is a really, really nice buff to have.
Yeah, so the back half of Turtle Rock, we're going to proceed pretty much as normal.
Just need to navigate into this maze. We talked about childhood traumas way back into this run, but oh my, this dungeon into the dark. That was some scary moments sometimes.
like that we have the mirror shield, but Parisian play. Yeah, he's demonstrating it there.
To show him. Now I have my shield.
Yeah. You don't actually need the mirror shield in order to get those chests. But it is one way of getting through the lasers safely.
This is still a good beginner strategy to the NMG run, even if you lose a little amount of time. And here we are for Trinix. We're gonna use both the ice and the fire rod. This is basically the only place when we are forced to use both of them.
Yeah, it's the only time where we're actually forced to use the ice rod throughout the entire game, even though the ice rod is available as soon as you save Princess Zelda from the escape sequence at the beginning. I think that's a rather curious part of the game design. But yeah, there's Trinix.
Yeah.
Very nice damageless fight. It can be quite awkward if you run out of magic in this fight because there's no way of getting magic once you're out.
And we're only one boss short of finishing this run, which is actually the very first boss. Start with the end and finish with the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to be way overpowered to do this one.
Yeah. Yeah, so time, I believe, is still going to be when we enter the screen with the Triforce.
Yep, absolutely.
Which we're going to have to get back to. Even though we've already beaten Ganon, Ganon will be back if we allow him to spawn again, so Parisian players probably just going to use Exploration Glitch to get there instead. Also, it's very funny to see the turtle's head still closed as we're coming out.
As a Ninja Gaiden speedrunner, this is pretty accurate for me to see Link entering the dungeon like a ninja and then going out like a ninja.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, even though we have to take down the bosses in a specific order, we still need to get to the Triforce room to end the run. And here we are, Eastern Palace, very last dungeon.
Yeah, quite appropriate that we're doing Eastern Palace last.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be approaching it pretty. I think we're going to be approaching it pretty normally. Oh, maybe we'll use the YBA for the second half. I'm not sure.
This may be possible. I think he did the Legiwayne submission run, but I'm not sure he has a potion left to trigger YBA.
Yeah. So we opened the door, but we don't actually have the big key, I believe, because when we were here, the game didn't think it was Eastern Palace. When we picked up the bow, that is, the game didn't think this was Eastern Palace.
This was like 70 minutes ago, so...
Yeah.
That's fine if you don't remember everything, you know?
Yeah, we don't have the big key, so we're going to be using a shenanigan to get around it. Oh, Armos and Ace is just there. Never mind.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because we already opened that door. All right. I'm on the.
Yeah, because they already.
I'm on the page now.
So,
yeah, I'm on the page now. Okay.
I'm just as lost as you are.
Yeah,
maybe even more lost.
Okay, so that was almost nice. We actually already have the green pendant, so we didn't pick up the prize there because we already have it. And from here, we are arming Exploration Glitch for the very end of the game. This is going to be over in just a couple of moments.
Yeah.
One other thing to note about that Armos Knights fight is that there's an additional phase with which the last Armos turns red and chases you and hops around for a little bit. So Parisian players' setup allowed him to defeat all 6 of the Armos Knights before the last one would have the chance to turn red. So a nice job with that.
And we got a final explanation with the map from the couch, which basically told us that in the how can I say, in the layer, in the game's code, Ganon's room is basically the very first memory address in the world. And here we are. And the game is gonna be just now.
All right, that is time. So congratulations to Parisian Player for a fantastic run. I am Danny Music. You can find me on twitch.tv/Danny Music. I do a lot of Link to the Past, most recently a version of this game that replaces all of the floors with ice physics. I'm joined by Cormag. Any last minute shout outs for you?
Basically, for a shout out to Parisian Player for his extra information about preparing this run. And stay tuned for my message coming up after this interview with the runner.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SpeeDons 2025. I am Brian Otto, and I am joined by Goop Soup, one of my favorite usernames, and going to be running one of my favorite runs of all time coming up here soon, Mirror's Edge. Goop Soup, how are you doing?
Good. Thank you. Very good. Very excited.
And from what I understand, your run coming up here at SpeeDons is going to be your first SpeeDons period. Is that right?
Yeah, and my first marathon at all. Like, I've never speedrun at an event at all.
How are you
which
feeling?
Which is very scary.
How are you? Yeah,
scared, very stressed, but yeah, I'm excited.
And Mirror's Edge is a game that I would imagine most folks are familiar with, but for those that aren't, would you mind telling us a little bit about like some of the mechanics or what people can expect?
Yeah, it's a parkour game based on movement. A lot of movement. It's very. It has wall runs, wall climbs, and a nifty little trick that's called kick glitch, which is the most important trick of the run. You'll get to know it, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like people will recognize it like pretty much immediately. Yeah, I mean, I gotta ask, how long have you been playing Mirror's Edge, and kind of what's been your experience with this game, kind of start to now?
I've run it since I think late 2022.
That's a long time.
Yeah, and I've been running it because I saw a French video. Like, was a. Let me hold up.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
I saw a French video like casting a run by the runner Glost, which is a Mirror's Edge French legend. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I want to do that. And now I'm here.
That's awesome.
Running the game.
And Mirror's Edge has a pretty strong like European speedrun community, does it not?
Yeah.
In general?
Yeah, we're mostly Europeans, indeed.
Very cool to be seeing representation of this game at an event like SpeeDons then.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so happy to like be the one to be presenting it at such an event for the first time also, because Mirror's Edge has never been at SpeeDons.
And remind me the category that you're doing as well, because I know Mirror's Edge has
90%.
90%. Okay, so we're gonna see all the kick glitches then.
Exactly. Yeah, no glitchless stuff.
All the awesome kick glitch strings. Yeah, I mean, would you consider yourself kind of like a movement game person in general, or was Mirror's Edge okay? And what do you have like other favorites that you play? Because I mean, you know me, I'm a Titanfall person. So
I know you. Yeah. I've started my first speed game was Ultra Kill.
Nice.
So yeah, and then I don't know. I just like movement in general. Like I've played Half-Life, played Titanfall a tiny bit. I don't know, I just like movement FPSs. It's just very smooth to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's just so... When you get that string you've been wanted to get, it just feels so good. Like, the movement is everything to me. If I could just not do skips, I would do just movement, honestly.
And there's something about, I feel like first-person movement specifically that is very different from like a 3D platformer, for example, right? I mean, Mirror's Edge itself is largely like a 3D platformer, but from a first-person perspective, makes it very unique, I feel.
Yes, exactly. I don't know, it feels like more immersive. It feels like you can feel the speed when you play it. It's very, very cool.
And so what has some of your, as we're coming up on SpeeDons here, what does your prep look like? Like, how are you preparing for this? Like, what have you kind of had like a plan of attack, or what have you been up to?
I've been just doing no resets over no resets over no resets, and it's been working so far. So I'll just keep doing that.
I feel like that's definitely the way. Yeah, I think it's really, really cool that SpeeDons exists and gives like so many amazing runners, specifically like French and European runners at large, like a chance to be shown off at such a massive event, might I say?
Exactly. It's huge.
It's huge, and all the money that is being raised goes toward such an incredible cause. So anyway, I don't know. I'm very excited for you. I think that's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, and it looks like we're coming to kind of like about up on our time here. I just wanted to give you the chance here. Where can people find you? Do you stream ever? If you want to plug your socials or anything, like, by all means.
I do stream on Twitch at GoopSoupYummy.
I love this username.
And I do stream at least once a week. Okay. Not for too much for you Americans, sadly. But find me there if you want.
All right. Well, Goop Soup, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for the interview.
I cannot wait for your run. And best of luck. Best of luck with Mirror's Edge.
Thank you.
De Nifra de 100 € qui dit on donne pour le travail merveilleux et nécessaire de médecins du monde et aussi pour que le vieux monsieur run DuckTales.
Et oui, nous avons le vieux monsieur serait-il plus généreux que le vieux canard qui donne 42 €, Eldenry qui donne 10 € en disant vive le gaming, Clovengen qui donne 20 €, let's go le meilleur Zelda 2D, je veux rien savoir, Link's Awakening c'est surfait, en attendant bourré.
Il y a un don de Val qui Pouette qui a donné 400 balles et qui a dit allez les demeurés, on achète. Bravo pour tout l'événement et plus petit que 3.
Pixovaldus donne 22 € en disant hâte de voir demain les 22 minutes les plus rapides d'Outer Wilds. Et évidemment, l'État donne 200 €, Trantora donne 100 €, Snow Pantera donne 15 €. Allez, le recordman du monde, on veut voir la RNG des Raptous et du Mindskip là. Deuxième don depuis la salle.
Et un don de 400 € de Matos Link qui a dit donne. Existe, prouve que tu existes. Merci à toutes et à tous de faire exister cet événement. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Bon, on nous dit qu'on est prêt, donc on va s'arrêter là.
C'est parti. Donc c'est Mirror's Edge.
Alors, c'est maintenant ou pas pour Nio
oui,
faut aller voir Nio.
On a que Nio.
Ah oui, parce que là, il est en train de se préparer pépère, mais voilà, on nous dit pas le top départ.
Il sera là pour donc Mirror's Edge. Comment vas-tu, Nio?
Est-ce qu'on m'entend? Oui, on m'entend.
Oui.
Bonsoir. Ça va? Je suis encore en train de m'installer, excusez-moi.
Pas de problème. Eh bien, donc on explique, tu vas être là pour la run de Mirror's Edge qui sera en any%, menée par Goop Soup et commentée par Bwix et Cell. Donc tu as un estimate de 37 minutes.
Ah ok,
voilà.
Dans ma tête j'avais 1 heure, c'est pas grave.
Les problèmes.
J'ai vachement révisé, pardon. Mais
attends, alors...
De toute façon, je reste en plus derrière pour Metal Gear Solid.
Donc Slam Meta a fait 2 dessins.
Oui, ça va.
T'es obligé d'en faire 2 dessins. Voilà.
Mais oui,
mais c'est pas une compétition, hein.
Ouais.
Évidemment, hein, mais voilà, pour l'instant, dans la tier list...
T'es toxique, Chacha.
Non, je dis juste un truc, c'est tout.
Je vais en faire 6. Non, c'est pas vrai.
Oh, je vais en tester.
Après, si tu fais des bonhommes bâtons qui courent, ça marche. Hein.
Oui, c'est vrai. Hein.
Exactement.
C'est vrai.
Bref, sans plus attendre, nous allons donc se
Bonne
mettre tout de suite sur la run de Mirror's Edge. Et donc, ceux qui fonderaient donc pendant la run de Mirror's Edge tenteront de gagner donc le dessin de Nioh, qu'on verra plus tard. À tout de suite. Bonsoir à toutes et à tous, j'espère que vous allez bien. Ça va, SpeeDons?
Hello, welcome back to SpeeDons 2025 English Restream, brought to you by Games Done Quick. My name is Myths, and I'm going to be commentating this run of Mirror's Edge by Goop Soup with my friend here, Wivery.
Hello. Very excited to be here. Oh, there's Goop.
Yes.
Getting ready for this run. So yeah, we'll be guiding you guys through Mirror's Edge. We're both runners of this game, so we'll explain all the tags, the speed tag, and make it hopefully understandable. There's a lot going on in this game.
Yeah, we often joke you need a degree and a full-time job to understand everything that's going on in this game, but we'll try our best. It's very fast-paced and complex speed run. There's a lot of cool movement and speed tech that you're going to see. So we'll try our best to explain it all as you see it.
And to be fair, also if you have never played Mirror's Edge before, it will just look cool. This game was just meant to be speedrun. It's a 3D platformer parkour game, so you can imagine that going fast it's basically the goal of the game. And for the speedrun, it just feels really natural. All the mechanics work really well together. So I think this game, even though the developers didn't intend it, maybe it's kind of built to be a speedrun.
Yeah, it's very satisfying to watch.
Yeah.
Looks like we're coming up to 800,000 euros donated to SpeeDons 2025. Very close, with 16 euros left.
Yeah, the crowd is getting hyped for
I can't count, that's 116. Actually, I can't count even more, whatever. I'll let you figure it out.
You can see it in the bottom right corner.
Thank you, 155.
We are very close.
There we go, even closer now, yeah.
Oh, you can see it going live.
50.
This is hard, y'all. We will definitely hit this during the run, maybe even before the run starts.
We're going to hit it in a second, I believe.
We're just going to hit it now, clearly.
Yeah. Surely. 5 more.
5 more.
There we go.
It is.
Wow.
Let's go.
Let's go. 800,000 euros raise.
Thank you. Everyone who donates, it's very generous. Of course, we are raising money for charity here, for Doctors of the World. So any money donated will go straight to them and will make it possible for them to help people in need, provide medical care all over the world. So we work in 30 different countries. So wow, $400 more. It just keeps going.
It keeps on going. Thank you once again for all the donations.
Oh, that's really, really generous. Here we are back to Goop Soup. That's a great way to start off the run, honestly.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah,
with such a milestone.
But Goop is looking ready and prepared to start now.
We know Goop is prepared.
Yeah, she's been improving a lot recently, and working very hard and PBing a lot. So I'm sure we're going to be in for a quality run either way. Once again, it's also her first marathon, so it's a big moment for her.
Yeah, she picked quite the marathon as a first one.
We love a bit of confidence.
Definitely, like a large stage. So very cool that she just went for it. And here we are now with the treat of Mirror's Edge, getting to show off this beautiful speed game. So thank you to Goop for submitting it and getting in.
Oh yeah. It's always hype when we get this game into marathons.
Yeah.
The community normally comes together and watches it.
Yeah, we have a pretty tight community. You would think for such a great speed game, maybe the community would be huge, but honestly, it's a comfortable size. It's like most people know each other. So it's
we're all pretty friendly with each other, so it's really nice.
Yeah, and like we already mentioned, we also, we are friends with Goop as well. So we have the backstage info. She's been practicing in the practice room. Oh, looks like she's on new game.
Looking like she's getting ready now.
I'm sure.
Countdown starting.
Yeah, there we go.
And off we go. So the hardest part of the whole game is to skip the training, but we've done that.
Great job.
Great job.
Professional.
Okay. First off, the first piece of movement tech you're going to hear is the side jump boost. You'll see her like jump to the side and then swing her camera 90 degrees, and that's our way of being able to get full running speed from a standstill.
You'll see that all over the game. Here we have 2 kick glitches, which is the next piece of movement tech you'll see everywhere used. Here another one. Basically, as you wall run on any wall, you can kick out of that animation. And after the kick animation, the game gives you 1 frame of grounded state, which makes it possible to jump off of that 1 frame. You will have to bind jump to a scroll wheel to be able to hit the 1 frame consistently. But that way we can basically get a bit of a double jump, because even if you're over a big gap in the middle of the air, you will get that grounded state. And like here, we will see another few kick glitches, and you just go flying.
Very nice movement from Goop right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Another thing that you'll see as well throughout the run is the wall boost. You'll see Goop right here rub her face up against the wall. That gives her a bit of a speed boost and allows for some pretty cool chaining of tricks along with kick glitches for some cool skips of segments that we'll see later in the run.
Yeah, that is the beauty of all these different movement mechanics, is that you can chain them very well into each other. So you can connect kick glitches and wall boosts, side steps. You basically always start with a side step to get full speed.
It's the foundation, I'd say, yeah. That was a beautiful prologue, by the way, and making our way into chapter 1. We're going to be seeing, I guess, the progression of the story. You won't really see too much of it because, well, we're skipping all the cutscenes. But I guess I should explain some of it at least. We're headed into the office of someone wanting to be mayor here to find out this game is actually a murder mystery in disguise and that our sister is being framed for this.
Yeah, so we are throughout the game kind of trying to solve the mystery of who killed this mayor. It wasn't our sister, we know that. And we are a runner, Faith. Named Faith,
yes,
which basically means we do hardcore parkour, delivering illegal packages, because this is a controlling government in this dystopian future that they have sketched here for us.
Getting past the guards, lovely there. We're going to see our first out of bounds skip here, chapter 1 skip we call it. You're going to see a kick glitch into a wall climb, getting out of bounds where we previously were, into a kick glitch into a wall boost, skipping a whole vent section, and allowing us to be on the slide as we go into what we call the flight section.
You see a lot of out-of-bounds skips coming up in this game. Since it is any percent, anything is allowed, and we really break this game, because honestly, it's surprisingly easy to get out of bounds in Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, even with just developer-intended mechanics, it's just very doable.
Because you had to use like a kick glitch.
Yeah, a lot of runners have struggled with it, to be fair. So good on her for getting it first try and clean.
It's that chapter 1 skip can be a bit finicky when you get started, but Goop having no trouble with it.
Yeah, some nice satisfying movement here through the rest of chapter 1. Coming up into
we're approaching an elevator here, which we will attempt to clip. This is something that's possible with a lot of elevators. Let's see if we can get on top of it. Yeah, nicely timed.
First try.
Yeah, so there's many different ways of clipping elevators, but we usually use it to like fall out of bounds and then be in a section a little earlier than intended. So that definitely saves a bit of time, because you don't have to wait for the doors of the elevator to open. Wow, nice chain here.
Nice swag. That's one of my favorite strats in the game.
These chains, yeah, let's go. Because it looks so impressive. You fall really far there. But normally, like, you would die from a height like that. But
The reason-
developers, yeah, you go.
Sorry, the reason you survive there is the developers just allow you to. They don't have a death trigger there on that platform, so they allow you just to fall from any height, and you should be fine if you land in that specific area.
It just works out. It's very, very convenient that they put that there for us. All right.
Now,
We're already
here's the end of chapter 1.
approaching the end here of chapter 1.
Yeah, very fast. I guess final little skip here. You're going to see a kick glitch underneath the train tracks. Normally you're meant to climb a ladder and go all the way above and take a zip line here, but we don't need any of that. And nice.
Grab the ledge. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy out of chapter 1.
So into chapter 2. This chapter has a lot going on.
Yes.
First of all, we will see another out of bounds skip here. Actually, a very large one. Saves like 40 seconds. It's called Cannoli because we are here in the canals, and I think someone mistyped it in Twitch chat once.
We just love our food in the Mirror's Edge community.
Yeah. It's stuck. Let's see.
Yeah.
So first, here we are already out of bounds. So we did a tricky climb to get up here. And
This is
will be
a major run killer as well. This is quite a difficult skip.
definitely. We call it like one of the big 3.
Yes.
3 very hard skips that you learn as you approach better and better times, and that are just very tricky to get right. Okay. Here it comes. Let's see if
It's 4 kick glitches. 1, 2, 3.
just missed it.
Just missed it.
Yeah, that can happen if you like either kick maybe too early or have a bit or are a bit low on the strat, because you need to be high enough to get that final wall run. But
It's fine. It allows us to explain it a bit more. I guess another thing, a technical reason why this works, is that all the checkpoint triggers in the game are accessible, and as long as you just hit them, you can quit the game and then reload, and you will immediately skip to that section of the level. So that's how this works.
Yeah, that's good to mention.
We're going to see her go for it again here.
Second try, surely. Yeah, so if she hits the trigger, you'll see a little loading icon in the bottom left, and then she can quit out and reload into that section of the game. Oh, let's go.
Nice.
Very
we take
nice.
the second try. Very nice.
So
Good on her for getting
loading
that.
trigger.
It's definitely been annoying at marathons before, so it's nice to see her get it. And
And I
here we are on the
guess-
storm drains.
We had basically a perfect chapter 1, so you can't have all that good karma without missing Cannoli at least once.
We should probably also mention the use glitch that you've just seen there, where you can interact with any item, any object, just by scrolling. And Goop's taking
and now she's
a death
going
abuse
back
here and walking back on herself.
to where she came from. Okay, and now
flinging
she's just
herself
going
onto
to
the top of
space.
storm drains. Okay. Now,
Yeah. So this is intended.
that's a fling. That's intended. Yeah, that's
Even
been
though our
found
acting might
for a
have been
while.
great, but it was actually to fool you guys. We little joke. This is intended a crazy mechanic that was recently found. It's a bit difficult to explain, but the Cliff Notes version is if you die and then don't jump and then get a wall run in a very specific way under a specific set of circumstances, Faith will get this crazy upwards wall run. It's not often in this game that we have this very specific set of circumstances, but it will come up one more time, so we will enjoy this fling, as we call it, right here actually at the top of these storm drains.
Yeah, it's convenient. These 2 tricks are next to each other, so we can explain them pretty much one after another.
Yeah.
So you're going to see her take a death abuse here, run back to where she came from, onto the swing pole, use the reaction time slowdown that the game has, and connect with the wall. Looking nice. First try, it looks like. Nice. Clean.
Yeah. That's also definitely a tricky skip, because like the camera movement, it may look like normal, but it's very specific where you have to look and how you have to line it up. Here another elevator clip.
I should probably get back to explain the use glitch before I got interrupted by the fling.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, if you make any animation, you can scroll, like let's say you slide or you punch, you can scroll during that and it will skip the animation of pushing a button or turning a valve or opening a door, which is nice.
All in all, that saves quite a bit of time during the run. Here
I'm taking a risk here by going for the jackknife kick glitch chain.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That is, as people say, the hardest part of this chain is not getting.
Yeah, that is very difficult strat. So it's understandable that she might not get it first try. We'll see if she goes for it again or not. It doesn't save too much time, but it's still nice to get.
Yeah, and it's just beautiful to look at. Once again, a very good example of kick glitches being able to be chained together.
Okay, she's just going to take the back up, the normal route. That's fine.
Then we can get to see the different section of chase.
Yeah, trying to chase Jackknife down here. Who's a fellow runner or an ex-runner?
Yeah, because like they programmed him to run right ahead of you, but once you learn some speed tech, you're so fast that you basically catch up to him all the time, and then he will have to teleport to stay in front of you. So he's a big cheater. He has no clip enabled.
Yes.
Right.
We'll see if we can get over this fence fine.
Glitch.
Nice.
Yeah, that's also a pretty precise kick glitch to get the damage boost there, making it so the group doesn't have to roll. So that's a nice little time save. Gotta say hi
there
to
he is in the elevator. I don't know how he got there before us, but there he is.
He's built different. Oh, are we getting it? Okay, very swag.
Okay,
yeah.
wow, okay. So that's a frame perfect trick.
Yeah.
And it's very precise to do.
In chapter 2, clearly.
I guess we'll explain that a bit later on, because there is a bigger skip involving that same tech. But
it's called a beamer. You'll hear more about it in chapter 5.
Yes,
Here, chapter 3, which has, because I mentioned earlier, there's the big 3 when it comes to scary skips, and the other 2 are both in chapter 3. First, we will have a big out-of-bounds skip, which is called 3A, 3C, because you go from checkpoint 3A to checkpoint 3C. And that also saves a bunch of time. You like skip going through an office, climbing up, getting chased by a bunch of guards. But first we will have to climb out of bounds. Both getting out of bounds and the actual chain to get the checkpoint are, like, I would say maybe equally difficult.
Yeah, they're both very annoying in runs.
Yeah. So here's the climb. First we get on this
little ledge. It falls down.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine.
It's these walls.
Yeah, they're annoying to get right. It's a specific timing that you need for the jump. And
some walls are just cursed.
Yeah. Yeah, the developers in this game enabled collision on everything, it seems. Yep. So you can just sort of bonk into anything and everything, and it will happen.
It's honestly a blessing and a curse, because it does make some really nifty tech possible when you have just the right lip of collision somewhere. But sometimes it's just... Oh, there we go. Now we're out.
There we go. There's the kick. There's the climb even. And here's the little kick glitch chain. A kick glitch into a wall boost, into another kick glitch.
Oh, yeah.
Into another wall boost.
That's also a mechanic of this game. So you saw
nice.
Very nice. Slow down time there. That is a button you can press called reaction time. And it will slow you down for approximately 5 seconds. So you can time tricky strats more easily. And you don't have like unlimited use of reaction time. Once you use it, it takes a bit to load back up again. Oh, how are we going to do this? Okay.
Taking our way through the 3C checkpoint here. We've got this helicopter shooting at us.
Nope.
But Goopa isn't phased, you know, she's making her way through it. She's doing great.
Definitely. Also, because right at the start, you can pick a difficulty for your experience with Mirror's Edge.
Oh, yeah.
Like the only thing it changes is how accurate guards are with their bullet shooting, and also how much damage the bullets do. So we always play on easy just to make it less likely to die. And yeah, there's not many sections where you have to be scared of guards if you go fast and play on easy.
I guess another thing to mention is that on console, it's a lot easier to get past guards without taking too much damage, because it's a lower FPS, which makes the guards slightly less accurate. But since we're on PC, the game's locked at 62, which makes them sometimes annoying to get past, but it's fine. And here we come up to the Crane's kick glitch.
Yeah. Infamous. This is the third trick of the mentioned big three. It's looking pretty good. Let's see if Goob gets some
Maybe
speed.
just enough speed? Not quite.
So the trick here is you have to get not just any kick glitch, but a so-called speedy kick glitch, which you can get by timing your jump as you get on this wall run. Very specifically, as you get bumped up by the little ledge on the ground there. And the game will just freak out and give you a ton of speed, which makes it possible to get over this big gap in just one kick glitch.
Yeah, sometimes like you can think you've hit it, but maybe because you didn't quite have enough speed going into it, you will just be a bit short. But this is looking nice.
Also in
Surely, there we are. Nice.
Let's go.
Very well done. That's the big three. Normally, the nerves can start kicking in once you've hit them all. But I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah. Now that we're out of chapter 3, I always actually feel like chapter 4 is a bit of a breath of fresh air. Because there's
It's a breath of fresh air, yeah.
really much to worry about.
It depends how risky you want to take it, really.
True.
But yeah,
I mean,
as with everything in this game.
Yeah.
You're going to see a slightly different out-of-bounds skip here at the start.
Also, very easy to get out of bounds once again.
Just climb over this barbed wire fence
hop over
and then
this
slide
fence
down.
and you're out of bounds.
Yeah. Luckily, conveniently placed, the respawn checkpoint and the level loading trigger are right next to each other, just under there, so we can just fall and pause the game and reload the level. And we're here in the subway now. And now we can try and beat the trains.
This is one of the
it's a lot.
skips. Yeah.
And it's not too hard to do as well, so you can boot up anything really and just give it a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, when I just started playing this game, this was one of the first big skips I learned. And it's very rewarding to learn because you're like, oh, I'm skipping so much. All right, here we are on a bit of a cycle with these trains coming past. And the goal is to get past them both before they arrive. That would be called 2 trains. We already missed the first, but maybe we'll get the second. It's fine. We're vibing in these subway areas. Yeah, exactly. 1 train, so let's go.
Sometimes you get jump scared by the train behind you, like right there.
Jump scared.
Yeah, that can be terrifying in runs, especially if you're on a good pace. But
I should have
got past it fine.
In Goop. She went out of the way just in time to not get hit by the train. All right, another use glitch there. You see Goop punch instead of having to press the button, which saves a bit of time.
And make our way to probably the only auto-scroller left in the game now.
Yeah.
We're just going to sit on this train for a minute.
Yeah, so this train takes about 1 minute and you only have to dodge a couple of obstacles. So let me take this time, since there's not much happening gameplay-wise, to remind y'all that SpeeDons is raising money for the charity Doctors of the World. And well, we just already hit a big milestone, but I'm sure we can push it even further. Oh my God, we're sitting at, what, 812,000 already? You guys are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Doctors of the World is an organization that provides medical care to people in need all over the world. Definitely a good cause. So if you're feeling like you want to donate, you can check out the link that is pinned at the top of Twitch chat, and everything will be appreciated. Right, here we are at the end of chapter 4. Just using a sign to stop us cheekily.
Now, immediately in Chapter 5, we're going to be going out of bounds already, just skipping a bit of running through the ground section and making our way past these guards here. Very nice and clean, actually, there. And we're going to make our way to the mall, not to do shopping, but to track down the killer of the mayor of the city from the last level, which you didn't see because we skipped it, but just trust me, it's happened.
Exactly. We're following these leads. We're being a little runner detective.
And a little mystery.
I feel like Chapter 5 is always, it's like the duality of Chapter 5. It's either it goes great and you get like a gold in your PB, or it's just awful.
It's very much one of the hardest levels to get right, in my opinion. Yeah. There's so many small things in this level which really can determine if your run's gonna be a PB or not.
Yeah, it's also one of the longest chapters, so if you're not feeling it, you're really in for a bad time. Oh, let's see, maybe Goop is a cool strat here, yeah. Oh, will she make it? Okay,
nice.
Never dies by me. Very cool.
A bit terrifying, but
bit terrifying. It's fine. Not going to lie.
Should we explain what we saw there? Because that was a sliding wall climb.
Yeah, you don't see sliding wall climbs that often in the run, but basically a wall climb can, besides upwards momentum, also have like diagonal momentum, sideways momentum. There you go.
Yeah.
So if you jump and then turn your camera into a wall, you will get a wall climb, but it will have this sideways momentum as well, which makes some funky tricks possible. We might see another one here actually, because there is one more. One common one more in Chapter 5. After these zip lines, first we're gonna clip through these guards.
Hopefully these guards don't mess us over. Oh, it looks like Goop just wants to skip that, going for New Eden chain.
Goop is
almost hits it.
Swagging off.
Yeah, just swagging off on us. I guess we get the best of both worlds because we see the swag and then we see the sliding wall climb.
Honestly, Goop's treating us with both strats.
Just wanted to show off more of the game, I guess.
Yeah. Do love to see it. So here we will take another elevator. One of the few elevators that goes down, by the way, in this game. And we'll enter the mall area. As we're standing here, did we already mention Goop has been PBing recently?
Yeah.
And it's been kind of cracked.
Yeah. She's been doing a lot of work. It's been great to see as well. She's a very entertaining runner to watch.
Definitely.
So it's just awesome to see her get this opportunity.
For sure. And it's paying off because this movement is looking very snazzy.
Yes. Coming up is the frame perfect trick that we were on about earlier.
Exactly.
We called it Mall Beamer. It involves a very precise quick turn when climbing a wall here, and that will push her back and make her able to jump out of it. First try.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Blessed. Frame perfect.
Absolutely
Human
blessed.
task.
Frame perfect. She's a god.
Yeah, so usually that trick, I mean, some people also just get it first try every try, but usually that trick takes a couple attempts because it is frame perfect and thus very precise. The nice thing is that if you fail it, you just fall down like 2 centimeters and can try again immediately.
Except sometimes you fail it about 50 times and then it's terrifying. But
that's also an option.
Thankfully, we got through it really well here, so very well done, Goop.
So
but that skips a whole section of running through the mall, taking an elevator, getting shot at by guards.
Yeah, actually,
it's a lot.
Maybe 40 seconds, because that needs to.
It must be something like that. Yeah.
All right. Well, here we are approaching the end of Chapter 5 already. We are out of this mall area, into this vent. Nice
vent jump. We'll be making our way to Chapter 6 in no time once we pass these stairs.
Fun fact, this level ends as you open the door. You don't have to specifically walk through it. It will just end once you open the door.
You can shoot it open and it will just end the level. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's the only door that does this. Okay, Chapter 6. Very orange. You might have thought Chapter 5 was orange. No. You ain't seen nothing yet. Chapter 6 is where it's at. Okay, we have out of bounds trick here, which basically puts us immediately into a factory. Normally you would have to go through a door, go down an elevator through an area with guards. But here Goop will do, first you will hit a loading trigger and then sidestep and pause, and the game will load.
Nice.
Around her. Very, very nice.
Yeah, missing that can lose about a minute or so running all the way back there. So it's nice that she got it first try.
Yeah, because you get no checkpoints.
Yeah.
At the start of Chapter 6 again.
But we're making our way through the rest of the factory now, after skipping most of it, and make our way down into the, I guess, big plot twist of the game?
Yeah. But why don't you explain the plot twist?
Well, I explain the plot twist? Okay, right. So, once you made our way through these corridors, you're going to probably only briefly see a bunch of monitors with information about the different runners who are Faith's friends, our main character's friends. And this company here, Pirandello Kruger, is a private security company. And they've been tracking all the individual runners, keeping tabs. And here's the Pursuit Cops, which is a new kind of enemy equipped with tasers. And they're going to be chasing us all the way down to the end of this level.
These are pretty terrifying. Not so much when you speedrun, but on a casual playthrough. I think really the sound design is what sells this. Because you can hear their little footsteps behind you as they chase you. And that really puts a sense of urgency, let me tell you.
That combined with the soundtrack as well, made by Soda Fields, really adds to the ambience as well.
So good.
The Goop's making her way through here.
It's already the final check.
Running away from the Pursuit Cops the entire way.
Very precise hidden springboard there. Basically, there, for instance, we make use of the funky collision in this game. Because you can just springboard, this is fine, of any collision where you first have one low piece of collision followed by a bit higher piece of collision. And that's why we call it a hidden springboard, because that was not intended. Usually springboards are like well marked red in the game. But this one is nice, and it skips a little bit, maybe saves 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's nice. So coming up into Chapter 7, this level's called The Boat. But we're not going to really be seeing any of that. You're meant to ride the truck into the boat and then chase the mystery killer through the boat and run around everywhere. But as you can already see, we're already out of bounds. We're just going to run past it all the way through to the last checkpoint of the level. Make our way over this fence. Nice. Very nice. You see the save icon there, quit, reload, and here's the last checkpoint of the game. Not the game, the level. What am I saying?
Yeah. We're going fast, but not that fast.
Yeah, imagine.
So here we beat up our masked assailant. And that will be the end of Chapter 7. Very short chapter. This is one of the biggest skips. I think together with Chapter 4 skip is
definitely
the most amount of time. And also not terrifyingly difficult to do. So if you want to start running this game, boat skip is one of the first skips you can add. And it will save so much time. I was really hyped when I learned it. I was like, I'm a real speedrunner now.
It's really fun to learn. And it's been known for quite a while as well, so it's been a part of the route for a very long time at this point. Yeah. So it's just one of those classic skips that we do in the run. Exactly. Making our way to Chapter 8 now, making our way, not having to climb these two buildings by just doing a little kick glitch to get past that into this elevator here.
Yeah, 8B is kind of where runs go to die. I mean, I've been saying that maybe for many things, but 8B is like, it's far into the run, and if you're on a good pace, this can be really scary because
this game is brutal to run with its checkpoint system, to be fair. So any checkpoint, if you die, you're sent all the way back to the beginning, and it's not fun. But this one in particular can be a run killer.
Yeah.
Specifically for this reason,
skip here. Where Goop
There's quite a precise out of bounds skip.
She's just doing things the right way. She wants to show off this game.
She wants to show off, yeah.
So
She's
this
going to jump
checkpoint,
down into this trigger.
which she has no issue hitting, is often a problem. Like, it's a bit precise to hit. But
Everyone's lost a run to that at some point. Yeah. Another part which everyone's lost a run to is the atrium. Wow, that was extremely clean.
Really nice.
We call that chimp strats. It's a bunch of wall climbs and side steps and jumping around. And we're going to be making our way through the rest of the atrium now.
Oh, we have a checkpoint, it's fine.
Slight death for a swag break, I guess. It's fine.
Exactly.
We're going to be making our way into another out-of-bounds skip. We call this one Ventrum.
This was not having it today. Yeah, Atrium is one of the most beloved sections of this game because
It's really fun casually.
yeah, like climbing up is not something you do often in this game, so it's pretty unique. Here we're gonna go out of bounds. This is already out of bounds. You might not think it, but here
You're going to really see it here with
here
all the
you will be
flickering
convinced.
textures and everything. Yeah. But we're not done yet. We have to precisely hit this trigger here.
Nice.
And nice. Got it.
All right.
And that skips a whole crawling through vent section, and we're here in the sniper area of Chapter 8. We're going to take an intentional death here, so we can put off a pretty cool strat. We're going to aim at the wall, a window, shoot, and that basically stops the truck. I think she got it, but she wants to show off something here.
Wants to show off an
That's a
Easter
little
egg.
rat Easter egg.
Rats. Thank you, Goop. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Goop.
The giant rats running across the street. Always good to see at marathons.
Yeah.
Rats represent. Yeah, we actually have a category, a meme category in this game called All Rats. And it's where you spot all the rats, because there's many crawling through vents and stuff throughout this game. And that rat, obviously, is part of that category as well. Okay, here we are in the final chapter, chapter 9. We are gonna be climbing a skyscraper called the Shard. And the music in this chapter is just amazing, once again.
Very serene.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful end to the run always.
Except if you're on like a PB pace run,
Oh yeah,
the nerves are very high.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, kick glitch nonsense.
Yep.
Goop is really.
We're gonna make our way past these guards with
Showing off.
ease here in the parking lot, and get to this elevator here.
You'll see all
Very
of these
nice.
are used glitches. So she skips the animation of having to press the button.
I guess the last major skip is coming up though. It's called Super Bev, and this is the terrifying part of the run if you're on pace. We're gonna get to the elevators at the end of this section with the guards shooting at you, and we're gonna do our best to clip it, and then try and fall into a loading trigger, an area that loads in whilst we're out of bounds. So nice, she's clipped it first try. But we're not done yet. She needs to run at the precise moment to not die, and make sure the area loads in properly.
Can be at the right height.
She's going to line herself up with this vent. Looking good. Very nice.
Beautiful. Textbook even.
Yeah, that skips a whole section of waiting in an elevator and climbing through vents and everything. And I guess also another skip here is the sniper skip. We're just going to get up here and jump across this, I guess, wall.
Yeah, this is a very, very thin wall. You can't see it because it's invisible, but you have to keep jumping, otherwise you will just fall. There's no issue for Goop.
Very nice. And here's the last elevator of the game coming up. We're going to get a lovely view of the city.
Yeah. So this is actually quite serene.
It's a calm spot at the end of a quite intense run. I guess I should probably take this time to mention that we do have a task recently made of this game, which I highly recommend watching. It breaks apart the game in completely unseen before ways. It's really like fantastic to watch.
That's really crazy. Oh, elevator.
And there we are, yeah. The end of the elevator ride, going to the server room.
Normally you would have to shoot all these servers to destroy them, and then the door will open in this hallway. But what we do is this, a cheeky clip over top of the door, and then you don't have to bother with the servers, and you're through that area in no time. Oh,
Very
three
nice.
threats. Thank you.
Always got to show off some swag at the end of the run.
You
Love
gotta.
And here we are, coming up to the end. We're just going to cut out here, skip a little cutscene. And here's the final jump.
Yeah, that cutscene is actually like 3 minutes, so very
It's
nice
so
that we
long,
can skip
yeah.
it. Otherwise,
If you go too fast here, you will not make this jump. So she's taking it intentionally slowly in time.
Yeah,
That's the run.
GG.
Very well done, Goop. Great run.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
In a 35-minute time. 2 minutes under estimate.
Nice.
Definitely nice. Yeah. We got to see all the major skips. Got to see different routes. All right. Well, let's say thank you to GDQ for having us. This was very fun to commentate. It's always great to get to show off Mirror's Edge and explain a bit about this awesome game. And thank you for SpeeDons, obviously, for this amazing event. And having Goop. Thank you, Goop.
Yeah, thank you for a lovely run.
Run.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to check out this game any further, you can always check out our speedrun.com page. There's a lot of resources and a link to our community Discord. And we're a really friendly community. So if you have any questions at all, anybody's going to be willing to give you a pointer and help you out.
Yeah, join the Discord if you're interested. I'd say this is a pretty, it's an easy speed game to pick up and very, very difficult to master.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you play it casually and think, oh, this movement feels nice, then I can basically guarantee you'll immediately enjoy the speed run.
But apart from that, I guess thank you to Games Done Quick for having us on, and enjoy the rest of SpeeDons. Metal Gear Solid 2 is up next.
Yeah, it will be great, so definitely stay tuned for that.
Ouais, l'inbound, c'est 69 stars, il y a des time trials. Faire un jeu, et c'est très bien de le faire normalement. Faites-le 2 fois, vous verrez la deuxième fois, vous allez encore mieux apprécier.
Évidemment. Et bien sur ce, on va pouvoir rendre l'antenne à nos ambianceurs. Merci à vous, restez évidemment, et bon les dons.
Merci beaucoup Biwix, merci beaucoup Cell, et merci beaucoup Soupe évidemment pour ce superbe run de Mirror's Edge. Ça faisait longtemps qu'on attendait effectivement enfin d'avoir une proposition de ce genre, et c'était très très cool. Du coup, on va aller retourner voir Nio.
Oui.
Parce que Nio, voilà, il y a beaucoup de gens qui t'ont donné de la force.
T'as vu Nio, j'ai essayé de faire diversion un peu au début de la run pour te donner du rab.
T'as bien fait parce que c'était très court, mais voici le dessin.
Oh,
superbe.
Si on voit quelque chose, c'est bon. Voilà, c'était très court, mais...
Ce qu'il n'a pas dit, c'est qu'il a fait ça en 10 minutes, évidemment.
J'avais fini 5 minutes. Non.
Voilà.
Oui, c'est ça, lui aussi.
Donc voilà, si vous avez fait des dons pendant la run de Mirror's Edge, vous serez peut-être l'heureuse ou l'heureux gagnant de cette illustration faite par Nio.
Absolument.
On te retrouve dans combien de temps?
Eh ben, j'enchaîne.
T'enchaînes?
Ouais.
Ah bah oui,
je reste avec vous.
Metal Gear.
T'enchaînes comme
c'est plus long, hein, Metal Gear.
Oui, merci, ça serait super.
A priori, t'as 1h20 d'estimate pour...
ouais, c'est très bien.
Parfait.
Je vais pouvoir y aller plus tranquille, c'est très bien.
Eh ben merci, on te retrouve juste après. On fera
merci à vous.
Après
très bien.
De
Metal
ambianceur. Et justement, vu que c'est notre dernier créneau, ma chère Jarmou, tu sais que moi, j'ai une tradition.
Tout à fait.
Tous les ans maintenant à SpeeDons, c'est de vous faire participer public. Donc j'invite tous ceux... Attendez avant de partir. Est-ce que vous pouvez me donner 2 minutes de votre attention et on se fait un clapping? Ouais.
Salutations.
Merci.
Voilà. On se lit 2-3 dons quand même avant.
Tu veux faire 2-3 dons vite fait là?
Il y en a eu quand même pas mal pour Coupe Soupe, notamment. Ils disent donc vraiment un plaisir de voir à SpeeDons mon jeu de cœur avec en plus une coupe soupe qui nous en met plein la vue. C'est un
Le
message.
problème, c'est que là, tout le monde se barre en fait. J'aimerais bien le faire avant.
Ah bah allez, vas-y. Franchement, restez pour Chacha là, sérieux. Allez, attendez 2 secondes. Est-ce
qu'on m'entend là? On m'entend? Ah voilà, je vais prendre celui-là du coup, ça marche. Ok. Tu veux m'accompagner, MV? Allez, tu m'accompagnes avec Jarmou? Comme ça, on se fait un kiff tous ensemble? Ok. Bon, je prends le micro parce que sinon, de gueuler de tout cela, ça va être compliqué. Vous me suivez? vous évitez de partir dans tous les sens parce que je vous vois pas, ok? Vous êtes partis, tout le monde les mains en l'air? Est-ce qu'on peut m'allumer la salle, s'il te plaît, Régie? Ah, parfait, ok. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. Merci à tous, vous avez été fantastiques. Incroyable. Merci pour ce kiff. Merci pour ce kiff. J'adore. Tous les ans, vous me le faites. Et je suis trop bien.
C'est bon, tout est pardonné.
Maintenant, vous pouvez aller manger.
Allez, ouais, c'est ça, bon appétit.
L'otage est terminé.
Merci aux bénévoles qui vont mettre aussi notre bouffe de côté pour qu'on puisse manger à notre tour. Ça refonctionne.
Ça refonctionne.
C'est bon. On a remis du savon, tout va bien, c'est parfait.
J'en profite également, pendant que vous êtes chaud, pour faire un don de 1000 balles. 1000 balles d'un anonyme qui ne donne même pas de message. Merci, qui que tu sois, vraiment, merci à toi. Bientôt le million.
On a eu Michael Scott qui a donné 10 € pendant la run de Mirror's Edge qui dit parkour.
200 € de dodo, le public est en feu, merci pour l'ambiance, let's go, les guns de fou malade.
On a Zigzag qui a donné 200 € et Altarus qui a donné 100 € disant saute, tire, mais surtout achète.
Il y a un don de 240 € de Flopish qui a dit « Allez, on traîne le vieux monsieur sur DuckTales, oh !» Mais ça fera 100 000 € de dons. Allez, le million, donnez.
Il y a Squalala qui a donné 25 € en disant « Seul MV peut vaincre DuckTales ».
Il y a Ken Master MV qui a donné 100 € et qui dit « Vive la course rapide au bord du miroir et vieux man pour DuckTales ».
Il y a Kainori qui a donné 750 € en disant en grand bravo à tous ceux qui rendent cet événement possible, que ce soit devant ou derrière les caméras. On pousse MV dans la race, bourrez les dons et on n'oublie pas, donne et achète. Il y a un messager syndiqué qui donne 13,12 € en disant don totalement apolitique. Merci.
Il y a un don de Brocoli Overdose qui a donné 200 €. Première fois sur place à Speedon. L'ambiance de la salle est folle. Ouais. Je reviens demain pour la meilleure journée avec du Outer Wild, du Hollow Knight et surtout du Céleste. Bourrez les dons.
Edwin donne 250 €. Bravo et bon event à tous les bénévoles, runnercasters et tous les autres.
Un don de 100 € de Gralotte et Lolo qui dit « Donnez-nous le vieux monsieur, on l'a vu du train, on veut le voir battre son record maintenant. »
Du train.
Je dis du train.
Du train. Non mais ça va, du train, très bien. Medoras donne 50 € et dit oui. Et on nous annonce, tout va trop vite, tout va beaucoup trop vite, mais ils sont déjà prêts. Pour Metal Gear Solid. Alors attention, Chacha, on n'a pas de caisse en carton, mais...
Attention, vous êtes prêts?
Attention, achète.
Et c'est parti pour Metal Gear.
Ouais, allez. Ah, bien sûr. Tu dites. Salutations, je suis avec le CAD. Comment vas-tu?
Ça va super. Hein. De toute façon, comment ça peut ne pas aller alors qu'on va quand même être témoin?
Oui, on va être témoin de quelque chose d'assez
plus gros beau gosse de l'histoire quand même.
Oh oui. Alors, on va être donc sur Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance sur PC, pas la version HD Remaster, dans une catégorie, déjà rien que le nom de la catégorie fait mal au crâne. European Extreme, Tanker Plant, NGOID, Node Game Over If Discovered, SSNG++. Bon appétit à tous.
Ça fait beaucoup. Ouais.
Bien sûr. Voilà, concernant le scénario du jeu, je pense qu'il tient en 2 mots, Hideo Kojima.
Voilà.
Et nous avons donc Azu pour run ce jeu. Comment vas-tu?
Ça va, je sais pas si on m'entend.
Si, on t'entend.
Hi there everyone, I'm Apache Smash. I'm really excited to be watching Azu play Metal Gear Solid 2 here, and I'm here with Juice as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Jesus Goose. I am also very excited to see Azu do this run.
Oui, on a fait le jeu.
And we're going to have a great time.
We are going to have a great time. I think Azu's just checking the options here. So an important thing for Metal Gear Solid 2 is you need to have your menu in set to previous instead of unequipped. That will just allow you to change between 2 items easily. And of course, load in a save playing on New Game Plus Plus. It's really important to play on New Game Plus because it'll allow us to skip a cutscene. And Azu's going to play with the radar off as well, and playing on not game over if discovered, and we'll explain that a little bit later because the tanker's going to fly by really quickly. So Metal Gear Solid 2 is split into two parts. There's the tanker section, which is about 10% of the game, and then the plant, which is the longer section. The plant is hyper optimized, so we're going to see so many different strats in here. I'm playing with turbo on as well, which is allowed. It just allows you to skip the cutscenes much faster. So as long as you move quickly at the start here, you can slip right behind that guard. We're going to see a really cool strategy in this room. Azu's going to put a trank into this guard, roll and take the shot on purpose, and land another trank in the back of the guard. And as soon as you knock him down, it'll put him straight to sleep. So taking that shot actually cancels the roll, which allows you to move quicker. This strat even more complicated. Going to put a trank into a guard here and then hold him up as well. And the guard will see us at the last second and then just fall asleep. Really, really clean from Azu there. This guard here, oh, he did a double roll accidentally. Do you see that? He skipped the cutscene and did a double roll, but he just hold up that guard to get past.
Yep. And then, like, a lot of this run is just really, really tight lines holding to where you're supposed to be to get around guards. The European Extreme version does a lot more hold-ups than the normal or any other version.
Yeah, he did a really cool strat there. He actually shot the wall to distract a guard that you couldn't see on screen. But we're coming up to the first boss, Olga. Olga will kill us in a single hit on European Extreme. As the fight starts, Olga can spawn either on the left or the right. So we got I believe that was a left side there. So you'll see her come around the left. And Azu's going to try and trap her in what's called the Olga loop. So he's got it here. She's going to look down, look back up. He's going to hit her in the head again. And you do this 4 times and it will immediately end the fight. So he's essentially trapped her in that permanently. That was a beautiful execution. You can see the look of relief on his face as well. He's so happy to have got that. Let's go, Azu.
Really beautiful loop.
Oh, the look of relief. I know that look. And he did actually attempt to do an animation cancel there called the dab drop, but it's really difficult to get. You just press the shoot button while you're unequipped as you're going off a ledge, and it instantly cancels the animation. But he didn't get it, so never mind. And now we're going to be... Sorry, you go, Jim. We're going to be heading down towards the engine room. Now that we have the USP from Olga, we're just going to shoot once to distract this guard. He goes onto his radio, but we can leave the room before the alert comes in. There's a new strat in the game called Prozac Skip, which is actually an engine room skip found by a runner called Chewable Prozac. It was found not that long ago. I believe this will be the first time in a Metal Gear run Prozac Skip will actually be shown. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. That's how new it is. So we go the left side rather than the right side, and we're going to actually glitch through this door here at the bottom. So Snake can glitch through doors. If you equip the magazine, and you look, you throw the magazine, and you turn into the door, it extends the animation to touch that load zone behind the door. Really well executed by Azu.
Really, yeah, perfect first try. Let's go.
This is a strange setup for the... I don't think I've ever seen this setup for the bombs, but if it works, it works. If you accidentally miss the sensors, the whole ship will blow up. So I do like that setup for a bit of marathon safety, making sure you hit them all correctly. And we're going to see a cool strat here. There's a guard walking towards us, and what you can do is you can put a couple of tranks into him in rapid succession to be able to knock him out. And what he does, when he gets tranked, he looks left and right, so you can carry on running straight at him like that. He's doing a punch just for the timing of the other guard who's coming past, to make sure you don't intersect his vision. And then there's one more guard that we run past. who is asleep. This next, it's kind of like a boss fight called the Guard Rush. We are at high risk of dying here, so there's many different ways that Azu can handle this, but he has to work quickly to take out these guards because we can't survive that many shots on European Extreme. So he's shooting him once with the lethal gun to stop him in place, and this is beautiful headshots. This is really difficult to do, and it's got him into a position where he can allow himself to hit these guards as they sweep from left to right. Oh, he took a shot there. That's really unlucky. As the guards come out, there's certain situations where they're shooting you where it doesn't actually hit you, but unfortunately the first guard decided to stop on the right, and it's allowed him to hit Azu. Azu's playing a little bit cautiously now because he's at risk of dying, but now these last 3 guards that come through, he's going to hit them all in the head in quick succession. And what happens is they don't count as kills because the cutscene starts before the game counts the kills. He was a little bit slow in the first one, so it might have counted.
Now we've got ladder skip coming up right now.
Yeah, he was doing quite a technical one there as well. Wow, oh my god. That was actually crazy. That was actually wild. He missed the first shot on the projector guard with the M9 because you can't auto lock him. And he had to like shoot again quickly. He was at such risk of getting seen there. So we hold up 2 guards, allows us to sneak past the back of them. Really, really difficult hold 2. Hold 2 is such a hard room, and Azu played amazingly there. I think he'll get the photographs of Ray from what's called 2-spot photos. There's 4 photos, but you only stand in 2 places to get them. And so you're essentially tricking the game into believing you're taking a photo of the Marines logo, which you clearly didn't. But I know that was a lot of talking, but the tanker is so intense. There's so much to explain. That was a masterful tanker by Azu. Just a phenomenal player. He's been around way longer than me, and always known as a player who's just capable of like really high technical competence in this game. He's a joy to watch, he really is.
Oh, yeah. So for anyone watching who's a fan of other games in the Metal Gear Solid series, if you're a fan of Snake, now is the time to get disappointed and remain that way for the rest of the game.
Yeah, at this point in the game, the main character changes to Raiden, which was unknown to people back in 2001. All of the marketing for the game did not hint at all that this was going to happen. They even had fake footage of Snake in areas of the game that he's not actually in. It was all part of it was a great trick pulled on everyone, and some people are still upset about it. Me personally, I love Raiden. What's he gonna write?
Happy birthday.
He's rapid on this keyboard.
HB Zerator.
He also did the happy birthday.
Okay.
If your birthday is the same day that your as the clock on your PC for the PC version, it'll come up with a little happy birthday as well.
That's delightful. Beautiful little Easter eggs.
On European Extreme, there's actually an extra guard here hidden at the back that the game doesn't tell you about. So what you can do with this guard is, as he stands up, you grab him in a chokehold, because you don't have any guns yet. So you just grab him in a chokehold, and a single punch to the groin will knock out guards as well. And now he's going to wait for a guard to notice him, and then move to the left side.
The rapid stand.
And now he's going to knock once for the guard on the left, and he'll be able to leave now. The elevator will come down in just a second. You want to make sure you don't prone or crouch on that elevator, because what's happening is the elevator lifts up and it pushes Raiden into the load zone. So if you stand in it, you actually hit it slightly quicker.
Fun piece of micro tech. So where are we going from in this strut up here? Sorry, where are we going to? I don't know how
We're
to
gonna go. We're gonna go down to the bottom and head out the left side. We need to hit strut B for the cutscene. We're making our way to Peter Stillman, and he will give us the coolant spray to begin diffusing the bombs around the plant. The reason we play on New Game Plus is to allow us to skip that Stillman cutscene, the bomb defusal tutorial.
Which is very long.
Yeah, super long.
And then there's a fun trick with this guy where you can roll into him in a specific way to make him fall off, and he'll die, and it won't count as a kill, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah, that's on the way back.
Oh, on the way back.
Yeah, we actually go through that cutscene usually twice, but I think he'll. We go through that strat usually twice, but I think Azu is going to show us a brand new strat for the bomb defusal. I'm going to let him do it first to make sure he's doing it, but there's essentially a much more complicated way of defusing the bombs, which I think Azu is going to go for. Like, it's one of the most technical things in the run. This game on European Extreme is very difficult to even complete. Like, as a casual player or first time learning the speedrun, just being able to finish the game on European Extreme is challenging. But to speedrun it and in the way that Azu is going to, it's just phenomenal. Just such a great player. And you'll notice sometimes he's doing an aerial into the load zones as well. We saw it on a door earlier. He rolled through the air into prone, and he also hit an aerial into the cutscene there. It's just a slightly faster way of moving through the game. So every single time you do an aerial, it saves 0.1 seconds, something like that. But if you do it wrong, you lose like 1 second. And there's an extra random guard there. So yeah, he's going to defuse this bomb first now that he's got the coolant spray. And as you defuse various bombs through the game, you'll actually get these mandatory codecs that come in. So he would be doing normally what's called counterclockwise, but I believe he's going to do something even more technical. I'm not sure until he does it, but yeah, picking up some chaff grenades here, taking out that cipher. It takes a few bullets to take out, and ammo is limited on European Extreme. The guns carry less ammo. Picking up ammo gives you less bullets, so you have to be careful of that. Just grabbing that bomb behind the door there.
And like I said earlier, everything's just following the tight lines. Here we go.
We're gonna get C.
Yep,
exactly what you were talking about. Yeah. So that doesn't actually count as a kill. Azu is doing what's called like big boss strats. It means aiming for no kills, no alerts, no continues. And getting the highest rank possible. And that's just how speedrunners play this game. There are faster strategies where you do get alerts, but players prefer not to do that. So yeah, oh, he missed it. He's going to take a shot there. I'm not sure, will he know the backup? If there's a player who would know the backup for this, it would be Azu. That guard managed to get onto his radio, which means that a team's going to come investigate, but he manages to leave the room quick enough, yeah. What he meant to do was hold up that guard, but instead he accidentally did an aerial past him. But right now, oh my god, you see how he threw the chaff grenade out, which makes the guard turn around and look at it as he went on the other side. Azu's going to defuse the bomb from the wrong side here, so if you get into the right spot, you can defuse this bomb without going all the way around. It's like you got to be on the exact right pixel to be able to do that. That looked amazing.
You want to explain a quick rise?
Yeah, so a coolant rise is where if you're prone on the ground, if you switch to the coolant, begin standing up, and then switch off it, you rise in one frame from the ground. It's one of the oldest techs actually in this game. It's been around since the beginning of time, or in other words, I think like 2009. But yeah,
we just saw Azu. Sorry, go ahead.
Azu, I'm just so excited. Azu's picking up the box, so he's going to do what's called the conveyor belt route. It is possible to glitch into the conveyor belt So the boxes that you pick up in the game, they let you get on the conveyor belt in strut E and transport to the different struts. There's a glitch to instantly get inside the conveyor belt, so you can use the box to teleport to different areas of the strut instantly. Oh, he just shot a guard in the face. He didn't mean to do that. He didn't mean to get that kill. He meant to shoot his radio, and he accidentally shot the guard in the head. But he's playing at such a high level, and he's doing really risky stuff constantly, so he's bound to make the odd mistake. He's shot a guard there, and he's also thrown out a chaff, and he's going to get this bomb from another location which you're not supposed to be able to get it from. So you're not supposed to be able to aim through that gap in the wall there, but if you stand in just the right spot, you can do it. So the guards were on alert there, but there's a chaff grenade out, so while there's a chaff, they can't call in an alert. And here he's in caution. He's going to roll onto a claymore, instantly rise on frame 1. If you're prone, you can pick up claymores off the ground. So he's just cleared this bridge now, so he can run back and forth on it very quickly. Now this is one of the hardest rooms in the game. It's even more difficult to do with a caution. There's multiple guards, and there's cameras that you have to take out. There's multiple guards. This is a very strange strategy using there. I've never seen someone use a peek around a wall like that. So he's taken out the camera so they can't see him. He's put certain guards to sleep. He's gone up to the heliport, which will clear that caution off. There is a bomb both on the roof of Strutty and on inside of Strutty as well.
And so this is before the boss fight, right? Like he'll have to continue doing defusals before he runs into the man who is fat.
Yeah, and you'll have Fortune before that as well. So you defuse all the bombs, you go down into the deep sea dock, fight Fortune, and then go back up to Strutty to fight Fat Man.
And he's got 2 boxes now, which means that he's that's the best girl in the game, I would say.
Yeah, we're going to see some shenanigans with those boxes now. So, he slightly missed that, putting that guard back to sleep, I think. Unless he's going to wait until... Yeah, no, he had to recover there. His health he's like one shot from death. If he gets hit by another guard, he's going to be taken out. But he's trying to get underneath here to get the stun grenades. And now he's going to defuse this bomb. So there's a bomb actually on the conveyor belt. It's on a box on the conveyor belt. And he was timing everything he did in that room to pick it up there. And now we're going to see the conveyor belt glitch. So he's going to climb inside of the conveyor belt machine and equip the box, and that's going to skip the animation. Normally the way you use it is you have to get on it at one side, and it takes you all the way around on the conveyor belt, and then you get transported to a different strut. So there's a lineup here. You essentially aim your gun. Oh, the backup team guard came in. He was trying to do it as quickly as possible, but a guard had hit his radio, so there were a team of backup team guards coming to investigate, and the whole time he's doing all of that setup. And I think it was just because he missed the first trank on the guard, like re-tranking the guard on the ground, that's what caused it. But now he's got to redo this whole room, essentially. Hopefully that guard didn't touch his radio there. And it's all on a timer as well. He has to do all of this and make sure he's in position to hit the bomb as it comes out of this conveyor belt. So unlucky. I'm so gutted for him. He's playing exceptional, but he's doing all of the hardest stuff possible, like back to back.
He's back to back. He doesn't have any rations to bring his health back up either. So I am kind of glad he missed.
That's the conveyor belt glitch there.
Amazing.
So transports all the way to strut C. It allows you to skip some of the going back and forth while defusing the bombs by using that conveyor belt to instantly take you to the strut. But yeah, this is the fastest by far, the fastest route you can take.
récupère quand même le sensor B.
He might have an issue here. He's just paused for a sec, but this is the fastest route you can do, but anyone would tell you conveyor belt is not marathon safe. And Azu has said, I don't care that it's not marathon safe, I'm going to do it in a marathon anyway, because it is exciting to watch. Strut D is one of the
exciting.
most...
I am kind of glad he got taken out, so we were able to see the strategy for that room in full. Not that like failing anything is great, but
yeah, no, it was just like a remix. It was the remix of the strat. Strut D has a bunch of bombs in European Extreme. He did some really cool strats where he used auto aim or lock on to put a couple of tranks into different guards at the start. And so there's 4 bombs to defuse total, and the whole time you're like on a timer because there's going to be like there's a guard who constantly checks in on the radio, so you have to be careful when you put him to sleep. If he doesn't check in, then they send one of those backup teams to check the situation out, so he had to be careful with his timing, but that was a really well executed strut D, one of the more difficult struts in the game. You'll sometimes see when Azu gets seen by the guard, he'll go into his box. That stops the guard, it like tricks the AI, so the AI doesn't shoot you. He instead turns to go onto his radio, which allows you to either knock him down or just take him out. And we're going to see this conveyor belt trick again. Absolutely beautiful.
amazing. And then for the auto lock on, this game has an auto lock on feature, and it has a first person camera feature. There's actually a boss fight at the near the middle of the game where it punishes you for using the auto lock on.
Yeah, the fighting against Vamp, it just doesn't work. Like, you can lock onto him, but when you fire at him using lock on, the bullets don't hit him. I think his name is Colin Pazzo. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it says Pazzo Traitor, which is funny. Like, Azu and Pazzo, another great runner of Metal Gear, are very good friends. But yeah, we're hitting this deep sea dock bomb, and then we'll be able to start the fortune fight. So the fortune fight is technically an auto-scroller, but there are ways to speed it up. There's certain conditions of the fight that have to be met before it can end. So there's a couple of different ways that you can do it. We're going to see Azu punch 3 times to the right and then go into the box. This will trick Fortune into destroying the forklift. And then he's going to do these pop-out shots. Every single time Raiden pops out from the wall like that, he gets invincibility frames. So he's completely invincible while he's doing that, as long as you time it correctly. And there's a couple of bosses that's useful, and it's useful against Fortune, and it'll also be useful against the Harrier. For anyone who's not played this game before, I would say 1, definitely play it. It's one of the best games ever made, and 2, Fortune can't actually die. So if you shoot a weapon at her, it makes a cutscene where the bullet will like swerve past her, which is slower. That's why you empty your gun, make sure you don't accidentally fire a shot at her. And also, it's just easier to do the pop-out shots with an empty gun. So, as I say, it's technically an auto-scroller, but it's not, because you can speed it up by making her destroy certain objects in the room. And that's why Azu is changing positions and did that setup at the start as well. And it's significantly faster as well. It's significantly faster if you speed it up.
So, that was, I don't know, the Path of Destruction was discovered, what, like 4 or 5 years ago? Oh my, I forgot what year it is. 6, maybe.
I think 6 years, yeah, 6 years ago, 2019.
Oh, God.
It doesn't feel like that long ago, right?
My bones are turning to dust.
Azu had to take a very careful line there. There are actually claymores on the ground before that door. You only get to see them if he plays wrong. But again, using the box to manipulate that guard to run onto his radio. And it is quite a strict timing. You have to do it at the right time, otherwise you're just going to get shot while you're in the box. He's hugging the north side of this rail. That will prevent, if you run on the south side of that rail, that guard at the end can actually see you for a second. I'm wondering what strat he's going to use here. So, yeah, he put one trank into the guard. I think he's got stuck a little bit here. He wants to get out before that guard gets up on the stairs. Oh, great timing, great timing. He risked taking a shot there. Really well played. And Azu cleaned up that claymore that's on this bridge before, so now he can... that was cheeky as well. He's destroying the cipher. But yeah, he can easily maneuver around that bridge because once you've taken the claymore, it's gone for good, which is different from Metal Gear Solid 1. Like if you clean up all the claymores in that minefield, they'll still be there the next time you come through it.
Which is to say, which implies that someone is just going out and being like, "Hey, where the heck are all my claymores?" and putting them back out.
Yeah, as soon as you go through the door, they just come out and start relaying them all down.
Yeah. All right, he's gone. We can put more bombs out.
And this is the defusing this bomb will begin the Fat Man boss fight. This is a really tough boss, and it can completely get away from you. So there's 2 bombs to defuse at the start, and what we want to try and do is knock Fat Man down and then stay as close as possible to him in order to be able to re-knock him down as quickly as possible and not let him get into that planting bomb phase. You can actually knock him down by shooting him in the foot like that. A lot of people don't actually know that, but you can shoot him in the skates to knock him down. And he'll allow you to do this to him a few times. If you are fast, you can shoot him in the head twice every single time you knock him down. Wow, that was so cheeky. That's such an Azu thing to do. Use the claymore. Not only knock him down with it, but get it out of your inventory as well. And he is taking the time while Fat Man is stunned on the ground to pick up a bit more ammunition. But this is where it gets complicated because Fat Man skates really fast and you have no radar to track him. You can't use sound to track him. It doesn't work like that. Like you can't hear what sound side he's on based on the sound. So you're trying to stick close to the ammunition to be able to keep enough ammo in your gun to repeatedly knock him down like this. But also you need to make sure he doesn't get too far away from you. If he gets too far, he will begin replanting bombs. The fight will get away from you and it'll take a long time. I think he needs 2 more here to win the fight. He should get that here. He has a chance to get both here. Really nicely done. Really well done.
Wonderful fight.
There was moments where it looked like, he had lost Fat Man for a little bit and you could get into a situation where he would begin planting bombs again, and the fight can take so much longer if that happens. But challenging fight, really well executed by Azu, and even showed us a bit of a swag strat with the claymore again. That was hilarious.
Yes. Yeah, that was amazing. It's been a while since I've seen this game. It's amazing. Are there any other new things that have come out besides the one thing and the other thing? Oh boy, Prozac skip and
yeah, there's
the conveyors.
Yeah, the conveyor belt strat is completely brand new. As I say, I don't think Prozac skip or conveyor belt have ever even been done on the GDQ channel yet. So it's nice that on the Restream it's the first look at it. I'm trying to like chronologically list all of the glitches and the strats in this game. It depends on what he does. I won't know until he does it or not. But the European Extreme category, it seems to get like more and more technical every single year. Something new gets found, and it feels that way for like most of the Metal Gear games. There's still, as I always say, there's more to find. He's doing a punch. Yeah, he was doing a punch buffer there. He wants to get into this room and he wants to shoot the wall with the M9 just like that. So he shoots the wall, the guard hears the sound and goes to investigate it, and it allows him to pick up this AK-74, which is part of his uniform to now enter the Shell 1. So you see on the left it's the BDU, and on the right he has the AK. This will allow him to walk around the Shell 1 and he'll be seen as a guard. If you miss any part of the uniform, you can't actually access the elevator.
Which the elevator is important because it brings us to an area that will allow us to see even more swag strats.
Yeah, and he did actually do a swag strat. He did like an aerial over the staircase. So there's quite a few staircases in this game that you can roll into, and if you do it at the perfect time, you'll land on top of it. And he's like doing stuff like holding up guards to cause that caution on purpose. That will give him a more favorable position for the guards in this room. When you enter a room that's on caution, or when you enter it normally, it changes the layout of things. Again, like it feels like he just plays so differently from so many other people as well. He's always a joy to watch play. Like Azu's phenomenal, and he always interestingly he always hits the lift twice. It allows it to come faster, and that's the same in Metal Gear Solid 1 as well. It's kind of a joke on people always hitting lifts multiple times. But yeah, he knocks on the wall there. He has to bring a guard up to this retinal scanner. And the way he knocks on the wall, he can just grab him as soon as he's running past and instantly throw him onto the retinal scanner.
That was a really nice instant.
We're going to find aims in this room. So the reason we picked up the directional mic is so we can find aims. It allows you to hear the sound of his heartbeat. Ames has a pacemaker, and so he's different. But that's God Ames. That's the best possible Ames. I was going to say, in New Game Plus, the location of Ames is randomized, and we have what's called a God Ames, which is the very first position in the room. That was awesome to see.
That was amazing.
Didn't even give me time to explain it.
Oh man.
And yeah, you equip your AK again, and that ends that cutscene. You get 10 seconds to do it. In earlier versions of the game, you would have to wait, no matter what. But in later versions, it was patched. Okay, so we're going to see. I think he's going to go for the fastest possible exit, because Azu tends to go for the swaggiest strats. So he's going to throw a chaff grenade down as quick as possible. There's a couple of cameras. There's 2 regular guards, and there's a backup guard. And he did it as well. That backup guard, that's so difficult to do. That's so difficult to do. That backup guard, even if the chaff grenade is out, it will, he's going to reset on purpose here.
Yeah, he's going to restart because we don't want to go through this bridge with the caution.
Yeah. Even if chaff grenade is out, alert guards can, like the backup guards that wear the big heavy jackets, they can still cause an alert. So after he threw the chaff out, he just rolled into that guard to prevent him from doing an alert. It's easy to mess up, and yeah, get rid of the caution. It's just going to make his life so much easier now. His AK ammo is not too important. Just use it to take out the ciphers. It's a little bit safer. And he's actually going back for the sniper rifle. You need the sniper rifle to progress the game. There is a cipher that you can't actually hit unless you have the PSG one. The game puts you just out of range of it to hit with any other weapon. So even if you were accurate enough to hit the sensor with a pistol, the bullet doesn't go far enough. So that's actually been tested. It's impossible to progress this part of the game without the sniper. And even if you do progress the game, if you like use a cheat engine or something to get past this section of the game without one, when you get to Vamp 2 later, if you don't have a sniper equipped, the game just kills you. I'm not sure if it's a soft lock prevention method or that fight actually
for being a cheater.
Yeah, possibly. But the Vamp 2 fight starts with you holding a sniper rifle, so I wonder if because it's not there, the game doesn't know what to do and kills you because of that.
So currently we're running over to the connection point between the north and south sections of the struts, and this connection bridge is full of bombs. It's kind of like the bombs from the plant, except now we're from the tanker, except now we're in the plant.
Yeah, there's the highest number of sensors on European Extreme as well, and it puts them in some pretty interesting locations. There's 2 that are on top of the ciphers. There's one behind that flag there, and then of course the game also hides a few behind us as well. And then I think he's got 2 more. Oh, he missed that one. Has he missed it again? There's actually
birds.
Yeah, there's a group of birds that are getting in the way. He's missed one somewhere. Is it that? Is it the flag? It was the one behind the flag. Alright, this is the Harrier. It's one of the most difficult bosses in the game. The Harrier will kill us in one hit. So we're going to do a bunch of things to avoid its attacks. We get the Stinger right at the start of the fight, and now it's going to fly overhead, and this is an opportunity to hit it as many times as possible. So he's going for, he got what we call a 4+1. And the Harrier's going to fly out, and as it's coming in, it's going to attack us with its machine gun unless we hit it first. But in Euro, it's so fast that you still have to move. And you can shoot over this strut to hit it again. And now he's going to do what's called the die shot. So if you set up in this exact position, you can hit the Harrier twice always, as long as you cancel the die cutscene at the right time. Execute perfectly again. You can see he's emptying his pistol, and that's because he's going to use that strategy used earlier against Fortune in order to get invincibility. Watch, Archon can really mess you up here flying this helicopter. So yeah, he's going to lean out, which makes the missiles not actually hit us. We get iframes. And now we're going to see the most obscene use of the iframes glitch. You get an opportunity to shoot one hit on the Harrier, and now he's just going to avoid the missile spam phase by repeatedly popping out like this.
Oh boy, that is a strategy. Just delightful to watch.
Oh, he was one shot short. He could actually finish the Harrier with a pistol if he had ammo for it. You can actually do damage to the Harrier with any weapon.
I think he did an empty shot to demonstrate that he could have won if he had any ammo.
That was an exceptional Harrier fight from Azu. Not an easy boss to even just beat casually. It's the leap of faith. First time as well. If you miss that, you die. And a cheeky aerial up the stairs as well. Azu's playing. Azu's just playing. I was just gonna say Azu's playing exceptionally right now.
Are there any fun strats to look at or that are coming up in this area right now?
Yeah, so he's wearing the BDU still, and that will prevent these guards from seeing him. So for some reason, it's kind of like MGS3, like the camo system, right? If you're wearing the BDU, these guards can't see you for the amount of time we need them to not be able to see us for. So as soon as we jump over this rail, if we hit the ladder quick enough, we don't get an alert here. So now he's using MGS3 camo years earlier.
And there's the distinct possibility that this section and the way the BDU works inspired the camo system.
It's very possible. I don't think it was intentional though. But he did another strat there as he was running past the window. He fired his gun, which distracted the guard and allowed him to run past. I don't think I've ever actually seen anyone do that before. It's just a very technical way of doing that room. And he's got one final chaff grenade left, which is just what he needs. Because there's a couple of ciphers on the way in. So you do one roll to get over the gap, another roll to get over the second gap, and there's ciphers on either side, so that's why you use the chaff grenade there.
And we are out of ammo for the fatal guns, correct?
Yeah, and we don't really use the SOCOM anyway. Like there are strats here and there, like we use it for distraction shots, but when you're going for big boss rank, he's not going to kill anyone with it. But yeah, we're going to swim.
I'm saying because the ciphers can't be destroyed with the M9.
No, exactly. Yeah, you can shoot them to take them out, but there it's just faster to use a chaff grenade and run past them because there's a few of them. It's much more efficient to just take them out with the chaff grenade, temporarily disable them with the chaff grenade.
And now we've got another technical glitch coming up.
Yeah, an extremely technical glitch coming up just after we've rescued the president, essentially. So we're going to use the Nikita, a remote control guided missile, in order to destroy the electricity, the electrified floor, which is preventing us from reaching the president. It's kind of reminiscent of another game where that happened.
No idea what that could have been. Certainly not Metal Gear Solid 1.
I'm really curious how Azu is going to move the president out of his way. So I've seen he's equipped the stun grenade. I think he's going to do it with that. So the stun grenade will go off. The president will be confused about what's caused it. And you're also going to see him, you can actually destroy this barrier here. So he destroyed the barrier with the stinger in order to fire it in this way. And the first person I ever saw do this was a runner called Platonic Guy. And like the first time I saw it, I didn't even know you could destroy those gates. But yeah, it takes like, I'm not sure how many stingers it was, like 8 stingers or something.
I didn't know that gate could be destroyed either. I think I've only been seing an older strat.
Yeah, no, that strat is still not commonly done. Even now, you won't see most runners do that. But Azu is someone who's always enjoyed even if it's a bit slower when you execute it, or even if it's more difficult to go for, he just loves this game and he loves to show off that kind of stuff. And that's part of why it's such a joy to watch. It's also why when I think like how's the run going to go, it's like I'm not sure. There's so many things he could go for, but we will see. It's not quite a sequence break, but it's a fairly large skip. He's going to skip most of the swim here on the way to Vamp. So in the first version of Sons of Liberty, there was a really easy way to get out of bounds using the elevator. You could just prone and press the button, like stand up, press the button, and it would knock you out of bounds. They got rid of that in subsequent versions. This is the Substance version on the PC. It was already patched by them. But there's another way of getting out of bounds that's much more complex, much more difficult to perform. He's going to go into the water, and essentially he's going to swim against the wall at a particular angle, and it's going to allow him to swim out of bounds, like out of the water. So he has to get on this corner, like swim against this corner. And I cannot like stress how difficult this is actually to perform. So beautiful 2-cycle swim glitch from Azu there.
Oh my gosh,
really tough to perform. And he's going to surface on the load zone for the Vamp fight. So that not only skips the swim, but it also skips a codec that plays the first time you get out of the water. It's like a mandatory codec. But the Vamp fight, there is essentially an infinite, a punch infinite on Vamp. So the first time he gets out of the water, he's going to use a coolant rise to instantly get up, and he's going to do as many punches as possible before Vamp again swings his weapon. That sword stab is a one-hit kill. If you're a little bit too far away from Vamp, when he finishes his attack, he will return to the water. We don't want that to happen because now we only get one more opportunity to set up this infinite punch attack on Vamp. So as he's going to be thinking, I've got one more chance to do this. The difficulty is you need to be close enough to Vamp when he finishes his attack. But if you're too far away, he'll dive back into the water. But if you're too close, he'll hit you with his attack and it'll instantly kill you, just like that. It's an instant kill. But he is
we have another chance to set up our loop.
Yeah. Azu is showing not only that, but he's also doing the instant coolant rides. Like he's having a lot of fun with it, and it is cool to see. You can see him laughing and the smile on his face. That is the kind of player he is. And no matter what, even if it's more tricky to go for, even if it has a higher rate of failure, he's still gonna do like the most optimal version of every strat. He moved a little bit too far away from him again, so you will get a second chance to set up this Vamp Infinite. And when you hang off, you're waiting to see what side Vamp goes on. So he can jump out and then he can walk round the left or round the right. And if you hang off like this, you can use the get up animation to get iframes again. So Vamp does the attack and you stand up out of the water like that. Come on, Azu, you got this. You're really waiting for him to begin the attack and then move away. But yeah, it's risky because it's an instant kill, as we saw. This is looking much better this time. And he finishes with a kick as well. Absolutely beautiful. It's a little bit faster to finish with the punch kick.
You can hear the crowd clapping, as they should.
Yeah, SpeeDons looks like an absolutely wild event to attend. I definitely want to attend the event in person in the future. As he's swimming around, he's getting the body armor. So the body armor will be used all the way at the Wraith fight later. If you're wearing the body armor, you can survive one hit from raised machine guns. All of its other attacks will kill you in one hit, but the body armor allows you to survive one hit from its machine guns. It also makes the Tengu 1 and Tengu 2 sections a little bit less risky. Certainly not risk-free, but slightly less risky because you can tank a couple more hits. So it's worth that extra 11 seconds to pick up the body armor.
Now we are doing our second swim section with EE.
Yeah, we're in an escort mission now. We have Emma Emmerich, who you see Azu just leaving behind there. You don't need to take her through that first door.
This game has a weird amount of requiring you to keep Emma close, but then also letting you get far away from her to do things like randomly. Like I believe up ahead, you can let her go when you call for an elevator.
Yeah, you'll also see in this next room, because we did the swim glitch, the door at the bottom of these stairs will still be closed because we glitched over it. And for some reason, the game allows you to open it from the other side. It's just strange how that happened to be left in the game, a way to open the door from both sides, because you should never actually need to open the door from that side. And as he was getting out of the water to get the PSG-1T, which is the tranquilizer version of the sniper, he'll need that later for the oil fence sniping section. He's got to watch out for these bombs. These bombs will one-hit kill Emma. So there was a couple of sea mines above and below him there. And then just one hiding behind this door. And he's going to use, rather than getting out of the water, he's just going to let Emma's health deplete. As long as you swim quickly, if her health gets down to below where the A is in her name, she'll sit down on the floor. So it's much slower. You constantly have to get her back up off the floor. But what he'll do is he'll take Emma as close as he can to the bugs without her running away, call for the elevator twice, and then run up and grab her. And that's faster than... Normally Emma's scared of the bugs, and so she won't move. But you can just kind of pull her over them. A lot of people will like trank her and put her to sleep and then drag her, but it's way slower to do that. You have to move quickly here. If you move quickly with Emma and take this kind of like L shape that Azu walked. I say that and then he didn't go for what I thought he was going to go for. But yeah, he's just going to take out the guards. This is a very clean way of doing this room. There's a couple of guards over this way. And yeah, he's just putting them to sleep. Oh, he's going to do a different kind of Emma teleport here. So he's going to exit the room and re-enter. And that's going to bring Emma closer to the door.
Yep. It puts her into the president's room, which this teleport was the one that was popular when I was running this game.
Yeah, there is a newer glitch called it's like called the Chelsea bump. So a speedrunner named Miss Chelsea's found a way that you could knock Emma out of bounds, and then when you reload the room, she's just in the favorable position just south of the door. But that's very difficult to go for, and it's a struggle to kind of like do it fast enough to save time, and it's also a risk in European Extreme because the guards will get an alert instantly to her and begin shooting her while she's out of bounds. Very strange in European Extreme, very difficult to do. But yeah, Azu just throwing the chaff grenade there to knock the ciphers offline. The other thing is the game on Windows 11 for some reason prevents you from knocking Chelsea out of bounds. So I made a joke about it a little while ago that Windows had patched Metal Gear Solid 2 to stop you from doing the glitch, but it's just a weird interaction with certain operating systems.
Oh, yep, that's a Windows patch.
I'm not sure why he's doing this.
What's wrong?
Did he miss the hand grab at the start of the room? I wish I could peer into the mind of Azu and see everything from his perspective.
Yeah, I think he missed the hand grab.
Yeah, this room very much is on a timer where you have to work quickly. I thought he hit the guard in the head, and then he hadn't. I was certain he had.
The guards in this room have really weird hitboxes. I know that the headshot for the first guard is in the middle of his back. And there's no unnormal, there's no second guard. So, but since the first guard's hitbox is so weird, probably he didn't get the headshot because the hitboxes are funny. Which leads us to ask the question, how can hitboxes be real if our eyes aren't real?
Here on the oil fence, there's a strange interaction with Emma, which she's probably not going to worry about too much. But essentially, if you stand in certain places, Emma will fall over, and if you aim in certain places, Emma will fall over as well. Sometimes in European Extreme, you kind of want the additional time. The speed at which Emma walks across the oil fence is once she reaches the end of it, this section ends. So it is an auto-scroller, but if anything happens to make Emma slow down, that will also slow down this section for you. But each time she gets halfway down the oil fence, guards will appear on the next tower of the fence. And there's ciphers to deal with. There's 3 guards on each tower part. So this is a tough section. And especially when you're doing big boss strats, like Azu is doing. So though he's lost big boss rank, he will still continue to go for those strats. So he needs to use the PSG-1T, the tranquilizer, in order to take out each guard. And then he has to use the lethal sniper to take out each of the ciphers. And although the positions are set, you get such limited time to deal with each part, if that makes sense. So, and Emma doesn't have a lot of health either. She will die very quickly if you end up in an alert phase, and ultimately it'll slow you down. This is a really long section as well to have to replay. So the last thing you want is for something to happen to Emma late on in the oil fence, because you've got to do the whole thing again, starting from the beginning.
So this, I believe there's an Easter egg when Emma is behind this.
It's both of them. So as she gets behind each, as she goes around the corner, if you use the D mic, it will have like an additional cutscene where you can listen into her voice. And yeah, those actually make her take longer as well. So if you do play those, they take longer. This is also one of the better places to do the additional cutscene. If you kill too many birds, the colonel will call you and admonish you for killing defenseless animals.
Yeah.
He got really close with that cipher there. It looked like she was. The cipher looked like it was really close to Emma there.
Well, it's Azu. Apparently, he can't do anything without applying swag.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is absolutely true. So yeah, you'll see she reaches halfway across the bridge, and then that's when the guards will appear. So it's directly related to her position. But in Euro, there's an extra guard on each tower as well. I've been calling them towers. They've probably got a more official name. Oh, he's caught her there for a sec. So yeah, she'll take a couple of hits there. It will slow her down slightly, but nothing to worry about. As long as she doesn't die, it's not a problem.
I'm surprised that Turbo.
Yeah, but everyone messes around with Turbo in these sections. There's one later that's like common for everyone playing with Turbo as well. There's also you can get like if you Turbo first person view, you can get like a really cursed image of Raiden, where you can see like the back of his face model. Truly cursed imagery.
Where like the camera is accidentally inside his head.
Yeah, exactly.
Currently, I think the people at SpeeDons are doing a countdown, or they're doing the D-mic conversation.
A girl?
Oh, did it?
What are you doing here?
I'm glad they included this.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
You're not gonna shoot me.
no.
Why not?
Stay away from good-looking women when you're fighting. Otherwise, you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
What are you talking about?
Ancient history. Don't worry about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but does this mean you're letting me go?
Well, you could have found a nicer way to say that, but sure. Better hurry.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Just run like hell. Oh, no, my stomach. Not again. This place is about to sink. Just get out fast, okay?
Wait!
What?
What's your name?
Don't have one.
Huh?
Okay, fine. It's Johnny. Oh, I'm not gonna make it.
Hey, if we run into each other again... What a weird guy.
Poor Johnny.
Yeah. So the story with Johnny, why they made him like that, obviously, Johnny's in the first game as well and has issues with his stomach. There was a guy who worked at Konami who was really messy, and they used to make fun of him, and that's why Johnny's called Johnny Sasuke. And
having fun over there.
Yeah, I think he killed some of the seagulls. But yeah, we're coming up to the end of the oil fence, and we'll get a second boss fight with Vamp 2.
Vamp 2 is a very long and technical fight.
Oh yeah.
Totally.
So it's going to be it's a tough one. We'll have to explain as we go. Because he's ridding himself of the bullets from the PSG-1T as well. The way I've seen a lot of people do it is they have 2 bullets, they fire 2 at a Vamp, and then they stand up and grab the other pack. But yeah, as I say,
He might. It's just gonna go directly to the. Okay. And then this, as I said, is a long and technical fight.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. What everyone does here is they just point their gun at Vamp and then turn it into a machine gun.
So this game isn't going to let up now. This is the back end of the game, the final section of the game, I guess, is just a back-to-back onslaught of really difficult room after really difficult room after really difficult room, really difficult boss fight. It's really challenging. And on Euro, there is actually an extra guard here. And the plant's now in lockdown, so you can only take certain rooms. So he's going to throw out the chaff. There is a couple of ciphers, one above the door which you just shoot because it's still there before the chaff grenade actually goes off. The gaps he left within the bridge are still there from earlier. So you have to make sure he left it in a comfortable place to be able to leave through. And yeah, we're gonna get captured now. We're gonna get captured by Solidus and Ocelot.
And we're gonna have the torture cutscene, which is fun. They have one in Metal Gear Solid 1 as well.
Yeah, this room is almost nostalgic, this room for MGS1. This, interestingly, when he grabs your face here with the tentacle, it comes up on screen, you know, press triangle to hold your breath. You don't actually need to do anything here. So even if you don't press a single button, you won't actually lose any health. It ends as soon as the oxygen bar gets to the bottom. It's more like a tutorial. That won't be the case later during the torture, but that one is just more of like a tutorial. I guess for people to think, oh wow, the torture in this game was easy.
Brace yourself.
And so we always lose health here. Olga will punch us, making this next section harder, much harder on European Extreme because we lose like a third of our health. And instead of waiting for Rose to call us, we're going to call her, which means he accidentally called us twice there, but that just means we get released quicker. If we do the call ourselves, it happens sooner. But yeah, we have no clothes, no items, no weapons, and the kind of guards, the Arsenal Tengus, they're much different to the guards previously in the game. They have some extra attacks. Azu answered the codec faster there. He held select as he left the door, which gave him just enough time to run past that first Arsenal Tengu. And now there's multiple different... Oh my god, this strat's really risky. This strat's so risky. Oh, he fell off, no! He didn't mean to fall off there. He'll know the backup well, but... I don't think it's that. He's just going to run for it. Oh, he's one hit from death. It'd be a miracle if he makes it through this. Oh, honestly, for a moment I started to believe.
Yeah,
I was just thinking he is the one. He's going to do it, but...
My belief was very firm right up until I thought it was going to happen.
Who's there?
So unfortunate. But yeah, he's going for the right side in the Jejunum, which is like... It's a very technical strat. He's got to run up to this guard before he turns around, because these guys don't radio in. They instantly alert. But if you're fast enough, you can punch and stun the Tengu so the alert doesn't come in. Oh, using first person to see where the Arsenal Tengu was looking. Wow, that's how it's supposed to be executed. Not an easy strat at all. I don't think anyone should go right side unless you're Azu.
Unless you're Azu. Luckily for Azu, he is Azu. So.
I wonder if he'll let the next codec play. I feel like he's doing silly stuff. Maybe the third one. There's a certain codec call that everyone loves. Interestingly, depending on where you stand in this room, is whether or not the game will progress. So if you're not stood in that exact position, the rose call doesn't come through. Like if you stand in the south, codecs will just go forever. I've seen people, lose runs to standing in the wrong place in that room. When you slash the sword once, a 45-second timer in the background starts counting down. If you never slash the sword, you'll just be in this tunnel forever. All right, we're just waiting a few seconds for this next round to begin. Tengu 1 is ridiculously difficult. That's why you grab the body armor. We've been punched by Olga, so we've already lost a section of our health. It doesn't take very much to kill us in this next room. And it's going to be like an onslaught of guards coming at us. We're going to throw stun grenades out, and we're also going to use the box. So if we get hit while moving, if you're in the box, and you get shot, you don't get stunned. You don't get knockback. So that's why you'll see people use the box here. We're trying to get to the door at the back of the room as quickly as possible because we're going to use the door glitch to get through it and touch the load zone. Much like with Snake in the tanker, how we glitch through that door. Raiden can execute the same glitch, but Raiden can actually do it in a different way. So you'll see Azu taking different paths. He's trying to avoid as much bullet fire as possible. The body armor allows him to take more shots, but he can't take an infinite number of shots. This is clean as long as he executes. Beautiful, beautiful door glitch. If you fail that glitch, you don't always get a second chance at it. The reason you saw Azu look up at the sky as well is it prevents Raiden from locking on to another guard. But I'm going to try and explain this. He's missed it. He's trying to trank Snake, right? He's trying to knock Snake out here. He's going to reset. Yeah, he's going to reset. He's attempting to do what's called the Tengu 2 skip. So this section is just waves and waves of guards coming into the room. But if you knock Snake out with the M9 and grab a guard, and essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to... Oh, he's doing the coolant skip. He's knocked Snake out, and now he's going to keep all of the Tengus from the first wave for alive for a certain amount of time. It's about a minute. If he keeps the first wave alive, the game eventually reaches a state where it says, we can't spawn new guards in, but the old guards aren't gone yet, so maybe they're stuck somewhere. And what it does is it just ends the fight because it doesn't know what to do with the state it's in. It assumes like maybe one of them got stuck, maybe one of them's lost, and the player won't be able to complete this section. The problem is, if you leave Snake up, if you don't knock Snake out, Snake will just destroy all of these Tengus, just kill them all. And the other way you can do it is by holding one of the Tengus, like choking them in a chokehold, and you just carefully, you choke them very slowly and keep one alive for as long as possible. But this is the much funnier way of doing it. And yeah, so...
Yes, this strat does have the level of swag.
Yeah. I just like the idea of... Oh, nice bowl at the end there. Nice bowl. And you see the alert goes down. You see the alert going down. He was also rolling and trying to make sure he doesn't take any more hits because you don't want to lose any more health before the Ray fight. If you thought those last two rooms were really difficult, here's where it gets even more difficult. The Metal Gear Ray fight is the most difficult boss fight in the game. I think it's fair to say. Some runners would say, oh, it's so easy, anyone can do it, but it's not. On European Extreme, you have to destroy 20 health bars. So each ray has its own separate health bar. You have to take out 20 health bars worth of rays. And it's no joke. It's I think the fastest it's ever been done is in about 4.5 minutes. Most runners will be somewhere around the 7-minute mark. So it's, even for the best players on Earth, it's 7 minutes of non-stop avoiding the rays, trying to damage the rays as quickly as possible, and making sure you don't take a single hit, because if you get hit by anything except the machine gun, you're dead. If you get hit by the machine gun, you can survive it once. So yeah, it's no joke. You also don't have the amount of stingers that you need. You can only carry 20 at a time. You need way more than 20. So you also have to manage your ammo, manage your movement, and what he's going to try and do is get the rays into what's called the loop. So he's going to be able to constantly fire stingers from the shortest amount of space possible, so they don't have to travel as far, and that's what really speeds up this fight. So you go one leg, one head, except for when they do the scream. Oh, if he had got hit by that water cannon, he was dead. This is wild already, and you'll sometimes see him hit them in the face. It's just to stop them in place. Oh, lucky. That's so unfortunate. So the Rays, after they get defeated, they walk off stage.
And that one just happened to walk on.
Happened to catch him. Yeah, he was stood slightly in the wrong place. But we'll get another look at the start. So right at the start of the fight, each Ray does a scream in turn. And when they do the scream, the mouth is open, so you can get like a high damage shot on them. But you notice he's like got as close as possible to the Rays, and that's so the missiles will travel the shortest distance possible. He's like thinking, I'm not getting hit by the Ray walking off stage again. That was funny. He also it was difficult to get a stinger onto the Ray because the one walking off stage was stood in front.
Was in the way.
Ooh, unlucky. Come on, Azzy, you got this. This fight's no joke.
Very tough. This is a very good player. We're gonna, well, even if we're here forever, we'll have fun, right?
Yeah, I'm down to just commentate Rays forever. Sure,
yeah,
why not? But yeah, he's trying to set up at the start. He's getting as much damage as he can while he can go like leg head. It should be obvious, but obviously you can't fire another stinger until the previous one has exploded. So if you miss any of these shots, the stinger's going to fly out into the abyss, and the whole time you're just waiting for it to explode so you can fire another shot. So being accurate is important, and it speeds up this fight tremendously. It's going to get another one here. That Ray's dead. It's now going to walk off stage. It's going to hit the one coming in. There can only ever be 3 Rays on screen at once. You see like a background of all the shadows of all the different Rays, but they aren't like real objects yet. You can't hit them. But he's set up quite nicely here. He's got 2 of these. He's got one on stage, one stuck just off stage, and he needs to get a hit on this other one to stop it as quickly as possible. He doesn't want them to walk off to the left and right of the off stage, because then they'll be quite far away. The missiles will have much further to travel to deal damage. I think he's in a better position this time, and as the Ray comes on stage, you have to be careful of it landing on top of you. You have to be careful of it walking on top of you as it leaves, and then of course all of the attacks: the machine gun, the knee rockets, and the water cannon as well. So multiple different ways to die, and it's a long fight. As I say, it's even for the best players, you're looking at 4 to 7 minutes.
Sick dodge.
Yeah, he had its number that time. As he had the Ray's number that time, he wasn't gonna go down like that again. When you fire a stinger at a Ray as well, even if you'll sometimes see him just shoot one at the Ray's head, and the reason is even if he doesn't do the max damage, like when you shoot in the leg and open the mouth and then hit it in the head, it does way more damage. But even if you just hit it in the head, it stops it from doing an attack. So sometimes you just want to keep the Ray kind of stunned. Only one is active on stage at a time, but the ones off stage can still do attacks. But yeah, he's in a much better place now. This is allowing him to just hit both Rays off stage with an onslaught while the Ray on stage is walking off. And he's keeping these 2 stunned here. They can't walk off to the left and right. Doesn't have far to hit them. This is a much better position. So yeah, he's just killed that Ray on stage with a single hit, because that's how low its health was. That was great awareness to realize that's all it needed, and it allowed him to turn and hit the Rays off stage sooner, which means they don't walk away or walk out too far. And then as the new one comes in, he's instantly stunning it off stage. I think this is really a fight where it's pretty plain to see how difficult it is. It's pretty plain to see that there's a huge amount of technical competency to be able to do this effectively. And so the Rays all do have names as well. You'll see the names change, but the letter that you want to look out for is, you see how it says Ray, and then there's C, and now we're currently in the D's. It depends on how many health bars you damage. There's a certain amount of health that you have to take off the Rays, and in European Extreme it's 20 health bars. He's in a really good place now. He's going to be able to stun this one much sooner and keep them all really tight around him. It's going to be getting close to the end of the fight now.
Right, and which is the last of the series that we're looking out for?
Technically, you don't know, because you don't know the exact amount of damage that you've dealt. So you can sometimes end in a strange place where you hit a Ray in the leg. You hit a Ray in the head, and it does a little bit of damage to his health, but then the fight ends. because it's not like a set amount of raise, it's a set amount of health that you have to take. But usually ends around the E's.
Around the E's. Shoutouts to Emma Emmerich.
There we go. Absolutely fantastic, Azu. Really did get it in the end and show everyone what an absolutely masterful Ray fight looks like. Not an easy fight at all. That was a joy to watch.
Now we've got the real torture coming up, I believe.
Less so. Of course, Turbo is legal in Metal Gear Solid 2. Turbo was so difficult in the original and Substance that it was actually nerfed in the HD collection. So this game has a lot of mashing, not just the torture, but all the codec skips and cutscene skips. So Turbo was legalized, I think, in I think it was 2019, something like that. So we don't have to worry about the torture much anymore. But there are still some players that still do it. Tyler 2022 or Brackon, sorry, he renamed himself to Brackon. He'll still do the torture just because he loves to do it. And most of the players can do it. I'm one of the players who can't because it's rough on the old wrists. But
yeah,
I'm glad Turbo's legalized because this torture is ruthless.
For the torture, you need to mash at about 9 hertz, and anything anything faster than that, and it will drop inputs and make the torture much harder. And it looks like Azu actually did the mashing, though I'm not sure.
No, he didn't. You can see in the bottom right where it says Turbo. So that was when Turbo's turned on, it'll show there, and when he turns off Turbo, it'll disappear. But I don't blame him at all. I think he just let it go, and so the health drained as quickly as possible to get it down to the lowest health. And then turned it back on. I think he was just messing around. But yeah, this is the final boss fight in the game. It's Solidus. We only have a sword to fight Solidus with. And we're going to see the Solidus, the eye patch loop. Essentially, Solidus wears an eye patch. And so what Azu will do, after he does this kick, is he will punch him a few times, and then he'll swipe on the side where he can see. And Solidus will block, and then he'll go to his other eye, and on the eye patch side, and he'll be able to hit him. So he's hitting on his eye patch side, Solidus will block on the side he can see from, and then we just do this over and over again. There's a break at the midpoint, because Solidus always has an unskippable cutscene, but time will be once Solidus' health bar is depleted.
Not the actual health bar, the lower health bar.
Yeah, the lower health bar, yeah, the stamina.
The stamina bar. Because we're going for a non-lethal kill on Solidus, which a non-lethal kill is not an oxymoron in any way whatsoever.
And before the cutscene, Solidus will dash to the side that he has the most space from you. So you want to make his dash as short as possible. That's why Azu ran over to the right side to make Solidus dash to a shorter location in order to make that unskippable cutscene come in faster. He does say this is where it gets interesting, but then the fight essentially almost doesn't change at all. Oh, unlucky. Don't do that again, Azu. Oh my god. I so thought he was dead then. That attack is a one-hit kill. But yeah, we're just re-engaging the loop. Keep Solidus as close as possible. Keeping him in that infinite. So 2 hits on the side he can see and he'll block, and then 4 hits on the side where his eye patch is, where he's weak.
Sorry, I feel like I should be commentating in some way, but I am just enraptured by this loop.
Yeah, so it is part of the challenge, especially when it goes off script as well. It becomes so enthralling so quickly.
Yeah. That was a absolutely fantastic comeback.
Beautiful.
Azu bringing him back into the loop, and that's the game.
That's time for Azu. Absolutely beautiful run. Incredible player. it was, as I said to you before, like it's always a joy to watch him play because he'll always go for this real technical stuff. Whatever the most difficult thing to do is in the game, as he's going to go for it no matter what. What a joy to watch. I really enjoyed commentating it with you.
Oh yeah, I had so much fun commentating with you. Yeah, and that's Metal Gear Solid 2. I don't know if I have anything else to say.
GDQ, thank you for doing this restream. Thank you for restreaming SpeeDons. I'm really glad that we get to watch the runs from different countries that aren't normally accessible, and I really hope it continues. I really hope other language streams get restreamed in English in the future. Thank you for having me. I'm a Apache Smash. I play this game too much.
Yep. Thank you for having me as well. I am Jesus Juice. I have watched a lot of people play this game too much.
Have an amazing event, everyone.
Merci aussi pardon, j'ai oublié Repeat. Merci à Becca d'être venu, merci à Mr. MV, merci à SpeeDons, merci à vous pour tous les dons, de participer à cette
Apache, do you have any shout-outs to give?
Yeah, shout out to you for being here. Thank you, Jesus Juice.
Thank you. Shout-outs to our boy, Precious Roy, who I'm sure is watching Enraptured right now. Shout-outs to the entire MGS2 community as well.
Turbo banger, bien entendu. Et puis moi, c'est que le début de Manu. On se retrouvera plus tard. On retrouve nos ambianceurs. Bisous, bisous. À plus.
Effectivement, Mr. MV, salut à tous, salut Lyon, Mr. MV qui commence à peine.
Oui, il commence à peine parce que je crois que vous allez le retrouver pas dans la run qui suit, mais celle suivante, et tout y compris, ça va pas arrêter toute la nuit.
Et puis, comme c'est lui qui fait le planning, il s'est mis une run, une petite pause, une run, une petite pause, bien de trucs pour pas dormir.
C'est-à-dire qu'en plus, tout à l'heure, on l'a croisé, on s'est dit, tu veux pas un peu juste calmer? Non, c'est mon event, je fais ce que je veux.
Il en a jusqu'à 11h du mat, je crois, et après ce sera le dernier jour, donc il pourra pas dormir non plus.
Bah oui, mais il est là de toute façon pour porter la chose, donc ça fait plaisir. Merci Lyon d'être aussi agréable depuis le début de cette soirée, ça fait plaisir. Ça fait plaisir. Et oui, sachez que vous êtes bienvenus ici, que quand on était à Paris avant, sachez-le. Bravo Lyon, bravo Lyon.
J'aime bien ce que tu dis, la petite conférence comme ça. Bon alors, bienvenue à vous si vous nous rejoignez. SpeeDons, marathon caritatif de speedrun qui dure jusqu'à demain minuit. Voir un tout petit peu plus si les runs dépassent, si Mr. MV fait des remerciements, probablement ça dépassera.
Les remerciements en général c'est 30 minutes en plus.
Au minimum, on est sur un minimum. Donc effectivement, ça dure jusqu'à demain. Vous pouvez évidemment soutenir la cause en faisant des dons ou alors en achetant un t-shirt comme ceci, regardez. Attention, attention, attention. Pardon. Attendez, non, attends.
Ils l'ont dit.
Je l'ai mal mis.
Tu l'as mis.
Attends, je refais.
Voilà, ils ont les bons réflexes.
Tu achètes. Et d'ailleurs, pour tous ceux qui font des dons, c'est vrai qu'on n'en a pas trop parlé, mais vous pouvez aussi gagner un ordinateur.
Ouais, on a un ordinateur, si je ne dis pas de bêtises, d'une valeur d'environ 3 000 €, mesdames et messieurs, qui est juste ici. Tu peux le montrer, vas-y.
Celui-là.
Et vous pouvez bien sûr participer à l'enchère. Il vous suffit juste quand vous faites un don d'au moins 5 €.
Ouais, exact.
Sur le site, sur l'interface de don de SpeeDons, vous cliquez juste participe à l'enchère et de toute façon, vous serez, vous pouvez concourir pour essayer de remporter ce truc-là qui sera tiré au sort à la fin de l'événement.
Très bon PC, hein, je vois RTX 4080, Intel i7, 32 Go de RAM, SSD 1 Tera, écran 240 Hz.
Vous allez pouvoir faire tourner du vieux jeu. Alors ça,
et en effet, tu l'as dit, valeur de 3 000 €. Et pour tous les dons supérieurs à 5 €, vous rentrez dans le tirage au sort. Et c'est pendant tout le week-end, donc même si vous
avez encore le temps de participer.
Et puis même si vous avez fait un don jeudi, évidemment, il n'y a pas de problème. Alors effectivement, le dessin.
Et oui, on a Nio.
Il arrive ici. On a Nio qui normalement.
Tu m'entends?
Je t'entends Nio. Alors est-ce que tu as fini? Est-ce que ça s'est bien passé cette coloriage?
J'ai fait ce dessin du métal.
On voit à l'écran, oui. C'est trop mal. Il y a le petit. Il est là. La boudoule. C'est le boulot qui l'aura, quoi.
C'est vrai que pour le nom.
Et le lore, moi dans le lore j'ai deux noms. Spignon et
il y a Bigoul, ouais. Et messieurs, j'ai eu le temps d'en faire un deuxième.
Oh, c'est pas vrai. Un deuxième dessin qui me régale.
Un peu rapide, mais allez.
Oh oui. Il est incroyable celui-là.
On aime bien les trucs un peu. Il est de dos ou... Ah non. Est-ce qu'il est de dos, la boule?
Non, bien sûr.
Ok,
il
très
de
bien.
face et il fait oh. Voilà.
Bien sûr,
acheté, bien sûr.
Oh, il est exceptionnel.
Voilà, donc on fera gagner aussi celui-là, j'espère.
Oui, bien sûr.
Ah ouais, grave.
Voilà.
D'ailleurs,
Incroyable, Nio.
tu reviens dessiner quand, Nio?
Moi, c'est terminé pour moi.
Enfin,
c'est terminé.
Enfin, enfin, il se casse parce qu'on n'en peut plus. Hein.
Mais merci beaucoup en tout cas, merci à toutes et tous, merci à SpeeDons bien sûr, comme toujours, merci pour ce si bel événement, ainsi que pour ces causes qui sont si importantes. Merci infiniment à vous toutes et tous.
Bravo Nio et merci Nio. Parce que vous dessinez, depuis jeudi,
Et d'ailleurs, il est à l'origine de sélection d'équipe de la direction artistique de l'événement, ça fait plaisir, merci beaucoup Nio. C'est très très fort ce que vous avez fait, même si on ne sait toujours pas le nom de ce machin.
C'est vrai, alors c'est Béboul, Spignon. Alors quelqu'un le tout premier jour avait fait un don et avait dit j'aimerais qu'on l'appelle don homme. Moi c'est mon.
Oui, on m'a raconté ça, mais ça n'a.
Don homme, c'est exceptionnel, don homme. Sinon il y avait boule don.
Ouais, bon.
C'est pas.
Après, la bidouard qui était censée régir le nom de cette boule.
Mais je crois qu'MV il a pas voulu. Il a pas voulu. Il m'a dit non, ça pue la merde. Donc,
ça arrive apparemment selon la régie.
Ah, peut-être après la run d'MV à 100K, on met la béboule.
Ok, voilà, oui, au moins, vous pourrez choisir à la maison et s'il vous plaît, travaillez.
Moi, je pense que
des beaux jeux de mots.
Je pense que ton homme, c'est vraiment exceptionnel.
Oui. Il n'y a pas que des Roland McDan qui nous regardent, je l'espère.
Non, si tu veux, plus celui-là, t'as vu, en plus, il s'accroche, il y en a des spéciaux un petit peu. Non, c'est vrai.
D'ailleurs, à savoir qu'on vous en a affiché tout à l'heure avec Zerator pendant la run de Metal Gear Solid, mais il y a plein de petits lots que vous pouvez remporter. Bien sûr, en participant au don, on a parlé tout à l'heure de l'ordinateur.
Là, j'en vois deux skates, là, par exemple.
Ouais, par exemple, là, il passe là devant, les spignons.
Vous avez des lots, effectivement. Alors, c'est vrai qu'il y avait les lots Metal Gear, mais il y en a d'autres.
Ouais.
Et vous avez notamment le PC dont on vous a parlé. Il y a la Game Boy Advance SP Speedon. Il y a l'album dans lequel que vous pouvez acheter. Il y a un spignon crochet, il y a un skate custom Speedon, effectivement, Speedon 5. Vous avez une sérigraphie Sifu qu'on vous affichera probablement pendant la run également. Ouais. Donc, on rappelle, pour gagner les lots en thématisé avec les jeux, il faut faire des dons pendant la run. Notamment les dessins.
Exact, et aussi n'oubliez pas bien sûr que lorsque vous faites un don via l'interface de cocher le bouton qui vous permet justement de pouvoir être tiré au sort, parce que sinon vous ne pourrez pas concourir dans ces tirages au sort et ce sera caduc.
C'est vrai,
on n'a pas envie que ce soit le cas.
Vous cochez ça et vous cliquez sur ajouter une enchère.
Voilà, exact.
Et comme ça vous pouvez participer au défi, notamment cette fameuse run, peut-être du recordman du monde de DuckTales qui s'appelle Mr. AMV.
On la veut cette run.
On la veut là. Aux alentours d'une heure et demie du matin et on en est pour l'instant à 74 567 € sur 100 000, sachant que vous avez encore 2 grosses heures pour compléter, donc il faut.
En plus, pendant Metal Gear, on en a vu beaucoup qui justement donnaient pour cette enchère, cette initiative, donc n'hésitez pas à continuer, on va y arriver, je crois en vous, mesdames et messieurs. Je vérifie s'il y a d'autres choses, mais nous on arrive quasiment, n'empêche, 150 000 du million bientôt.
Ah clairement.
Ça c'est fort. Hein.
Clairement. Et surtout si après ils doivent mettre des balles pour l'appeler Tomboul ou machin.
Oui, il y a intérêt.
Ça va y aller.
Ça se donne quand même.
Je me dis que ça va y aller. À suivre, la run de Viewfinder, un jeu, si vous ne l'avez pas fait, qui pourrait vous retourner un peu le cerveau.
C'est un mindfuck total.
Un estimate d'une trentaine de minutes. Après, on aura Sifu, Castlevania, GoldenEye, puis DuckTales. La soirée est incroyable.
D'ailleurs, je crois, si je ne m'abuse, que pour Sifu, il y a quelque chose qu'on peut, je le dis à la française, désolé. Il y a un petit truc qu'on peut encore décider. Oui, vous avez le costume, si vous voulez, mesdames et messieurs, faire un don en ce moment. Vous avez bien sûr la run de Mr. MV, comme on vous l'a dit juste avant. Alors, on l'espère, bien sûr, on prie pour. Mais vous pouvez encore aussi choisir le costume qu'aura le héros de Sifu pendant la run. Je crois que pour l'instant, c'est Bruce Lee qui est devant à 37%.
Ouais, à 400 € près.
Ouais, voilà, vous pouvez encore concourir pour il y a Old Boy, le Skin Deepman ou aussi de Drive. Ce serait quand même pas mal.
Un peu moins de succès pour Drive, 2%.
Ouais, je suis un peu déçu.
C'est
pas pour mon Ryan.
C'est pas vraiment le buzz, effectivement. Bon, en tout cas, énormément de dons aussi. Merci beaucoup à vous du soutien. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui font des dons pendant cette run. Notamment, Drevanor, qui dit merci pour tout. Et surtout, achète, nous dit-il.
Achète.
Évidemment. On a Ray qui nous dit avant j'étais un Metal Gear, depuis j'ai pris une roquette dans le genou. Donc voilà, malheureusement. Et on me dit, on est déjà prêt pour la run suivante. Donc on a à peine pu vous rappeler ce que vous pouviez gagner, participer, qu'on y va.
Ça s'enchaîne très très vite.
Il y a encore beaucoup de dons qui sont là, parce qu'en plus on est sur une heure où il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont là et sur le stream aussi. Même si vous ne pouvez pas faire de dons, n'oubliez pas, juste partager le live, c'est déjà
très très fort. Et on vous rappelle qu'il n'y a pas de petits dons, vraiment, si vous
exact.
Ne serait-ce qu'un euro, c'est vos moyens. Tout fonctionne et ce qui compte, c'est que vous êtes là ici à Lyon et aussi à la maison. Et place à la run.
Place à la run, Viewfinder, à vous sur scène. C'est parti.
Bonjour. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. On est samedi soir là. Samedi soir, le public est complètement chaud ici. Est-ce que c'est vrai?
Au top, magnifique. Bah, bienvenue à tous. Très content d'être là. On va vous présenter un run absolument fantastique de Viewfinder. Un jeu un peu Minecraft, que très bien dit les ambianceurs. Un peu à la super luminaire, un peu bizarre. Et pour vous y habituer un petit peu, on va faire aussi une petite alerte gerbotron, ça va aller un peu dans tous les sens. Blake va commencer. Blake, notre runneuse. Un peu d'applaudissements pour Blake, s'il vous plaît. Blake va commencer. Qui va vous présenter rapidement le jeu. Les bases.
All right, hello, GDQ Restream. Welcome back to SpeeDons 2025. I am Brian Otto. I'm so excited to talk with you about Viewfinder, and I am joined by Satan herself. Satan, if you want to say a few words.
Yes, hello. I do not play this game. Oh. But I'm here anyway. I think it's really cool, and I'm excited to be here.
It is an awesome one of my favorite games I played. Man, when did this game come out? Was it 2023 now? And time goes by so fast.
Yes.
Time isn't real. Anyway, one of my favorite games I played in 2023, and it is a very, very cool. I would call it like a perspective-based puzzle game. So if you have not seen this game before, buckle up and try and pay attention. It's going to really mess with you. It looks like Blake is running us through a few of the mechanics that we're going to be seeing throughout the run, including a rewind feature, which is really, really useful, especially for trying some of these harder strats that we're going to be doing. So anyway, yeah, I'm excited. I love this game. I loved running it for the brief period that I did, and I'm excited to talk about it some more here. So. And it looks like we are on the way to hit 900K hopefully during this run as well, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk a little bit about who we're benefiting in the middle of this, because we are benefiting an incredible charity here. But anyway, let's get to it. All right, we are doing our little run and jump puzzle. We actually are not supposed to cross that bridge, but Blake jumps onto that little wooden pylon and we're out. So as you can see, our goal is to get to these little viewfinders and click them. And you're supposed to use the level geometry and these photos that you sort of manipulate the level geometry with to get there. But we're going to do a lot of messing with the game in this run.
Yeah, these are little Polaroid pictures, and so the main gimmick of this game is that you can place the picture anywhere, and then the picture becomes real, and that includes all the physics that come with it. So there's a lot of various physics. I don't know if I call them abuses, but manips and other strategies that we're going to be using. This is, of course, the tutorial level, so we don't have access to a camera yet to actually take any pictures ourselves. But this is a very particular strat. That angle to get on top of this rail here and jump all the way across is
really
very
hard.
tight.
And you can already see the rewind coming in handy. Very nice.
And one thing that you'll notice is that these end gates don't actually have to be completely put together. You can basically cut off almost the entire bottom 3/4 of it, but as long as the little screen at the very top is in place, that means that you are good to go.
We'll be taking advantage of that quite a lot. Get places. But yeah, this first world is really kind of just introducing you to the basic mechanics. Is Blake gonna break the game here?
Oh my gosh, what happened?
What happened?
So this is kind of the big the big reveal of what is actually happening in this game. So this game takes place very far in the future, and you are in a simulation. We'll take a look at the left outside here, and you'll see the entire world it's very orange. It's basically been completely decimated by the effects of climate change and global warming. And so what we're doing right now is we're investigating this old simulation that these scientists put together to try and basically reverse that and bring plant life back to the world. So that's our ultimate goal here.
Yeah, it's kind of like WALL-E, but if it were different.
It's kind of like WALL-E if it were different. I love that. So we're going to go back and grab this exact same picture again, and we will be on our way to one of my favorite sequences in the game and in the run. It's very, very cool. The Sad Owl Studios, the developers for this game, you can tell just had so much fun putting this game together. This game is actually 50% off on Steam right now. I did check right before the run. I think it's
huge.
$12. I really recommend picking it up. There's so much love and passion put into everything they created here, and you're going to see a little bit of that come into play with some of the drawings that we're going to pick up. It's not just pictures, it's also drawings.
And sometimes pictures with slightly glitchy subjects, as we'll see. But yeah, this is a really cool sequence where Blake's gonna fall through a bunch of geometry here for different things. Here, she's gonna land on that little rock and then jump to this cactus, really taking advantage of sort of the physics of this game. Grabbing that as she falls. Going onto this pillar so she can get into the back here. Looks so cool. I love this sequence.
And I think,
And a lot of it is much more precise than it looks. Oh yeah.
One of the rules of these teleporters at the end is they have to be standing upright enough. So the reason you saw Blake rewind there quickly was because she could tell that, like, oh, yep, that's not going to let me activate it. This level here introduces another mechanic. This is the photocopier. So it does what you might expect. You put a photo in, it copies it. Now you have multiple of the photo, which we're going to use to duplicate these two batteries, which we need to put on this battery pad in order to activate the teleporter. This is a huge skip. This particular room, there's a lot more you're supposed to do, but if you just stand at this precise spot, I love that it just completely breaks the level in half, and you're able to complete it very, very fast.
Nice to rewind there.
And it's funny, I would say like one of the biggest, skill checks in this game is like if you are able to get the correct angle of rotating the picture with your scroll wheel quickly, like if you're able to find the exact step and the exact angle fast, you actually save so much time throughout the course of the run. It's wild. Also, we're introduced to Kate briefly there. Shout out Kate. That's the cat of the run.
Who we unlocked pets for, so we will presumably be seeing that at some point. Thank you for your donations. And we're about to do a skip here, a cool,
very cool skip.
Out of tram skip.
So what we're going to do is this tram is going to take us to the next biome, and it looks like she might still be able to get it.
Not quite.
Just barely missed it. There is a backup for this, though. If you the quit to menu only lose. Oh, no, we got it.
Oh,
okay.
No, she got it. Yay.
Yeah, so you clip out of bounds during the level transition, and then it just teleports you back to where it expects you to be, basically, and so that ends up saving a pretty substantial amount of time.
Yeah, you kind of smush yourself against the wall and then go forward at a certain time, and that's what'll do it.
So this level in particular introduces some perspective puzzles where you need to be standing in the right spot to kind of line up this artwork that you see behind you. This is going to be you'll see this repeated throughout the run in various different areas. This level in particular is very much not a lot of tech. You kind of hold W and just try and find the angle, but it is an important introduction to a mechanic we'll see later. Nice. And yeah, I would say one of the most important aspects of this game is, especially with these, is player positioning. You know, it's important with the perspective stuff. It's also important in terms of where exactly you're standing when you place a puzzle, just because depth perception is quite hard with this game.
I think we're about to see, not in this level. Okay. When we have those sort of 3 little panels or 4 little panels together, Blake's going to do in later levels probably a really interesting skip where she's going to look at the ground and sort of the ground's going to snap her to the right position. Like the game thinks that you're in the right position to solve that puzzle, so it'll snap her automatically to that. But I think that one might be safer to just jump around. We'll see if we see it.
This
That's
series
a very
of levels
tight jump.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough jump. This series of levels is going to introduce the stationary camera now, so we are able to take pictures just in a specific spot. We got a pet. We got a pet in. You love to see it.
Oh, another one. Count them down, chat.
I believe there's 25 that we have to do.
I think we're going to get 25 whole pets. Oh.
This is what's so nice about the rewind is that you make a mistake, you can instantly fix it. And yeah, this is what the camera allows you to do is, if you take pictures of a battery and then you place down the picture with the battery is now duplicated. I'm hoping Blake goes for a particular strat on this map. This is one of my favorite strats in the run. I'm curious to see what she's going to do here. Because now not only are we duplicating pictures, we're also duplicating cameras. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool level overall.
Yeah, as far as I know, Blake goes for some of the riskier strats in the game. I don't know if she's going to go for all of them today, but definitely one of the players who is not afraid to look at a hard strat and go, I'm going to do that.
This level is going to introduce us to what we usually refer to as juggling. The batteries have very odd physics to them, and if you kind of pick one up as you're placing it down at the right time, you can effectively juggle them on the way over. That's honestly so much harder than it looks. Tight jump here.
Harder than it looks and much more efficient than going there and then going all the way back to the second one. So, yeah, this one's hard.
Yeah, that jump is very annoying. There's like a very slight piece of geometry that you need to jump off of there in order to make that gap.
By the way, for our English audience, we are getting so close to 900,000 on the English donation.
Oh, we are
total,
literally.
so
Oh my gosh.
so
Yeah,
close.
I just looked over. Holy moly.
Please click that link in the pinned comment if you'd like to donate to Médecine du Monde. It's an incredible cause. They've been an international health NGO for over 40 years and helped in so many places, including France. So it's really amazing what we're going to be able to help with them and to do with our donations. And nice, another tram skip.
Yeah, and you'll notice that, so when you get it early, you kind of sit in the level transition area and then, boom, just are immediately teleported to the next level. So now we will finally be introduced to our own camera, which is going to really allow us to break the game open. So I'm curious if Blake is going to go for the strat that you mentioned here, because it saves a ton of time.
I think she is,
Yes.
yeah.
Here we go.
All right. Just kind of have to waggle and get into the right position, then the game
Yeah,
says, oh,
so
you're good.
it's very positioning dependent. Nice. Okay, we got it. Basically, you just need to stand at the exact point in which you would normally like solve that perspective puzzle. Oh, we got a pet in as well. Man, Blake is so efficient with it. You love to see it.
She is pretty good at this game.
All right, so we finally are going to get our own little Polaroid camera, and here we go. This is when I feel like this is when the run really begins to take off.
You also get the most iconic sound effect in the game.
Yes.
Gonna hear that quite a bit.
Yeah, this world, definitely one of my favorites overall. This is a really funny solve where you take a picture of the wall, but you also are taking a picture of everything that exists behind the wall. So you could just solve it instantly.
We had a Wii on screen while that happened. That was
I know. And as you can see, the pace it moves way faster. As soon as you get the camera, everything just really starts zooming. And here's what I was talking about with only needing the screen.
That's a great solve, and it's much harder than it looks.
Yeah, there's so much, like the framing of the picture, the angle at which you place it, or the angle at which you place the pictures. Is so much precision that goes into every single strat for this, because this game it really doesn't give you a lot of leeway in terms of like what the correct angle is or what the correct position is. You have to get it right.
It's true. I'm always wondering now when we see Kate whether we're going to get a pet the cat in.
Yeah, there are lots of opportunities for it. I wonder if we will see one. Got to see one here, right? Surely.
Yep, there we go. Aw.
There we go. Had to find the right angle to get the pet.
Just like everything in this game, angles are everything.
Now, this level in particular, oh my gosh, I'm like, I keep thinking she's going for a new strat, but it's just a cat pet, which I guess is kind of a strat.
Yeah,
This
that's
is a
kind of
really
a strat, right?
Big juggle, little fling there almost.
Pretty darn nice. Love it.
This level
I
is.
feel like there should be a new category called cat percent.
True. This level in particular is really annoying because you have to place this down at kind of an angle. The amount of times my batteries have rolled straight off the map. Too high to count. And so this mission, or I guess level in particular, introduces the lever or mechanic. So we're going to have to, anytime we're taking a picture of the end level the end level, or the teleporter, there's the word I was looking for, we have to also make sure to capture that entire wire in the frame. Otherwise, even if a small part of it is cut off, we will not be able to finish the level. So that's why you see Blake waiting until the exact precise moment in order to get some of these falling puzzles. This level is so cool.
Yeah, I mean, you need to power up that viewfinder. How are you going to do it if you don't get the entire cable one mission? It just makes sense.
the wheeze.
The little wheeze going every time she falls. This is incredible.
This level introduces these little power pads. You step on them, and they will power the teleporter for a brief period of time. You can see that little like timer right there. And so that allows you to cut off some of the wires for the duration of that power pad, basically. So the game is just basically continually introducing more mechanics and more difficulties to the puzzles. And everything will eventually, they keep stacking new mechanics on top of each other, so the puzzles do get more and more difficult. And honestly, the strats just keep getting better as the run goes on.
Yeah, I can't wait for finale. There's so much cool stuff going on in the late game. Oh, jumping upstairs is faster.
So I'm curious. There is a strat you can go for. This level gets really, really weird with perspective. Everything just starts kind of like shifting randomly. I'm curious. There's a strat you can go for here that we refer to as the frame rewind. I'm not sure.
Blake does do it in PB runs. We'll see if she's gonna do it here.
Yeah,
and she put it in our little info sheet, so I'm guessing she will. Which is wild. Cool. It's about a 1 in 1/20th, 1 in 1/20th of a second strat. It's very, very precise.
This is definitely like the bane of a lot of viewfinder runners' existence, so it's very difficult. You have to get that rewind thing right on the question mark at the exact specific moment, and this battery will just reappear, basically.
Yeah, it was fake, and it's going to be real when she gets it.
It will eventually be real. Nice, there we go. There we go.
That's extremely precise, frame perfect, maybe even more so than that. It's really good. Well done.
All right, and here we go. This next sector in the level is probably, I would say, one of the hardest. It contains one of the most infamous skips in the game. It's called the mug shot. You might have heard us talk about this if you caught the interview last night. It is very, very cool. This particular tram clip is one of the more finicky and difficult ones. Fortunately, if you do miss it, you can just quit to menu. And then continue, and you get teleported right to the, like as we're seeing there, you get teleported right to the top.
And we were just teleported to the top of 900,000 US
we got
dollars.
It. Let's go.
My goodness.
900K
Come on,
US.
chat. Let's keep going. We're already at 901. Like, come on. Let's just keep going.
And again, all those donations going to Medicine du Monde, an incredibly important organization. They do a lot of important work all across the world, including in places like Ukraine and Palestine right now. Could not encourage y'all enough to get your donations in. And I'm talking right over this in one of my favorite strats. We're basically abusing the rewind mechanic here by also sitting in a chair at the same time. So it stores your position in the chair, which allows you to like jump again in the air as soon as you finish the rewind. And the reason that you'll see that Blake is moving her camera upward is she's using that to help time it up, because as you can tell, you like sit in the chair, and then the upward camera movement is the indication. There you go.
Nice.
So it basically allows you to like get a jump in midair as if you're jumping out of the chair. It's a very complicated trick, but it's also probably my favorite single like thing in this game.
It's amazing. You manufacture a double jump by abusing chair physics, and the rewind. It's really cool.
So here we go. This is the mug launch. Almost first try. This
that was close.
Is a very precise physics manip where you have to run on this mug at the exact angle to have it fling you up. Nice. There we go.
Well done. Yeah, third try is no, not a bad one. That's a really hard strat. And also,
the hardest part about that, yes.
Bri made up that lineup. Just
I suppose yes, that is a lineup that I made. I appreciate
humble.
you plugging that.
That's what I'm here for.
Now I love this strat because you just take a picture of the end level or the battery pad and then just place it there perfectly, and the battery falls through the floor. So many clever solves in this run. That's always one of my favorite things about puzzle games is like when you're speedrunning it, it still kind of feels like you're playing it intentionally. You know, like maybe you're not solving the puzzle the way it was supposed to be solved, but you're still thinking creatively to solve the puzzle. So I don't know, puzzle games are cool for that reason.
yeah, it's a whole new dimension to the puzzling of the game. And I feel like Viewfinder in particular is so cool because it does give you a lot of freedom. So you're able to just kind of like make up all these other solutions. Also, we're doing
Here's another one of these
map tricks.
The angle is incredibly precise. Usually when you line up the perspective here, the game kind of like slowly moves you into the right position. So finding that exact angle is, I'm not confident in saying like it's pixel perfect, but it's pretty close to.
Yeah, Blake is doing an incredible job going for hard strats, nailing them. This is really impressive.
And like actively, you can tell she has routed in all, like she knows exactly where all the pets are.
Where the pets should go. Yeah, it's not even just like, it's amazing.
It is so cool.
Speaking of, we actually have a prize if you're looking at the right side of your screen, just real quick.
No way.
For the Polaroid and a picture of Kate. Kate, that is incredible. Donate for that?
I need that.
Yeah, I need that like now.
This level introduces these little like sound boxes. So you stand on one of those little panels. It produces a sound, and then the sound is what activates the next trigger, which is what you see Blake doing there. I'm curious to see what strat Blake goes for here. There's like quite a few different strats that runners will use.
I think
for
she
this
goes
particular
for the,
room.
Yeah, for the jump one. Yeah.
Nice. That was really efficient. Nicely done. Little parkour.
Yeah, that one looks easy, but if you fall, then you fall.
And this last series of levels is pretty straightforward, I would say overall. This is going to have us walking through these doorways that kind of take us into different dimensions that have a different visual theme to them. There isn't a lot of tech aside from one particular level in the middle here, but that strat is probably the hardest in the game, which I don't believe Blake is going for. So this is going to be pretty straightforward the whole way through. A lot of just kind of holding W and going from objective to objective. Yeah, so we're going to follow the more or less the intended path here to get this level done.
Magnificent athletic feat. Scattered thoughts.
The only reason I ever found out about this game was because I want to shout out the composer of the music for this game, Aether. They DM'd me on Twitter, I feel like back in like 2021 or 22, and they were like, hey, this is this game I'm working on. You know, do you think this would be very speedrunnable? And just were kind of curious for my feedback on it. And I don't know that I ever would have known a Viewfinder without that. And I just want to give a big shout out to Aether Audio. He produces a lot of music for various games and is also like an incredible drum and bass artist, literally just one of the chillest dudes. And is currently working on his own game. Which I'm not sure if the title is public or anything, so I'm not going to spoil it for him. But anyway, cool guy. I just want to give a special shout out to him for getting me into this and being such a fan of the speedrunning community for the game. And so story-wise here, this is kind of like where the climax of everything that we've been building toward occurs. There's this like weather manipulation device that we finally found it. We're going to test it out, and then it basically all crumbles and breaks. And the story takes definitely like a darker turn here. I'm not going to, I don't know if I want to talk too much about spoilers for the game, even though we are watching a speedrun, but I really do encourage y'all to go play this for yourselves.
Yeah, for sure. I said it was like Wall-E, but different, and that's kind of true. No more spoilers, but yeah, go play the game.
And I feel like we literally just started talking about this, Satan. We're headed for the last levels. Like the run is almost over, which is really, I don't know. I feel like I've been sitting here for all of 10 seconds.
I agree. It's been so fast. Blake has been doing amazing. If you want to donate for that amazing Polaroid camera, you should do it now. If you want to donate for this amazing run, do it now.
I'm gonna type exclamation donate in the chat right now.
Yes, and there's a link in the pinned comment. There's so many ways to get there. You can also put your donations towards a target. We've got several open right now.
This is one of my strats.
Up next.
This is one of my strats.
Oh yeah, that's right.
This is
Blake
my most.
goes for this.
Let's go! I love you, Blake.
I know, right? Isn't she incredible?
that strat is literally so hard, and it saves almost no time, and she just first tried it. So this level introduces a real. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to keep talking over you, Satan. My bad. I get so excited.
No, I'm just saying Blake's a gamer. Go ahead.
This level introduces one of my favorite mechanics, which is the timed camera, and you can actually take a picture of yourself. And what happens when you take... I love that she's smiling for the camera. When you take a picture of yourself and you place down the picture, you get teleported based on how far away from the camera you are. And she keeps smiling for this run is awesome. So it's a really, really interesting kind of mind-bending mechanic that I find really enjoyable.
Also, if you do get to sneak a look at one of those pictures, you're kind of like a glitchy Nets. You're not really like a defined humanoid, which I think is good.
I'm having a blast watching this. This is awesome.
So good. What an incredible performer Blake is. Like this is great. Speedrunner and just so good on camera. Literally.
And this was a day zero strat right here. This little parkour jump. We found this basically instantly. This skips a substantial amount of gameplay. And then the final of these levels here, we're gonna be taking 2 pictures, and we're gonna have to look directly upward and place both of the pictures in quick succession. What is Blake? No, what the?
No, Blake has a whole different strat.
You just gamers? That's so cool! I never thought about doing it that way. Oh my goodness. Okay,
I'm so glad you didn't
that
watch
jump
your
around the
PV.
corner is not easy. That's like a hardcore, like Minecraft parkour style jump. What the heck?
Also, I've been informed that the audience is saying cheese whenever we take a picture of ourselves. I feel like it's
Wow.
only right that we join in.
I will join in. I will join in.
Yeah,
I love seeing
that's
chat
incredible.
pop up about that strat. Let's go. Osmond saying that's a gamer strat. I've never seen anyone do that, dude. It's so cool. It's so cool. This angle for that picture is so precise because there's so much you have to capture within it for the photocopy here. Definitely not the. Oh! Can you?
That's so unlucky.
The physics are. I feel like the physics in this game are not necessarily deterministic either. So that's why she was trying to rewind to get the right roll. As you can tell, probably not the intended way to make this solve. But so cool. Nice. Oh, nice cat.
What you up to? This is.
What is happening?
I don't know. There we go.
There we go.
Yay.
That's also
Even
a
the
cool way to
most gamer of gamers can be thwarted by batteries.
It's true. Oh yeah, an important mechanic to talk about that's introduced here is we now have like when we take a picture, it destroys everything behind it now, which is a pretty important mechanic to talk about. I was just so blown away by everything I was seeing in front of me that I forgot to. This is an incredibly complicated strat where you take a picture of yourself taking a picture and then place both those pictures down to duplicate both the batteries. It's very, very hard to do as quickly as Blake did it, so that was well done.
Yeah, it was so clean.
And we are almost at the end. We have only a couple levels left before, I forget if this is the last level before the finale or not.
Yeah, I believe it is.
And the finale is a very cool part of the run. It's going to challenge every single, basically it's, oh, here we go. We're going to get, we're going to get
Also,
those
Blake
pets
just got
in.
a really tight timing there. That timed viewfinder is pretty hard to hit. So.
And so here we go. This is a timed sequence that you have to complete before the timer at the top of the screen runs out. Of course, Blake's a speedrunner. She's going to do that no problem. But it is going to challenge basically every mechanic that you've learned so far. And there are a lot of very cool strats that speedrunners use in order to solve this way faster than intended. It's a really cool way for the run to end as well. Like, it's just such a high stress moment, and there's so much like management you have to do between the camera and the pictures that you're holding and the order that the pictures are held in. And yeah, very, 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 very high stress, but a very cool ending to the run overall.
For sure. Also, the audience is sad because that was the last cat pet Thank you for donating towards all of those cat pets. That was so fun to see throughout the run.
Oh, cheese! I'm literally smiling and holding up a peace sign to my webcam. I'm so online.
The classic Bri peace sign.
All right.
I love it.
Nicely done. That was a great finale. That was a great finale.
We're not quite done on time. There's still a little while to go before time is officially called.
Truly one of the biggest injustices I've ever seen in any game is about to occur. Oh, Blake is getting up. Oh, getting a picture with her couch. I love this.
Oh, so cute. Cheese. And with the audience too. Oh.
Oh, they have their own Polaroid camera.
What the heck? This is perfect.
Oh my God, love the overalls. Anyway, yeah, one of the greatest injustices I've ever seen in a game is about to happen where we're just literally gonna, like, Kate starts crying and then just disintegrates in front of us and we don't have a choice. And justice for Kate is all I have to say.
Oh,
it is just so sad.
I got to pet her before she went.
The crowd.
I feel you, live audience. I feel you.
And then time is coming up here. There's we're gonna pick up a little plant and a little teleporter is gonna open, and as soon as we lose control, that will be time. Sub 30, let's go.
GG! Sub 30 with all the pets live is great.
With all the pets is awesome. I want to give a big shout out to all of the viewfinder runners I see in chat right now, especially Zuchable. That's my goat. Good to have you here. Satan, thank you so much for joining me for this. I had a blast. One of my favorite runs I've watched so far. Biggest shout outs to Blake Faye. That was an awesome run of Viewfinder.
Yeah, that was really great. And Blake wants us to shout out the entire Viewfinder community and everyone behind the scenes as well. So if you've enjoyed watching this, you can go follow her on Twitch at Blake_Faye. And you can join the Viewfinder community. Absolutely lovely community. You get to meet people like her and like Brian Otto. I've had such a fun time being here. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I really hope y'all enjoy the rest of SpeeDons. Be sure to keep tuning in. There are so many cool runs on the way. Type !schedule for the schedule. Type !donate to donate. It's a very important cause. And yeah, keep watching. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, and we're under 100K from just about 100K from £1 million, which would fund, for instance, the Medicine de Monde activities in Lyon and Grenoble for a year. So, like, that would be cool.
Justice for Kate!
Justice for Kate!
All right, thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Qui est très sympa. Et à Roms qui ramène le jeu et Arnaud qui débute également. Donc voilà, merci encore. Je ne sais pas si vous avez un petit dernier mot à passer.
Un petit dernier mot, et on vient plus à dire. Attends, il y a Biaou, il y a Cheese, et j'ai oublié l'autre. Allez, c'est super.
La bonne nouvelle, c'est qu'on va la bonne nouvelle, c'est qu'on va
C'était avant. Oui, oui,
peut-être même plus. Et peut-être même plus, on vient d'avoir une run de Viewfinder et dans pas longtemps, là, dans quelques minutes, on va avoir une run de Sifu, un jeu extrêmement...
Et un jeu, c'est Montpellier, non?
Il me semble, ouais.
Je sais plus, mais en tout cas, c'est 100% français. 100%
Et donc une run d'environ 1 heure. On a des dons à faire si vous allez sur le site de SpeeDons, tout simplement. C'est speedon.fr, c'est très très simple. Vous cliquez en haut sur faire un don et là, vous arrivez sur une page qui vous explique non seulement que c'est pour Médecins du Monde, mais en plus sur laquelle vous pouvez ajouter une enchère si vous faites votre don et participer au défi, notamment celui qu'on est en train de pousser là depuis quelques minutes. C'est Mister MV qui fera peut-être une run sur DuckTales Remastered. Ça se passera vers 1h30 du matin et on en est à 88 000 € sur 100 000. Donc c'est bien.
Ça va approcher. Normalement, ça devrait être fait, mais il faut continuer. Il faut continuer de toute manière. Et surtout, il y a autre chose.
Ah oui.
Autre chose. Mais bon, si vous ne voulez pas que donner des sous, vous pouvez aussi... attendez, s'il vous plaît, on le fait progressivement, on le fait le... Ah.
Acheter un t-shirt, acheter un t-shirt.
Encore, s'il vous plaît, encore. Ils ont tout compris.
Et oui, parce qu'on est à Lyon, à l'amphithéâtre 3000, il y a 3000 personnes qui sont derrière nous.
Faites du bruit là pour montrer que vous êtes là, s'il vous plaît.
Et oui, le public français au rendez-vous, pas que pour l'e-sport, aussi
ils sont là
pour le speedrun, les marathons, le caritatif, on le sait, voilà, le meilleur public tout simplement d'Internet.
Franchement, il n'y a pas à chier, on est les meilleurs.
On le sait.
Et vous allez encore le prouver puisqu'il y a encore la journée de demain. Et la nuit, bien sûr, ce n'est pas fini, tu l'as très bien précisé, on a Sifu qui nous attend, jeu 100% français. Si les devs nous regardent, Slow Clap, on vous embrasse, vous avez fait un super jeu. Mais c'est le nom du studio, Slow Clap. Ils sont excellents, vous avez fait du très très bon taf. Ils applaudissent, en plus c'est magnifique. Je crois en plus, j'ai croisé le runner dans l'ascenseur. Il y a un petit cosplay en plus avec une ceinture rouge du plus bel effet, vous allez voir. Vous allez kiffer.
Non, mais surtout qu'on a une grosse nuit, il y a une grosse nuit qui arrive, tu l'as dit, il y a Sifu. D'ailleurs, on a Castlevania, GoldenEye 007 qui est un jeu iconique, la N64. D'ailleurs, on a DuckTales avec peut-être Mister MV qui run. On a Slime Rancher qui est un gros jeu PC, même si c'est un truc de 16 minutes. On a Octopass qui est toujours une grosse run. On a Hades qui arrive aussi. Là, je vous parle de truc, ce sera 4h du matin.
Oui, faut attendre un peu.
Ça traîne un peu, voilà. Donc, on a Hades, Limbo, Puzzle Bobble qui est toujours impressionnant. Et après, ça redémarre dès demain. On a du Cuphead, etc.
De toute façon, vous allez voir, on va faire un voyage dans le temps. C'est-à-dire que même dans le Big Five de demain soir, il y a des jeux qui vont être là de toutes les périodes, même du très très récent, puisqu'on finira par Echoes of Wisdom, qui est sorti il y a pas longtemps sur Switch. Et je crois qu'on peut... la régie, est-ce qu'on peut introduire l'artiste de la session suivante ou pas du tout encore?
Tout à fait. Bon, on va le faire, non. Donc effectivement, on aura un dessinateur qui va pouvoir faire un dessin pendant toute la durée de la run de Sifu. C'est Sladmeta qui est là. Est-ce que tu nous entends, Sladmeta?
Oui, on t'entend.
Alors,
bonsoir.
Bienvenue, bonsoir sur ce segment de Sifu. Alors, comment ça va se passer ce dessin? Est-ce que tu vas nous faire un truc précis?
Ouais.
Tu as déjà décidé?
Ouais, je vois à peu près ce que je vais faire. Je vais juste
faire. Tu veux pas spoiler?
Je veux faire le personnage qui s'entraîne sur l'espèce de wooden dummy. C'est genre un truc un peu simple parce que j'ai discuté avec le runner tout à l'heure qui m'a dit que le temps c'est 46 minutes.
Ça va aller vite,
Donc ça va aller vite.
C'est vrai que c'est estimate 55.
Voilà, mais nous on va toujours regarder sur le...
On va dire estimate 45.
On va voir les vrais, voilà. Parce que...
On sait jamais, on n'est pas à l'abri d'un record du monde.
C'est déjà arrivé, hein.
On n'est jamais là.
Je crois que c'est pour Tetris il y a 2 ou 3 ans.
C'était le Grand Master qui avait été...
Ah oui, voilà, c'est ça, exactement.
Exactement.
Non, on a quand même battu quelques petites choses sympas. On va relire un petit peu quelques dons avant qu'on passe à la suite, mesdames et messieurs, si vous le voulez bien.
Bientôt prête en plus, mais effectivement, vous êtes très nombreux, très généreux.
On est désolé, on n'a pas eu beaucoup la parole, mais il y a eu énormément de dons. Encore une fois, il n'y a pas de petits dons, il y a eu de tout, mais vraiment, merci. On a notamment Neburni qui nous a dit la photo d'un gâteau est aussi un mensonge, peut-être une ref, on ne sait pas. Merci également à Pascal Pro. Gamer qui nous a donné 100 €, bien sûr, et qui nous dit don purement apolitique, bien évidemment. Je te laisse continuer.
Évidemment, on a Devious qui a donné 200 € et qui dit pour voir le vieux monsieur battre son world record en direct. Et coucou de Belgique, nous dit-il. On a Grey Maybe qui dit allez la run DuckTales. Donc encore une fois, c'est des dons où on ajoute aux enchères. On a Kaka Chiantos qui a donné 250 € et qui a dit miaou. Voilà. Par rapport à cette run qu'on vient de voir sur Viewfinder.
On a aussi Crass Bandicoot. Ils sont bons les pseudos. Merci pour tes 5 €, ça fait plaisir en tant que marsupial. Surika Chacha qui vient avec ses 10 € et qui nous dit quelle énergie, vous êtes incroyable. Merci et achète.
On a Amo qui dit incroyable la run de Viewfinder. Merci de nous faire découvrir des pépites, pardon. Et bien sûr, bourrer les dons. On a aussi Xayalicia, pardon, qui a donné 10 € et qui dit incroyable Speedon, vous êtes magnifique. On a Booby qui nous dit pour 100 € bourrer les dons. On est devant la télé avec les enfants, ils apprennent la solidarité et les jeux vidéo. Bon courage à vous. Et ouais, bien sûr.
Bien sûr, merci aussi.
Il y a de l'écho dans cette salle.
Le T pour tes 111 € et 11 centimes qui nous dit cœur. On te fait bien sûr un cœur. Le chat, un peu d'amour s'il vous plaît, et aussi dans le public. Hein.
Non mais
on y va.
C'est ça le geste moderne.
Ah c'est ça maintenant. Vous trouvez pas que ça ressemble à Thanos quand je fais ça? J'arrête, c'est une rêve.
Ah ouais.
On continue, c'est parti. 10 € pour qui nous sont donnés de fiches. Toujours un plaisir de voir Blake et sa bonne humeur. Je connaissais pas ce jeu de petite grande aventure au Twin Sun. Prends des photos, ça fait plaisir toujours de découvrir des jeux à Speedon. Il est incroyable ce Speedon, nous dit Xayalicia avec ses.
C'est vrai que les autres années c'était un peu à chier, mais cette année
là
c'est pas mal.
franchement ils se sont fait chier cette année.
Les années d'avant c'était bien merdique en vrai.
C'était très mauvais.
Et là ils ont fait un vrai. Tiens, toi qui aimes bien les pseudos, on a Quichotte qui vient de donner un don.
Il est où?
Parce que Don Quichotte.
Ah oui, c'est bon. C'est bon. Roland McDan.
Tout simplement. Yannou qui a dit merci pour le vieux monsieur et toute l'équipe pour cet événement incroyable, pour la bonne cause. Et Kaka Chiantos qui avait encore donné 250 autres €.
Il a les bourses pleines.
Bourré les enchères sur DuckTales. Bah là, elles doivent être vides un peu, mais.
Continue à donner.
Mais elles étaient pleines à un moment, en tout cas, c'est sûr.
On a un très très bon client. Mesdames et messieurs, on va vous rappeler aussi, on en a parlé juste avant la run de Viewfinder, mais c'est vrai qu'on a aussi un ordinateur, puisqu'il est très puissant, à vous faire gagner, qui est juste ici d'une valeur de 3 000 €. Il faut. Et je vous rappelle que lorsque vous faites un don sur la plateforme du site Speedon, si vous voulez pouvoir tenter de gagner en tirage au sort cet ordinateur, il vous suffit juste de faire un don égal ou supérieur à 5 €.
Et de coucher.
Vous en êtes. Voilà, aussi il faut cocher la case pour pouvoir bien préciser que vous pouvez et vous voulez participer à ce tirage au sort. Je te laisse encore faire quelques dons, Zera.
Ouais, tout à fait. On a des gros dons qui sont arrivés. On a speedrunné pour un WR en live 500 € qui était un don anonyme. On a aussi 600 € anonymes juste à côté. Et on me fait signe que la run serait
C'est déjà prêt.
Mon cher Hugo, donc nous on va regarder ça. On va laisser place sur scène aux commentateurs, aux joueurs. Et nous on se dit à tout à l'heure. À vous sur scène et bonne run.
Bonsoir.
Sensationnel.
Oui, non, alors voilà.
Ah mais attends, c'est le peignoir de l'hôtel ça.
Oui, alors, 2 secondes.
Je le reconnais.
Voilà. Voilà, déjà, plaisir sortant. Voilà, oui, de commenter avec toi. Alors, je tiens à signaler quand même que voilà, je suis quand même un professionnel. Un mois avant l'événement, j'avais commandé le cosplay officiel de Yang, le dernier boss de Sifu. Il n'est jamais arrivé, donc je me suis rabattu sur cette perruque AliExpress et le peignoir de l'hôtel. Mais voilà,
sûrement
le mal par le mal.
Un site obscur pour le cosplay.
Voilà. Et quoi, ton petit budget costume là?
Approximativement 12 € et 72 heures parce qu'on est en speedrun, donc petit challenge. Et voilà, on laisse pas un soldat seul dans la bataille. Donc écoute, c'est vrai que c'est un jeu, on a pas l'occasion de parler un petit peu d'action-aventure, style beat'em all.
Faudra avoir mon PQ par contre, j'en aurais besoin.
Après la on en reparle dans quelques instants. Mais oui, un jeu bien punchy et donc du coup avec des boss assez intimidants et plutôt charismatiques. C'est vrai que je pense qu'on a...
On s'est posé là.
Voilà, on a modérément réussi, mais il y a du flow.
Quoi qu'il en soit, on va se régaler bien évidemment avec Corderon qu'on va voir à l'image de notre runner de Sifer. Ah, qui lui est classe. Hein. Ah, vraiment. Très classe.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the SpeeDons English Restream. I hope you guys all enjoyed the Viewfinder run. I loved it. I've not seen that game before, but I'm picking it up straight away after we finish here. My name is Bones. I am one half of the regular Beat Saber commentary duo, and I'm here with
myself. Hi, I'm Gila. I'm the other half of the Beat Saber commentary duo, and we're going to be commenting over the Sifu Wood any percent Disciple Restricted run, which is Disciple, the kind of like normal difficulty of the game. Restricted means he has to have deleted his save beforehand because all the skills get transferred over, and we can't be having that on this specific category. And then Wood is a special ending of the game where you do not kill any of the bosses, you spare each one of them. So we'll be seeing him obviously get to that a little bit later. But
Yeah,
let's
I
change
mean-
up a little bit of the strategy.
that like involves basically the normal way you fight the boss. You take them down, you do your finishing move on them, and that's that. You kill them normally. But you basically have to break their posture twice without zeroing out their health bar, and then that is how you get the kind of secret spare the boss You have to do that for all 5 of the bosses in the game. Then you get the fancy, the true ending, the good ending.
So I do want to comment while we're doing our intro. Even the speedrunner has his own costume on to make the main character, and I love that.
I love the outfits. The outfits are incredible.
Great.
I mean, we could be in outfits right now. We're not, but I could pretend that we're dressed up.
Well, you don't know that.
You don't know that.
I could.
I'm gonna pre-apologize for my voice. Terrible timing. I have contracted something, and you get to hear me be a little croakier than usual while we're talking over this run. But it looks like we are loading in. Time has started. We're going into the sort of intro level here, where you're going to be playing as the main villain of the game, fighting your way through like the main character's dojo, basically.
And you're gonna see a lot of the like techniques that he'll be using quite a lot through this. So a lot of, you won't see him here as much, but a lot of his run will be kind of stunning these small enemies or just getting rid of them as quick as possible, depending on the environment. Like there's a lot of throwing them over ledges. And then you'll be hearing this noise a lot, this groan, as it's a little bit of movement tech just to kind of get you moving a little bit faster, as I think the crowd is also picking up on.
Yeah, you're gonna get a little break from that for the first 2 levels, because I think normally during this run you don't pick the skill needed for this up until about the 3rd level of the game. But we get a nice little treat, nice little intro for it for this beginning level. Another thing you're going to see him doing, you see the YB prompt pop up there for where you'd normally do a finishing move on the enemy. You get a nice little cinematic grab, a bit of a brutal takedown, but he's going to be avoiding that one. Yeah, we're going to be avoiding doing any of them except that specific running knee takedown, because they all lose time. And then later on, there's going to be a little special like power-up some of the enemies can do. These light enemies that killed easily can have like a second wind where they come back. And that's a big old time loss, because they take about twice as long to kill, and obviously that's adding extra enemies for you to finish off.
So here we are at the kind of intro boss, which he's going to immediately stun against the wall.
So fast.
Get that finisher, and onto the second phase incredibly quickly. A lot of what the boss technique is getting them into these corners or against these walls and just trying to stun them as long as possible, or if they kind of break out of that, and getting ready for whatever move they pull.
That is the whole intro boss done already. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, it's just going to be throwing the boss into any sort of corner and then just trapping them with a little push combo. And then there, that's our main character right there. That's his sensei, his Sifu, as it were, been killed in front of him, and he's got a watch. And the game is kind of that tale of vengeance of the kid coming back through. We're gonna get on my first fun little fact. We've got some fun little facts for the run. Okay, Sifu, or Shifu, depending on the context, actually means master teacher or father teacher in Chinese martial arts. Or like if it's Shifu, it's more likely towards like master of the craft, sort of like any sort of like traditional crafts like carpentry, that sort of thing. Like kind of similar to how you'd say like sensei in Japanese. But also means that Master Shifu from Kung Fu Panda's name roughly translates to Master, which I found quite funny. And I'm going to say this now, Gilo, and chat, remember this will be on the test later.
Okay, I'll try my best. Yeah, there's the bit that kind of sets up the story of the game. Is that you as the child witness this, and then they kill you. But I'm pretty sure what they were there to get was this little chain, and that's kind of the whole mechanic of the game revolves around this chain, and the kind of the power that gives you, which means that you didn't die here, basically.
Yeah, so basically the premise of the game is every time you die, you get a little bit older, and slowly the talisman will start to break and shrink. But I don't think we're going to see much of that this run. I doubt we're going to be seeing...
I doubt that, yeah.
I doubt we're just going to see the runner dying at all, really. I was going to say, I'll put in a little incentive. Every death the runner does, I think I will be donating $10 to the charity, or £10. £10 to the charity. But I think there's 3 guaranteed deaths in one of the levels that I will talk about when we get there. But apart from that, I doubt we're going to be seeing him die.
I would be surprised to see. I think in his current record run, he does actually die in the final boss once.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
maybe I've signed up for more money than I thought. Yeah, I love this title intro, but like the credits being both the tutorial and like a mini boss gauntlet / introduction to all of the bosses you're going to be hunting down throughout the run. I absolutely love this. We got into it quite quickly. I didn't really have time to gush about how much I absolutely adore this game. And
now's your chance, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's an underappreciated gem, I'm going to say. It's the reason why I was so keen to get on here and talk about this and cast over the run, because barely anyone I know has played this game, but I absolutely love it, and I'm glad we're seeing it on the SpeeDons stage, and we're going to see people playing it at its absolute peak.
Even in the little training bit, you immediately see that technique of just constantly stunning the boss and never letting you get a hit in. It is really impressive to have watched, because I mean, personally, I can't say I've played this game a ton.
You're here to be the other half of my duo, where I get to be excited and happy, and you're here for me to chat to.
But yeah, I find it really impressive just how kind of calculated everything feels when he's playing through this run.
I will say one thing before we get into the hub world. We did have a bidding war for the costume, and I do believe the costume we're going to be running around in is Bruce Lee. We're going to be in a nice yellow jumpsuit. Or at least I think we are. Or are we just running straight in?
Don't know when.
I think he needs to interact with that first.
Oh, no, we're going straight in.
No, we're going straight in. Okay, I guess we are not doing... We're not getting dressed up, which is a real shame. But here we go. We're going to the first level, known as the squats. So... this is like, the beginning level. We're not going to get any of the crazy enemies that we're going to get towards like the later levels, but even so, there's a few challenging bits in here and a very iconic scene from the game that I'm going to be very happy to see him talk about.
Yeah, here you can see even like the simple things such as throwing that kind of minor enemy against the wall, a bit of damage, and also he's right up against the door, so he can just carry straight on through, picking up a bottle, but then just ignoring these enemies because not needed. His main goal is just to get up to the roof in this area, but I think he takes out one of them.
No, he doesn't even need it. I think one of the strats involves farming those guys for XP, even though you don't need them. But yeah, there's some areas like that one where you can like jump past, but a lot of these rooms will have the doors be locked until you've finished off all the enemies. And here it is. This is like one of the bits that people will have seen from this game. It's a big fight scene, basically inspired by the movie Old Boy. I don't know if you've probably not seen it, but if you watch, you can see that the fight scene is very, very similar to this. Although the Old Boy scene is a little more cramped and a little less easy than this, where he's just going to be throwing these enemies against the wall, taking them down with ease. You are going to see him picking up these pipes as weapons as well. Sorry, I cut you off there, but I was going to say a lot of this run is about preserving weapons.
Especially later on when you get the different styles of weapons. You've got some of the blunter ones like just the pipe, you've got some knives and swords, and then you've got also like the bottles, throwables, and just things that kind of shatter immediately. But there's still a lot of not tech, but there's a lot of planning that goes into when you use those, and kind of the best way to do it like that. Pick up a bottle and it means that is a very quick kill to then move fast.
I will say about this section as well, one of these enemies here is the first enemy that's guaranteed, or it's the first section to guaranteed get one of those like second wind procs from the basic enemies. So you're not going to see any takedowns in this little fight here, because yeah, you get a major time loss. I will also mention, I was too busy rambling about Old Boy in the corridor fight and he breezed through it so quickly, but there was the first tiny little minor skip. This isn't a very skip heavy game, but when he threw the enemy into the wall at the end and interacted with the door and passed through, normally the camera will snap around and make you look at the corridor of enemies that you've fought your way through. But now, when he threw the enemy up against the wall, it let him interact with the door before it realized the door was supposed to be locked. And then we just interacted with the first little totem that gives us some upgrades for the run. He's just upgraded his weapon durability, I think that was, that he put in point in, so he can keep his pipe for longer.
and then also you upgraded unlocked the skill. You also see that one of like the main ways to clear some of these like minor enemy heavy areas, which is just stand by a ledge and wait for them to come over to you. In some areas it does look almost slower because there's a lot of waiting, but it's an instant skill, so it does speed things up in the long run. There's a few of those, especially in the later levels.
You're gonna see a whole lot of just enemy control here, trying to push enemies into each other to interrupt them attacking, pushing them into walls. Although just watching this game played at a higher level is basically just watching an action movie, like flawlessly parrying all these attacks, leg sweeping a guy that's coming at him. Like it's so impressive to watch.
Oh,
okay. Well, as I said that, a couple of missed kicks, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, he does make this look incredibly easy. But it really isn't. There's a lot of timing that comes into a lot of these parries. Yeah, immediately just melts one of these two twins.
I think that was the first hit I've seen him take. Yeah, gonna get another quick upgrade here. Went for a bit of a focus bar upgrade, so I haven't mentioned it yet, but as you like parry, dodge, do damage, you'll gain focus, and you can spend that focus on little like power-up attacks. Like the most common one will just be like a little stun on the enemy to just keep your flow going. It will break their guard, so you can just use it to push on for more damage. It was probably what I would call the first like quite difficult room of the casual run. After the iconic corridor, this is the first room, especially when I was playing the game for the first time. This is the one where I took a couple of deaths. It starts to wear you down a bit before heading towards the final boss of this level, which is coming up reasonably shortly.
Yeah, I think this is the last room before this level ends.
Yeah, we've got the tiny little room after this that is going to be a blink and you miss it kind of run, a kind of room. That's another hit. You can see, although it would help him finish off the enemies quicker, he really does not want to do the takedown on that enemy, because that's another one. That room will have, I think, guaranteed one enemy that like powers back up. And there you go. Another thing that I've not had the chance to mention, if you sneak up on an enemy when they're stood around unawares like that and you hit them, you'll get an instant like takedown prompt. And waited there, ran in, threw the weapon at the guy directly in front of him, the big fat guy, and then hit the guy to his left, so he got two of them broken immediately before like the mini stealth basically broke, and actually had to fight the final guy, even though it didn't really look any slower fighting the last guy.
Oh, and then he got caught a little bit on the run towards the final boss. He also grabbed his focus bar again.
We're coming into the first boss. This is, I think, the next skip. He's going to try and... Oh, he missed it.
Oh, and he missed it.
Yeah, there's a little tech there that you can do. Is if you catch him and jump it at the right angle, you can do one of the power-up skills to make him trip over the plant pots, and first phase basically dies instantly. But not that it matters. Bully's the boss in the corner, and that is phase one of the boss done. Going to move him into a little spot now where he's going to look an awful lot like more bullying.
Oh, never mind, he slipped out. He's trying to get him trapped just up against between the rock and the bamboo. He's got him into the spot now, and he's going to see him continue with these couple of moves just to stop him from being able to. Because what he does here is, after a few moves, he'll jump away back into the bamboo before springing back out, and so he's trying to prevent that. And you see the first break. And he's trying to just break his focus again a second time before killing him. But I think
got to make sure he doesn't get his health bar down, so he's going to have to do the last bit of posture breaking by parrying. Because one or two hits is going to take that health bar down, and that means you're not going to be able to get the proper ending. Here we go. You can see it looks like you're about to, give him the odd finishing off, but no, you let him go. And that is the first step towards the true ending of the game.
There was a couple of slip ups there, but he still he recovered from them incredibly quickly. Made them look very, very easy. And there we go. This is a little cinematic to show that you've done it right. You've got one of the 5 bosses spared, and then we're back to the hub area. Going into the club, if I remember correctly.
You know what I did? That level went so fast and we had so much to talk about. I forgot to tell you guys what was going to be on the quiz for that level as well. But you'll find out when we get to it. Right,
You're not even telling us what to expect. Not to,
no.
to revise for.
No, you guys all know. You guys all know. I spent enough time talking about it. But we are heading in. Oh, there we go. The costume change. He's going to walk up to the tree, get another upgrade. That was so quick.
This one is one that he used a lot in the later levels. I think the museum is where it gets used a lot, which is where you can walk past throwable objects in the environment and just immediately throw them towards an enemy.
It's very funny to watch in one of the later levels. You'll see when we get there. Yeah, now we are heading into
that is
the
a
club.
power up that gets a lot of use.
Heading into the club. This is the vibe you'll kind of get from this is feels a lot more like John Wick inspired, that sort of thing, that specific fight scene. But you see, Bouncer finished off, not even getting in the way in the slightest. I don't know if there's any Bruce Lee movies. That I have not seen that in any of the ones I watched. Walked up, shimmied up against the wall, used that new power up to kick the stool directly to the side to instantly stun an unaware enemy. That is quite a cool little trick. Another trick coming up here. A little line up here, and you'll see sniped. That's the most dangerous enemy in the room. Just gonna throw the bat directly at him, stun him, so he doesn't have to deal with that guy at all.
That's interesting because the run that I watched him do, he misses that line. So I think he loses quite a bit of time here having to fight that enemy.
I'm not sure how much of a time loss it is, but it's like maybe that enemy takes like one or two more punches. But like, yeah, that's quite a funny little strat for that.
Yeah, maybe you see one of those finishes taking quite a bit.
But this is like a mini boss enemy. That's, this is again, I would say one of the more frustrating enemies to deal with in the casual run, like just playing the game.
Because he's got those focus power upgrades, it means he can stun them twice with some of those charged up moves, and hit them out with a lot of ease.
See, another way this game, it kind of encourages you to try and rerun these levels to play them perfectly, which is like another reason why there's so much time in it. Is you can unlock like Dark Souls style trackbacks. So if you're replaying this level on like New Game Plus or something instead of playing it on the restricted category, you can run to the right hand side. You'll have a key card. It'll get you through the door and it'll skip all of this section that he's going to run through now, basically up until. Well, I'll tell you when we get to the bit that you will skip to. But it's a lot of time saved. It's why a lot of the New Game Plus and the unrestricted runs are so much faster.
I mean, what I mentioned earlier about throwing enemies off the ledge, we saw one of them earlier, and here's another area where he's going to try and get some of these. There you go, there's one off the edge.
There you go dance. Get down on the
one less one to worry about. And
he does not want to go over the ledge.
There he goes. And I think he's given up with this guy. He's just taken him to the corner. And
so I say, if you don't get those quick finishes, yeah, you don't get them thrown around. Some of these enemies throw their guard up so quickly. And that's another fun little trick. These big guards, normally quite tanky, quite annoying to deal with, but the bat weapons will deal a ton of stagger damage to them. And he ran through the little like bamboo, or not like bamboo, like through the little, what would you call that? Just like the little like guard cover
like a barrier, like a
barrier.
Almost.
That's the word I was after. My English is failing me. And one of the poles from it broke off. Get a free bat weapon. Easily deal with those two guards here. I think this is another little nasty setup. Bottle to one, throw the stick. I think that stick wanted to go to the other one to get the instant finish on both of them, but so quick with the.
You didn't lose too much time on that.
Yeah, I think one of the power-ups that he bought earlier is that wheel power that you're seeing him use, which is just a devastating blow with any of the blunt weapons like the bats, the sticks, which is what let him finish off that enemy so quickly, because both of those are repeats of that with slightly less health. I think mini boss enemy on like the dance floor. So but that little room could also be quite frustrating to deal with.
Come on.
Also, I'm gonna talk about, this is the fun little fact for this level. I learned this watching the SGDQ run for last year, with the dev talking about this game. But all of the levels are based off the 5 Chinese cosmology elements. So this one, obviously, you saw it all on fire. This is the fire level. First level is wood. You can see it from like the bamboo forest, especially from the final boss run. Then we have the next one is water, then metal, and then earth. And I think that I really like that they've done such a good job theming it after all of the 5 elements. There's I read a really interesting breakdown of this, of how all of the artists were inspired and pulled basically all of the elements of all the levels into the design to fit around that. So I'm gonna keep rambling because sorry.
I was gonna say, we're gonna see him wait for all these enemies around that corner to just come over one by one, and over they go. And one more. By the time he's finished with this,
a little
there's
ease
just gonna be a
fire
stack.
Yeah, that's another one. The broadcast decal, the little E's flying across. I love that. But what I was going to say, I was rambling too much about the previous stuff. Look at that artwork, masterpiece. The first enemy that he threw the bat and then threw off is a proper yapper, a bit like me. Likes to stand there and talk, but she does all of her talking after you finish the fight there and you can't get through the door. So normally if you stay at the bottom there and fight all the enemies normally, you have to sit and listen to her finish talking. But kill her first, throw her off the balcony, and you get out of that room quickly. It's so incredibly fast to deal with an enemy that is so frustrating in your first playthrough.
I think he's towards the end of the main level. I think he's close. I'm trying to remember. Yes, I think he is.
Yeah, this is the last room. 2 enemies in here, and then straight to the final boss, as you can see, and just chucking a guy around in there. Quick little jab to the eyes, throw it down the stairs, easy finisher. It's almost embarrassing looking at my own gameplay, watching this guy. It's incredible to see how easy he makes this game look.
Oh, I don't want to talk about my experience. I was aged, what was it, like 35 by the end of the first boss.
It's fine, we all start somewhere. So we just got an upgrade, so his parries are now going to deal a lot more stagger damage to the boss with that first upgrade that you saw. Normally this boss is supposed to be fought with the quarterstaff, there's a load of them laying around, but instead...
Just take him to a corner again.
just put him in the mixer, get him in the corner, do a bunch of daze attacks to him, keep him staggered.
And then anytime he gets out, you stop, you dodge that sweeping attack, and then straight back to it. Jabs to the stomach, keep him there, and then grab one of the quarterstaffs for the second section, and finish.
I think it's a different strat, because the last time I saw this run, the one that I was watching for my prep for this, got him onto a little bit of geometry in the corner similar to where he was first, and just leg sweep him over and over again. But his weapon attacks deal so much stagger damage that he's almost done already.
He's almost got this first stagger, and then jab.
There you go. Yeah, he's trying to get out of there, but he ain't moving. This boss also, in this last phase, you can see he gets more fiery. He gets very aggressive towards the bottom end of his second health bar. But it's not going to be a problem.
Although he has almost killed him towards this second break, so he's going to have to wait for these parries, I think. Yeah, there you go. He stopped attacking. He's just getting the parries off.
I'm not even sure what the parryable attacks here are. Ooh, this is going to be close.
Yeah, because any of these staff ones...
He's getting like the slight parry. There we go. Oh, wow, that was close.
He's cutting it really close with these.
I mean, I suppose it is faster to keep spamming these attacks, yeah. But I suppose if he doesn't slip out that corner, you can keep him in the mix, and then you're gonna not have to do as many jabs into throws to get him back in the corner. So I suppose that's what's putting that health bar slightly behind pace for the stagger. There we are, the second talisman gained for the true ending.
Worth mentioning, I'm just going to take this downtime to mention the charity Médecins du Monde. I butchered that. Unfortunately, I'm English and I don't speak other languages. That's my bad. But you can find all the links for donating pinned in the Twitch chat. You can also do !donate or !charity to find those links. There are t-shirts on sale, which are very, very cool. 10
Buy the t-shirt.
Any of those sales go towards charity. There's also a bunch of incentives. You can do !incentives to see any of those. We're over 900 $1,000 and almost at 900,000 euros, which is insane.
Crazy.
So
I'm gonna step in. We are walking into my favorite level in one of my favorite levels in any game. This level is absolutely incredible. It's before I start gushing about the art, I'm gonna say this is the first time that we're getting the knife enemies introduced. We're getting the sword, and you see him doing that charged heavy attack. That can be used to basically insta-kill any enemy in the game. So you're going to see him throughout this level trying to grab blades and preserve them for some of the harder enemies and just wipe them out. So there's no worry about having to deal with them where they'd slow down time. What I am going to say as well, this level, that's incredible. Artwork, amazing. Inspired by, where have I got this written down? The Guggenheim in New York, if I pronounce that correctly, and the Bourse de Commerce in Paris. The inside, like the lobby area, very, very familiar to anyone that's been to the Guggenheim in New York. You can do your little bit about the throwing coming up to your room.
There's a couple of things here. You saw him grab those couple of small little items on display and throw them at the people coming through the door. To immediately get some kind of stagger on them and a bit of damage. There was also, just before that, he threw the bat against the wall before going around the corner. I think that's to distract the smaller enemy in that room, because he runs over to that corner and you can just get past him without having to fight him. So you save a little bit of time here. Yeah, here's the room where you see him just immediately get the
light bulb machine gun. Just start launching them. That's brilliant. I'm glad that strat is in this run. I've seen a few runs not using that, just dealing with those enemies normally. That is one of my favorite little bits in this level, and it's so funny.
Just absolutely machine gunning all the bulbs and everything.
It's almost a shame to mess up the gallery.
I love the pendulum, the little pendulum, and it like changes obviously what it's drawing, which is great.
Yeah, I also think from that previous fight as well, another power-up that he's bought is it's like a little inner leg stab, so he can use his focus bar to deal a ton of damage. Quick little tumble down the stairs, that was surely intentional and for fun. But yeah, so now he's basically got those two powerful, that little slice there, it's going to deal a ton of health bar damage. So not very useful for the bosses, but great for these little enemies he's having to clear out quickly. And then obviously you can do that charged heavy to just finish them off. I think we're coming up to my next little trivia, but not yet. I love that little lineup as well. On the basic enemy, wall bang through two of the little screens. Done for. Easily push these guys around. These big guys do get kind of annoying, especially when they're mixed in, because their attacks, they hit so hard and they knock you around the place. You see, he's just dealt with all of the little enemies nice and easily, and now just can focus on the big guys.
He's dodging the grabs incredibly well. You lose a lot of time there because obviously the whole animation with that attack. He's avoiding those. He's doing an incredible job. He's looking for a weapon, I think.
He's looking for a blade to deal, because I think there's an elite enemy in either this next room or the room up. Yeah, this guy.
Here. And you see him stun him and then just charge up and immediately
dead instantly. That does consume the blade though, especially for those big enemies, so that's why you're going to see him trying to grab them and use them specifically for people like that. They're going to slow the run down, because that's a specific type of enemy, like a bodyguard type. They're tough. They have some of the moves from the staff enemies and some of them from the heavies. They can grab you, throw you around. Very dangerous to deal with.
He's just grabbing a couple of skills. I think he always wants to do the throwing. I don't know where each one is, and then
this is where the level gets crazy. Oh, I love this level so much. Yes, this next fun fact. This fight scene inspired by the opening of another martial arts movie, The Grandmaster. Watching that fight scene as well, you'll probably recognize it as well as the fight scene that inspires the final fight scene. I think it's Matrix Reloaded, the third. Is it Reloaded, the third one? I'm going to have embarrassed myself there.
I can't remember. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but it's the fight scene with all the Agent Smiths where they're in the rain and he's getting mobbed. And yeah, inspired by the opening of The Grandmaster, and I think that's great. Like, so many of these scenes and stuff are inspired by like classic martial arts movies. Like the fight through the buildings and stuff, obviously inspired by The Raid. It makes me want to go back and watch a lot of these as well, like watch them again.
It's incredibly charming.
Yeah.
Also, I find it so impressive that he's going into almost like the pitch black where you can barely even see these enemies, and it doesn't even phase him. He can still, he's parrying these attacks, he's just going, churning through them. It's not even a problem for him.
Yeah, the fighting in the dark is crazy. All gets clipped there, but quick roll, quick up, and that guy don't know what's about
Charge
to hit him.
attack, yeah.
Nice and easy. And again, I think every part of this level is my new favorite part of the level. This, I do genuinely think is probably my favorite sequence in the entire game. It's basically like the one from the first level, but you've got all the artwork in the background. The artwork's all telling the story of the final boss. So her, like, the tragedy of her having to fight her sister, and obviously all of her grief and anger from that, and then her eventual recovery, finding peace, opening up the art gallery and telling her story through this. It's, if you've not played and experienced this game, pick it up, go through it, take your time through this level, look at everything, read all of the collectibles. It's incredible visual storytelling. I love it. I cannot gush about it enough. You're gonna need to shut me up at some point.
I mean, I'm not got much to add here. Yeah, it's a very long kind of like 2D. 2D is not the right word to say, but like side-on fight scene here. But yeah, I love the framing of the camera where it's highlighting each of these bits of stories on the side. And here you see this guy isn't gonna know what hit him. Charge up and one shot, off he goes.
Easy peasy, look at that.
Moving straight on. I think we're almost towards the boss. We've got a couple more stylized areas.
You will notice that with a lot of the levels, they start to get a lot more like fantastical as they go on. I mean, this one is very much the biggest example of this. We're going through like what looks like a level from Destiny 2, basically. Like it's you're basically not even in the art museum anymore, but you'll find that with a lot of them. They lean way heavier towards the Chinese, like what was it I was saying? The five elements, like the theming. Especially the boss arenas as well.
I love that. I love the perspective in these rooms. Just having all the statues and silhouettes.
Yeah, speaking of something that looks like it's straight out of Destiny 2, yeah.
It's great. I love it. I think this area can have one of those powered up enemies as well. I might be wrong on that one.
No, not one of these guys. I think it's normally only the little guys that gets the big power ups. I think we are approaching the final boss now. Yep, here we are. We're walking into the boss arena. We'll probably see a few little upgrades, a few little points spent beforehand. Yeah, another parry stagger damage increase. And we are going into what I would consider probably everyone's, maybe not least favorites, but what would say the hardest boss. The first phase of this boss is incredibly annoying because the up-down dodging is far more difficult to do than like the side-to-side. And so I think this is going to be very cathartic for a lot of people in chat that have played this, watching this boss get dismantled so quickly.
Yeah, he's just making sure they don't get a chance to get these attacks up, and when they do, he actually got clipped more times than
when I say this boss is so difficult to read, even the runner is getting clipped a couple of times.
Because I'm pretty sure a lot of these sweeping attacks, you've got to dodge them, you can't parry them. It's got to be like direction specific. So yeah, you can't beat them. You're gonna have a rough time.
There you go. So you have to manually input whether you want to duck below or step over those sweeps. It's the same reason why some people find those kick mini bosses annoying, because they're one of the first enemies with a leg sweep that you can't just side dodge like you can every other attack. This phase I find a lot easier because she'll throw these daggers, you can grab them, throw them back, return to sender, easy, get a little stagger, and then just get bullied in the corner. So that's going to be a lot of how this boss is being. Lots of parries, grab, throw away.
There's a lot of space that he kind of leaves. I like, you'll notice he kind of waits back here, rather than just closing that gap and trying to stun her as much as possible. He'll make that gap just to wait for those throwing moves to grab as many of those blades as possible and just throw them back for some easy damage.
And it feels so good when you do it as well. She has another attack. She has another attack where she throws like 1, 2, 3, and if you're quick enough, you can grab them, throw them back, and it feels so good to do as well. That's the thing about this game. When you are good at it, it feels so smooth, so incredible to play as well. That's why it's so replayable. The boss is really spamming it, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's like me when I don't know what to do in a fighting game.
There's break number 1.
And break number... Oh,
He's got
I
a
thought
little
that was
health bar left, so he can just go for it.
7 damage.
Last little bit of damage.
Oh, missed the grab on that one.
She really doesn't want him to get close, but it doesn't matter.
There we go.
There we go.
Nice.
Boss number 3 dealt
Again,
with
it
him.
feels so good to watch this boss get dealt with so easily. I also like how the cutscenes, they're like fake out versions of the normal kill cutscenes. Like obviously the first boss, you get him wrapped up, you're about to cut his head off with the sword, and this one, the same thing sees when she looks down and you've stabbed her, but this time you're just handing her the knife back and you've spared her.
The style of this game is just incredible. I love it.
Just leave people a moment to have a look at how good it looks. That is 3 out of 4. 3 out of 5 technically, but 3 out of the 4 talismans we need to go and face down with the final boss.
Let me see the little artsy shot of the little kunai. Kunai, I think?
I think it's a kunai, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. And then on to... back to the hub area, onto level number 4, which is the tower. This is the level, we mentioned it at the start, where you'll see a couple of kind of purposeful deaths. We'll kind of cover those once you get there. But it's the one area where he'll kind of take the death time and the time to get out of that menu over a little bit of the traversal of the level. It saves a bit of time. In some areas, a lot more than others.
Yeah, this level has a little bit more of the annoying, I'd say like what I'd call Mirror's Edge style slowdowns, where you have to like take a couple of seconds to interact with a door or something like that, where Mirror's Edge they hit those loading screens and like your pipe climbs, things like this. Quick trip to the elevator. That guy was not going to be very hospitable as soon as the door shut, so we finish him off nice and quickly before we were locked in there with him. And then we get to have a nice chat with the the next boss of this level. Gonna try and skip this little cutscene by spamming the dash. It's like, nope, you're not getting behind my desk, get out of here. Full impact frames every time, get that perfect like interrupt, throw him into the wall. It's so satisfying.
Did get broken though, and they took quite a bit of damage from that.
Yeah, it's that those like bodyguard style enemies. They're heavy punches. Like I say, they got the damage of the big guys and the speed of the staff enemies. So you're probably gonna see him trying to skip those with blades, I'd imagine.
So this is one of the levels where there's a lot of blades going around. So he has, yeah, there you go. There's use one of them because there was another one.
Immediately swap out. Yeah,
his feet.
Plenty of ammunition to use.
Yeah, like that bottle as well. Quick throw just to stun that first enemy running up, making them easy work for the rest of them.
Yeah, some of these fights just look scripted. The how easy he's making them look. And yeah, see what I mean? You get just these few little cutscenes. Oh, I think we have the cutscene skipper installed like here because normally there's a little drop down cutscene. I felt very jumpy there.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm assuming that's just because it's lengthy for.
Yeah, like a marathon run. Go get another sword. There's so many of them laying around here. Quick little stab, finished off. Lovely. And moving on. And this enemy here, specifically on the left here, we're going to get the sneak attack, but we have to finish off normally. That enemy will guaranteed get the second wind in this room, so another one where you've just got to take that extra couple of time, take a little bit more durability damage to your weapon, and deal with them the long way.
Him hugging the wall because obviously he's going straight. I'm watching him do this as well. It's like the small things, like just positioning as he's running through these like hallways. I love how like there's a lot of thought going into it because he knows where he's got to be. He's got to be through this side, that door there, and he's just cutting those corners perfectly.
Yeah, you're not a huge speedrun person, are you? Like you're not as experienced.
No, I find them very impressive. Yeah,
because
anytime I see it,
that's something you'll see a lot.
It's standard stuff.
Every step these speedrunners will try and shave milliseconds off their times.
Oh, and here we go. To skip this kind of falling cutscene, it just goes straight back to the main menu, loads in, and he's down at the bottom. Here we're going to see one of those purposeful deaths. He'll kind of walk down here, and then rather than taking the long way, he's just going to go straight off this ledge here. And
plus, that's minus $10 from my bank account, $10 to the SpeeDons charity.
Yeah, there's the whole mechanic that would be part of the game if you were playing it normally. Is you die, it ups your death counter, and you get older with each number on that counter. And as the years go by, that talisman gets a little bit more worn down.
Yeah, this it is a real shame that we do like back out to the menu to load back in, because you do miss the cutscene of like the elevator up or the elevator down transitioning into like this like quarry, this pit going all the way down. This is another challenging mini boss that is, you know, will definitely take a couple of lives off you on your first run through. Just turn into a joke, keep them against the wall, stun them over and over again, and yeah, that's it, over and done with.
And here we see death number 2. He's like pulling the act that he wasn't supposed to do. That seems shaking his head, but no, this is all calculated.
Down to the second mini boss enemy of the area, another annoying one. But there's just blades hitting on the wall. Done. And that's why you don't stand there and monologue before you fight the protagonist of a game or movie.
You'd think they'd kind of understand that part by now, but
no.
They still do it. They
still do it. Although I would also be confused if somebody dressed like Bruce Lee walked into my evil cave base.
Yes. Here's death number 3, but that skips all of this area and gets him straight to the end of this level and the boss.
This boss can either be extremely frustrating or extremely easy, depending on how quickly you deal with their mechanic. They're a spacing boss, like dealing with a zoner in a fighting game. They're trying to keep you away. So she uses the meteor hammer, swinging that around, trying to keep you away. But then keeping the blade for the boss fight, finish phase 1 super easily, super quickly.
Yeah, he finished out his focus bar upgrades just before this boss, so he could just use all of those charge attacks to just immediately get rid of that original health bar. Also, I only realized it in that second death is that every time that he dies and grows up in game, all the crowd is singing "Happy Birthday." Which
I love that.
I didn't hear it at first, but
I absolutely love that. It is a real shame though that obviously we are speedrunning. We're trying to go quick, but it does mean that we're going to skip all of the boss the boss cutscenes between phases, and they are so cool to watch. Like this one, the big bell at the back of the arena falls down, the platform starts crumbling, and you're falling infinitely fighting it.
Yeah, boss number 4, gone out of the way, about to choke her out, and
no, we'll spare her as well. Getting a nice little wee on screen for the falling. There we go. Talisman 4 done, and we will be moving on to the final level of the game, a final boss, the showdown against the man who killed your mentor. All these little still
kind of like symbol. I love it. It's such a I know you were talking about the whole inspiration and everything, and I just love it. I'm glad I'm getting those tidbits of information from you as well.
I love it. And normally you're like an old man sat there, or old woman sat there all pensive, like, oh, how am I gonna do? But we are just as young and fresh as we were starting this run off.
Yeah. I did think about this. Is it technically better for the run if you get older? Because as you kind of gain age, I think it's every 10 years, you lose a bit of health, but you gain a bit of damage. But then you also lose access to some of the skills, especially like the weapon durability, which I think he's kind of relied on quite a lot. So it's kind of that trade-off, and I can understand the reasoning for not aging. But I'm guessing that's probably already been gone through by all like the previous speedrunners. Like, oh, what if I get to this age? So I hit harder, but obviously I can't.
Well, you think about that, you want to deal less damage. You want to deal less damage to the bosses, though. You want to deal more stagger.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And I'm going to do this now. I'm going to weave these throughout the levels. It is the start of the quiz time for the final level. Gilo and chat, if you would like to play along, we're getting the first level. First question from the quiz. And I said this in the first level. What is the fight scene that the first side-on... Or what is the movie the fight scene is from? For that first side-on battle in the first level. How well were you listening to me?
Oh, God.
Chat will get this.
I've completely forgot. I know. As soon as I see it, I'll be kicking myself.
It's Old Boy. It's Old Boy.
Old Boy. Okay.
That's 0 out of 1 so far. Also, that was technically question 2. My notes are in the wrong order. Okay, you know what? We'll just do it now. We're seeing more of the same combat. We're gonna go for question 2.
I'll jump in with any important bits.
What does the master from Kung Fu Panda's name translate to?
I'll give everyone a second. I do remember this one.
And your final answer.
Taking quite a bit of damage here. Sorry.
No, sorry, I'm distracting for the speedrun. This room is so difficult. 2 of these elite enemies, like any slip up, they are going to stun you, start bashing you around the place, and as you can see, very close to being finished off.
Yeah. He split them up and he was able to take them out. Yeah, Master Shifu's name translates to Master, which is very, very silly.
Very funny. I like that.
It's lovely. It's so good. Is this big guy going to get the charge attack? He is, and he's
gone. Yeah, look at that.
Bricks to these 2. Oh, no, actually, he missed this one.
I think he threw somebody up the top of the stairs, actually. That must have been who it locked onto. And I'll say this now, because we are coming up to the final boss. Final question. In the museum, again, which movie inspired the dark fight scene?
I'll give people a second to remember this one. As he almost dies into another one of these kind of slightly bigger enemies. But he recovers.
This guy is tough, and that's why we're saving the knife for him. Just finish him off quickly.
Got this staff to go through.
There we go. Before we walk into the final boss fight room, give me your answer. What was the movie that inspired?
Matrix 3.
Oh,
The Grandmaster.
no. The Grandmaster. Okay, you got it. Okay, I was going to say.
They've inspired one after the other, I realize.
And here we're going to see.
You still got this staff to start the final boss out. It's already broken. I think this is quite a long fight because final guy is quite tanky.
But you also can't focus on him. You can't use you can't spend your focus moves. He uses your own moves against you. You can't be too aggressive. You can't throw him because he'll counter it. He'll try and stop and parry your attacks as you send it at him. It's so impressive to watch. He is you.
You played as him. You know how strong he is.
Yeah.
And here you go, phase 2, out in the rain and the courtyard, almost mirroring that first phase 2. He's trying to get him up against the wall, get some of these stuns off.
I think that's the only free damage move he does. When he does that jump off the wall, you can sidestep it very easy, get a few hits in. Like that. But this phase is harder. You can't get as many easy parry strings. All those orange moves, they're still gonna deal a ton of stagger damage to you. They're still gonna hurt you. It's getting a bit low here.
He's thrown up against the wall, yeah.
He's got him in the mixer. Nice.
Oh, there we go. And against the bench.
That was. I don't know if you saw it. Every of those little red flashes is him landing a parry. Look at that. A perfect string of parries is incredible.
He's getting so many of these back to back. It's incredible.
There you go.
The first break.
And you get the second one. Oh, the reverse, the push away. This is it's like watching an actual martial arts fight. I love watching this. It's so good.
Oh, and he's almost
stripped. He's on. Give him a quick swift kick to the head. Almost got him.
Oh, and he's about to die. Can he do it? And there we go.
Got him. I don't think that's not time yet.
It's not time yet, but that's the end of this fight. Never mind.
You get an extra phase. That's the thing that they don't tell you. For the Wood ending, you have to fight an extra phase without your talisman. So you cannot die here, or you will not respawn. You have to go back to the start of the level. It looks like he's just staggers so much quicker here. Got him in the corner, and that's it. The animation seems to be a little broken there.
Mimics the move that you used to finish the first boss. but you stop short
You save him. You leave
spare
him
the
alive.
man who led the group.
And that is how you
going
ascend.
after.
You ascend to a true understanding of Wood, which is, I should have explained this at the beginning. Wood is like, especially in the context of this game, is about making your opponents understand that you could beat them easily, but you're choosing to spare them rather than you traveling the path of vengeance and, you know, killing everyone in your path, which does not make you feel any better. We have another little section here, but we are coming up close to time now, I think.
I think as soon as you traverse through this area, you hit time as you reach the cutscene at the top. It's just a little bit of a mountain to climb. I think we're going to hear a lot of this, yeah. A lot of this again.
A lovely,
The way we
peaceful,
started.
reflective cutscene. Just traverse the
Lovely scenery though.
Yeah.
And then up you go. And I think time is...
Time. And there we go. What an incredible run. I love watching it. I love commentating it. I will continue to gush about this game when I leave the call and go back to talking to other people about it. But thank you guys very much for being here.
It is a lovely game.
Anything you want to shout out first, or should I do mine first?
I guess I'll do mine. I mean, thank you, SpeeDons, for giving me this opportunity and everything. Shout out to the Beat Saber community, just as a whole, if any of you guys are out there. Love you guys, and thank you, Bones, for roping me in to do this with you.
And yeah, I will just give a quick cheeky shout out to Brian Arthur for, you know, telling me that this was even a thing that I could possibly do. I've loved doing this. Hopefully I'll be able to get in here and do more speedrun commentaries and stuff like that. I absolutely loved it. But thank you guys very much for being here. Donate to charity, ! Donation. Buy the t-shirts, buy Sifu. And yeah, I've been Bones.
And I've been Gilo.
Thank you very much.
C'était bien pour speedrunner, pas trop compliqué. C'est peut-être trompé, mais du coup je suis très content d'en être arrivé là, quoi.
Ben, bravo, hein. C'était carré, magnifique run. De 6 minutes de plaisir aussi, mon cher Serpent, complètement avec toi dans ces outfits absolument lamentables. Ne vous inquiétez pas, dans quelques instants, vous allez voir de magnifiques outfits. Cependant.
Tout à fait, c'est loin d'être fini, mais ce fut un plaisir partagé, mon cher. On remet ça quand tu veux, et surtout sur d'excellents jeux. Et d'excellents jeux, il en reste encore pour encore un peu plus de 24 heures. Donc,
oui.
Donc profitez, n'oubliez pas effectivement de donner pour qu'on se réunisse une nouvelle fois.
Avec grand plaisir. Bravo à votre Ganon et à vous, le destin de l'ambiance.
Bonjour à tous.
Pour nous aussi, c'est un plaisir.
S'il fait un plaisir. Alors, juste avant de vous montrer les dessins, c'est vrai qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont donné pour être dans les dessins. Et il y a une nouvelle initiative qui a été ouverte. Maintenant, celle de Mister MV est passée, celle de Sifu également. Et il y a un défi qui a été ouvert pour eh bien, nommer ces choses. Ça y est, c'est fait. Donc, le défi s'appelle Nom des mascottes de SpeeDons 2025. Vous pouvez proposer vos noms en mettant une somme. Et après, si les gens sont d'accord avec vous, si les gens sont d'accord avec vous, eh bien, ils voteront pour votre nom. Donc, je rappelle, c'est quand vous faites un don, il faut cliquer sur Ajouter une enchère. Et là, vous avez l'option. Vous allez dans Nom des mascottes SpeeDons 2025.
Sachant que c'est totalement illimité. Hein. Vous pouvez avoir une idée dès demain à 16h et puis vous pouvez encore proposer vos trucs. Ça va durer jusqu'à la fin de l'élève, je pense. Hein. Peut-être qu'on aura le big quand même un peu avant la fin. Ou alors on les fait revenir l'année prochaine, on verra. Mais en tout cas, il va falloir travailler. Hein, parce que...
Le nom du gagnant, effectivement, sera donné demain avant les remerciements de Mister MV.
Il va falloir un petit peu se secouer les méninges, mais on vous fait confiance. On a donné quelques petites idées depuis le début. Donc...
Il y a déjà des idées qui circulent.
Ça fuse.
Alors, Slam Meta va nous présenter son dessin. Comment ça s'est passé? Ça va, t'as eu le temps finalement?
Il y a eu un petit peu plus de temps.
J'ai fini genre 10 minutes en avance et du coup j'ai commencé à rajouter des trucs. Il y a mon faute de tarif, j'ai rajouté. Après je vais faire de la merde, mais voilà.
Alors voyons voir.
Oh
oui!
Incroyable! Magnifique!
Dans un petit rectangle pour intégrer les petites signatures, etc. Incroyable.
Avec la couleur, parfait.
Du coup, si Corderon est toujours dans les parages, et
je crois qu'il a disparu.
Que non.
La régie nous a dit qu'ils vont se choper.
Tu voulais lui dire un truc?
non, mais c'est pour qu'il signe.
Bien sûr, oui. Il est pas loin.
J'espère.
Il est pas loin. On me dit en régie qu'il est pas loin. Ils vont réussir à l'attraper, t'inquiète pas. En tout cas, bravo pour le dessin.
Très beau dessin.
Et donc, tous ceux qui ont fait un don pendant la run auront la chance de peut-être gagner ce dessin.
Exactement, ouais.
Et je crois que tu es encore avec nous demain.
Exactement, c'est ça, je reviens pour Hollow Knight.
Hollow Knight, qui aura lieu, je crois, c'est dans les 5 derniers gros jeux. Et tu es là demain soir. Merci à toi en tout cas.
Merci
beaucoup. À très bientôt, à très bientôt.
Bonne soirée, à demain.
On va reprendre ça. Merci beaucoup, à demain. On va reprendre. Ah, mais il est là en plus. Ouais, c'est parfait.
Il a
remarqué avec ses dégâts.
C'est vrai qu'on voit deux types en peignoir qui se baladent, c'est quand même un peu bizarre.
On sait que c'est eux.
Et tout va bien.
Mesdames et messieurs, on va vous rappeler, bien sûr, vous avez l'initiative par rapport, enfin l'enchère, on va parler français, l'enchère par rapport au don chez ces trucs-là, voilà, on se comprend. On vous rappelle aussi que vous pouvez bien sûr acheter. Hein, mais on peut acheter quand même.
Achète.
Il va y en avoir jusqu'à demain soir, c'est toujours possible. Et on a aussi l'ordinateur, on se permet quand même de vous le rappeler parce que quand même, il faut qu'on vous en parle. Sachez que dès que vous faites un don d'au moins 5 €, vous avez la possibilité, en cochant la case prévue à cet effet, de participer au tirage de sort et de remporter ceci.
C'est donne le mot, j'ai jamais eu.
Continuez de donner, mesdames et messieurs, vous allez jusqu'à demain soir. N'hésitez pas. Cadeau quand même d'une valeur de 3 000 € de base.
Tout à fait, 3 000 €, un PC sensationnel. Tout ce qui arrive maintenant est incroyable, non pas que c'était hachis jusqu'à maintenant, mais
quoique.
En tout cas,
Je rappelle que l'événement normalement aurait dû s'appeler Bidon cette année, tellement il n'y a plus rien.
C'est sublime ce que tu proposes. Donc ce qui arrive maintenant, c'est Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow.
Ouais,
donc voilà, une run d'une 40aine de minutes qui sera runnée par Rocher et commentée par...
Non, pardon, j'allais juste rappeler que oui, c'est vrai, on l'a dit tout à l'heure, mais il y a aussi le fait que, oui, tu l'as bel et bien dit, que l'incentive avec Mr. MV qui rendra son jeu a bel et bien été validé.
Tout à fait. Ce sera dans environ 1h30. Allez,
ouais, un peu de choses
grosso modo, selon si les runners font des records du monde ou si choquent.
Ouais.
Donc environ 1h30, il y aura la race de DuckTales. Ça va être une course de 4 runners, dont Mr. MV, le recordman du monde actuel du jeu.
C'est beau ça.
Même. Donc ce sera vers 1h30 à peu près, et ce sera commenté par Sovlo et Twin. Ça va être incroyable.
Je pense que ça va être sympa. On n'est pas à l'abri que, imagine si le roi il se fait retirer sa couronne sur scène, en plus,
direct.
Il va être obligé de redonner depuis chez lui.
Il va falloir qu'il remettre un peu de temps.
Il va falloir être derrière lui, mesdames et messieurs, si vous voulez mon avis. Il va falloir
le cher Hugo, quelques dons peut-être. On en a eu beaucoup. On en a eu beaucoup. Il y a Ploquette qui a donné 500 € et qui a dit: ce mois-ci, au lieu d'acheter des conneries, je vais faire un truc utile avec mon argent. Un peu flop cet applaudissement si on se demande. Mais
c'est que 500 €.
C'est bien tenté, c'est bien tenté. Un don anonyme qui dit: jouer à des schmups et des jeux d'arcade, jouer à Sifu. Voilà, on a un don de Chouki, que je connais bien, qui a dit: merci au vieux monsieur pour cet événement malheureusement nécessaire. Big up aux monstres de runnereuses, aux castereuses et à leur gars et au public. Ouais, nous dit-il.
Ouais.
Et un petit don anonyme de 800 balles, voilà.
Oh, ça fait plaisir.
Pas de message.
Allez hop, on donne ça directement à la boulangère. On a aussi d'autres dons. Merci beaucoup à vos équipes pour tes 5 € qui nous dit dont non létal, bien au contraire. Merci beaucoup à toi, ça fait plaisir. On a aussi 200 € de Reed Liquor qui nous dit aussi ouais.
On a un don de 10 € de Nanoub qui a dit: le jeu et la run sont incroyables, mais les cosplays des commentateurs sont pas si fous. Vous l'avez.
C'est fort.
Exceptionnel.
Chapeau, bien sûr.
Des applaudissements et un peu de huée, voilà.
Il y a des gens qui sont par trace. On a perdu 20 000 viewers quand même.
On a des dons où il n'y a pas de message et pourtant énorme. On a Zodek qui a donné 300 €, un don anonyme de 500 €, un don de Balix de 500 €, un don de Mati de 400 €. C'est 2000 balles. C'est 2000 balles ce que je viens de dire.
Ouais, mais en 2 secondes, on les passe parce qu'on a eu beaucoup de dons 500 €. Merci beaucoup. Continuez à être généreux comme ça.
Thorfinn qui a dit bourrer les dons 500 €.
Voilà, continuez des bons conseils. On a aussi Jin Tamago qui nous dit avec ses 25 €, j'ai oublié ce qu'il fallait faire avec les t-shirts. Est-ce que quelqu'un dans la salle peut me le rappeler? Merci, au moins on avait un doute. Il n'est plus là. On a aussi Popen qui nous dit avec ses 10 €, merci à Minou, qui a pu nous avoir les places pour vivre ce Speedon 5 depuis la salle. Dourez les bons.
Dourez les bons.
C'est énorme. Continue, vas-y, on en a d'autres.
Alors il y avait eu, dans l'heure précédente, on a vu Picsou qui a donné
1000 balles.
1000 balles. Le message était le suivant: pour que le vieux monsieur me pogo le stick.
Eh ben ça a marché, il va se faire plaisir.
On parle de DuckTales, c'est dans le jeu, voilà.
Oui, alors.
Dans le jeu pour l'instant, en tout cas, voilà. Après, bien sûr, cela ne nous regarde pas, Hugo.
Vous verrez ça plus tard.
Voilà, Bouilly qui nous dit: pour que le célèbre speedrunner défende son titre en World Record tout à l'heure, courage à tous pour la dernière journée. C'est vrai que dans 6 minutes, Il restera moins de 24 heures de speedon, Hugo.
C'est vrai que ça va extrêmement vite quand même. Est-ce que vous aimeriez que ce soit 7 jours?
Vous voulez que ça dure jusqu'à lundi soir? Qui met trop dans la merde. Allez, let's go.
Il va se sentir obligé de rajouter un jour là.
Non, bah d'accord.
Juste donner, et puis on verra ce qui sera fait plus tard.
C'est ça.
En tout cas, on a Jay qui le fait puisqu'il nous a donné 300 € et sans message, tu pouvais quand même dire bonjour, c'est la moindre des choses, mais merci quand même. On a aussi l'Escargot qui nous donne 100 balles, ça va trop vite pour moi. Quand l'événement de Slow Run, en attendant bourrer les dons, achète et donne.
Je sais pas si ce serait si...
Bah, il y a déjà des streamers qui s'en chargent, donc
c'est ça,
on va les laisser faire.
imagine, tu fais slow run, et en fait, il n'y a que 2 jeux dans le marathon.
Si le machin dure un mois,
5 jours.
C'est des let's play, quoi. Il y en a sur Internet.
Ça, c'est un let's play.
Nous faites pas chier, nous, on fait des jeux vite. Hein. Vous allez voir les screenshots sur Twitch.
On a Dr Bob qui nous a donné 300 € et qui a dit la bagarre, bien sûr.
La bagarre.
Célèbre chanson de Mr MV que vous connaissez peut-être. 200 € de Jack ou Z qui dit bonjour de notre petite Suisse. Un plaisir de suivre Speedon chaque année. Ouais.
On
a le Fonous qui dit le speedrun de Sifu qui est un régal pour les yeux. Merci de nous offrir ça en permettant d'aider autrui.
Et en plus de ça, tu le dis tellement bien que c'est déjà la suite.
Ah ouais, bah oui, c'est déjà la suite. Mesdames et messieurs, la run de Castlevania est prête. Donc ça part sur scène et voilà.
C'est une petite heure de run. Faites-vous plaisir. Ça commence à être le début de la nuit. Sortez le plaid et place au runner.
Tout à fait. À vous la scène.
Ça va là-haut? Je vous entends pas, Speedon.
Voilà.
Le public est estatique, je suis comme une baraque à frites, c'est trop bien.
Incroyable. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir tout le monde, je suis Mama Paprika et j'ai la chance de pouvoir co-commenter cette run avec toi, Rosanne. Comment tu vas?
Moi, ça va très bien, la forme. On va être bien confort sur cette run qui va être absolument incroyable.
Ouais, beaucoup de choses à l'écran, beaucoup de choses à décrire, ça va être trop cool.
Ouais, mais bon, là, il manque quand même quelqu'un, non?
Il manque quelqu'un. Je crois qu'il manque notre runner préféré.
Où est-il passé?
Où est-il passé? Rocher, viens, je t'en supplie! Mais regardez-le!
Oh là là! Il est incroyable! Quel flow! Oh là 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 là!
C'est vrai que ça dénote avec les commentateurs d'avant.
Il est ravissant.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome. Hello, I'm Dragon Blitz. I'm going to be helping with commentary today, and I'm being joined by Vey over here. Vey, how's it going?
Hello, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you going, guys? We will be commentating Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. The run will be done by Roche. Oh my god, this game.
Yeah, Julius all bosses. This is quite an interesting category. Julius mode being the bonus unlockable mode you can do in Dawn of Sorrow after beating the game. You get to play with an alternate set of characters. You get Julius, you get Yoko, and you get Alucard. It's kind of like a throwback to the Castlevania 3 trio. You got yourself a Belmont, a Spellcaster, and then, well, Alucard. But yeah, the run is really interesting. You get a lot of really cool movement options, a lot of really cool combat options, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that stuff today, which is very, very fun. Very technical run. You get to see a whole lot of the game and a lot of the speed options only available in this mode.
Oh yeah. Also, exclusive boss fight in the end.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Yeah. The final boss is different because it's kind of like considered a different like story scenario. So instead of the normal final boss, we get a completely different one. So.
My God, they did it. They put the SpeeDons symbol in the screen.
Oh yeah. You get to like sign your name as your for your file name before starting the game, and that's a beautiful signature, I do say.
Okay, let's go.
And right away, yeah, we're seeing a lot of double jump dive kicks here. It's just a way to speed up your movement slightly faster than normal. And yeah, we're starting as Julius here. Julius is the Belmont of the group. It is called Julius mode for a reason. And funny enough, we won't be seeing too much of Julius throughout this run. He's not considered necessarily the most useful of the trio, but he's the only starting character that we have at the very beginning here. So for this very first boss fight against Flying Armor, we're going to be using Julius exclusively here.
Yeah. And also, he's using the X because the X is the best sub weapon you can grab it for Julius. The bosses that will do it, Julius, will not be only flying armor, but they take advantage as much as the X throwing. Okay, he got the bad RNG, but it was the last hit, so that was perfect.
Not bad at all, yep. Yeah, Julius, most of his damage is going to come from the sub-weapons, like you said. But immediately right here in Yoko's room, we get to unlock the next character of the run, which is Yoko. She's the spellcaster. Her movement is really, really powerful. Her backdash goes farther than all the other characters' backdashes, so you're going to be seeing a lot of backdash cancels, either by crouching after backdashing or by jumping to cancel the end lag of the backdash animation. The primary way that she does combat is with her spells. She has the ice spell, the lightning spell, and the fire spell, and all of them are different for different reasons. The ice spell just sends out a few ice shards in a few directions, and it's very, very powerful. It can double hit some bosses for a ton of damage. So yeah, generally we're going to be seeing Yoko in the movement department as well as doing a lot of damage to the bosses, especially in these early sections. So
yeah, especially because the ice spell, you can see it, that Roche is stopping, waiting for the ice spell to go so he can continue the movement. It's very planned up. Also, another thing, he also needs to be careful with the enemies he's been killing because he needs to control the level ups to do some skips later.
yeah, there's not very many options as far as glitches go for Julius mode, but one particular glitch does require leveling up at very specific moments while in certain animations and stuff like that. We will be seeing that later, so yeah, keep in mind all of these enemies that are being killed are, for the most part, like completely routed out. Like you're killing the exact same enemies every time, so you know exactly where you're going to be leveling up within, you know, a certain margin or whatever. Another thing to say about Yoko, she does have this like club attack as well that will heal you some amount of damage if you hit with it. So a lot of the time you're going to be seeing here like some intentional damage boosts. It's usually just better to like take damage from those enemies as opposed to like using magic to try and kill them, which could be a little bit slower on average. But in a pinch, if you're really low on HP, you can use the mace to get back some health here. And this is going to be the Dario boss fight. This fight is intended to happen much later on in the game at a higher level in general, but in Julius mode, you kind of have like a freedom to move around the castle in a couple of different ways. So you're not restricted by like the normal progression that you would be used to doing as Soma.
Yeah, and also, oh sorry, DB. Dario can be easily manipulated by just do this jumping over him.
Yep. Yeah, otherwise, I would say this fight without the manipulation can be a little bit difficult. You have to, Let's see how he's going to be able to recover here. Stand still and is looking pretty fine overall, and does get the kill eventually there. Not bad at all. That could have been way, way, way worse if like you get him out of sync of that manipulation and then you have to start reacting to certain moves to dodge them. Did take a decent amount of damage there, but there should be some like safety saves along the way that'll keep things from being too scary here, hopefully. Because you can be at risk of dying in this this boss, all bosses run for sure.
Also, defeating Dario opens the way to you to get Alucard as a character. So yeah, now we have all the trio and all the movement options between the three characters. Mostly will be Yoko and Alucard for movement.
Yeah, Alucard definitely not as fast of backdashes. Still pretty good. His backdash speed is still pretty good. But he's going to be used a lot for his high jump mobility to just go through vertical screens faster, as well as his bat transformation to just squeeze through different areas and just have access to different movement options in general. And yeah, the movement between these bosses is very, very clean so far, and we're already on the next boss fight here for Puppet Master, and we're going to be seeing how Alucard likes to do damage, I presume, here. Because there's a couple different ways you can do each boss, but I imagine Alucard is going to be showcased here because of his propensity to slash his sword very, very fast.
Yeah, you can see that Roche is doing some canceling by backdashing. I frames this movement here.
Nice. Perfect. Yeah, that's actually pretty tight. You're trying to time Alucard's sword special. You're invincible during it. But if you time it just right, you're fully invincible throughout it. And otherwise, that like the attack where he puts you in the Iron Maiden there can do a ton of damage and even kill. Does like almost 200 damage, I think.
Yeah.
But very, very
That
clean
was
fight.
excellent fight.
Yeah. All of those attack cancels that he's doing, either he is doing the attack in the air and then it cancels the animation as soon as you land, or during the middle of the attack animation, you can backdash to cancel the attack animation, and then you can crouch afterwards to cancel that part of the backdash. So it's just a constant string of like attack, backdash, crouch, attack, backdash, crouch over and over and over again. And it increases your DPS by a whole lot in this game. It's a very, very fun mechanic to mess around with in general. It's one of the things that makes combat in this game like super fluid and super nice. Throughout most of the characters can do it. Yoko can do the same kind of backdash cancel. Julius can as well, but with Alucard, it's very, very fast.
Also, it's mostly because of the hate of attacks that Alucard can do it. Yoko has almost the same hate of attack as Alucard, but the damage for her is not that strong. So yeah, Alucard is the most preferred character to deal with it. Also, it's more used for, let's say, bosses that mostly stationary or doesn't move as much.
Yeah, or ones that are like close to the ground where you can like do grounded attacks. The bosses where the hit points, the point where you actually hit them is like higher up on the ground. Usually it's better to do Yoko's like spells or like use Julius's axes or something like that. Because like the amount of time it takes to jump up there as Alucard and then do one sword sling and then fall back to the ground sometimes isn't worth it. So.
Okay, this is unfortunately the last boss Roche will use Julius. Because here with Valor, you can use it DX to do a lot of hits, as you can see it right now.
Yeah, and his total health pool is pretty low comparatively. He's supposed to be like the second boss in the game, so any way to... Oh, no.
He got the eye laser.
That is unfortunate. Yeah, like I said, this game is pretty brutal overall when it comes to like just playing throughout the game. It could be quite tough.
And unfortunately, this death puts him back on Puppet Master boss fight, so he needs to do it all again. Also, the teleport he got it as he entered the garden was for this. He goes to garden to Wizardry Lab so he can fight below, because this is our bosses.
Yeah, the routing throughout the castle, like this is like one of my favorite types of speedruns that are out there, where it is a game. The entirety of the speedrun revolves around movement between bosses and then executing these boss fights as cleanly as possible. And that style of speedrun really speaks to me personally. Ooh, big damage there, but does get the kill overall, makes it through just fine. Yeah, like I said, this is a very technical speedrun. A lot of things can go wrong. You could have some like bad boss patterns, bad enemy patterns. You're going to be doing some intentional damage boosts here and there, which makes things scary. So overall, not surprising to see a death in this speedrun, all things considered. But, you know, still all things, it's not that bad. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Also, another thing here is about the boss fights is this game, the boss fights can hit like a truck depending on the movement.
Oh yeah.
Like Bolozai laser, in the late game especially, the late game bosses hit like a truck in any attack, even with contact damage.
Oh yeah, there are certain attack patterns where, like, depending on what level you are, you can just get like one shot, or you can get like comboed into a certain attacks that like hit you, stun locking you the entire time. It can be quite brutal. This is not a easy speedrun by any means, mostly just due to how high risk some of these fights can be, or just certain like movement sections. We're already seeing like a lot of very careful movement, utilizing the spells to like clear these certain enemies so you don't do additional like damage boosts that you don't need to, stuff like that. So yeah, and we're almost back to that Balor boss fight, so all things considered, like, definitely some time loss, but in the grand scheme of things for a speedrun this difficult, it's not too bad. Plus, we get to see more Julius, and it is Julius mode after all, so, you know, that's always the bright side.
Yeah, because after this, we won't see Julius anymore.
The only time we'll see him is when he's going to be switching past Julius to get to a different character. Because you do have to like swap in order, based off of just like the in-game order. It goes Julius, then Yoko, then Alucard. So if he wants to go from Alucard to Yoko, he does have to go through Julius, but yeah. Another thing that you're going to be seeing, which is actually kind of nice that we get to point it out, is Julius was doing little uppercut cancels there. It's something that's unique to Julius. If you press the left shoulder button in air, he does like this little mini uppercut, and you can use that as kind of like a third jump, and you can cancel that jump into like another whip attack or like another sub-weapon attack. So it's a way to like stay in the air next to the boss while also doing damage with the uppercut. So it's a little bit of nice little Julius tech that would be like hard to notice otherwise. But now it's pretty much all Yoko and Alucard from here.
Yeah. Now they need to, he'll go back for Garden, and then for the chapel.
Yep.
There's a teleport right here.
Yeah, the overall layout of the castle is pretty interconnected, as you would expect for like a Castlevania game, obviously. Lots of different teleporters that link up to different areas. Once you've like unlocked the teleporter, like seen it once and entered the room once, it's like saved in your memory to come back to you later. It gets added to the, you know, different teleporters.
La plupart des jeux ne vous enlèvent pas de vie dans celui-là, mais par contre, vous
But yeah, we're just getting through the garden here pretty linearly to get to the chapel, just like you said. And
oh, there's bloody tears.
Yeah, this remix is so good. The soundtrack in general in this game is very, very good.
Okay, now he needs to boost through those great armors.
Nice, nice. Makes it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you mess up your movement there and you take multiple hits, you can be in big trouble because like trying to like get through those enemies without damage boosting just takes so long that you just risk the damage boost.
Also, it's also about the level up manipulation.
Oh, that as well, yeah, of course. Yeah, another thing unique about the chapel here is we're going to be seeing two boss fights pretty much back to back here. We got Dimitri here, who his main gimmick is that he'll absorb whatever like soul or sub-weapon attack that you hit him with, and then he'll like throw it back at you. The fastest way to clear him is to just use Alucard's Hellfire attack and then slash him a bunch. Makes it through Dimitri just fine, basically hitless there, and now we have another boss fight, which generally is considered one of the easier bosses throughout, you know, Castlevania fights in general. We got Malphus, Karasmon, whatever you want to call him. In this game, they call him Malphus, but
yeah, this boss also his Symphony of the Night, as his Symphony of the Night installment. Also, it's easy because you can easily manipulate his pattern by staying in a certain positioning.
Yeah, and he gets like slightly stun locked every time you hit him. Like he just like sits there for a second. That hit stun does add up and allow you to get a bunch of extra hits before he becomes too dangerous there. But yeah, that's pretty much all for this like upper part of the chapel that we're going to be doing. Again, it's an all bosses speedrun, so you go up there, you fight the two bosses, and now we're going to try and safely make our way out of here. Not bad at all. And to the right of this area is the Condemned Tower, but we first want to pick up this warp room. Like I said, there are tons of interconnected warp rooms that we're going to be visiting throughout. So instead of going to the Condemned Tower now, we have that warp room to come back here later, and we can clear out the like bottom half of the castle from here. So there's a couple areas down here with a few bosses.
Yeah, he's now going for the caverns. Oh my god, that was very close.
Yeah, this whole area is... Yeah, the area here is like full of these like ceiling traps and stuff like that, and they do a ton of damage, and the types of knockback they do can really screw you over in a speedrun. Like I think at this health value, he might have actually just died, to be honest, if he got hit by that.
Yeah. Also, these cave trolls.
Yeah, cave trolls do a ton of damage here. Here we're seeing Yoko use a different spell other than the ice spell. This is the lightning spell. Here, Rahab is weak to lightning damage attacks, and those balls will kind of just like follow him. So generally, it's nice to be able to spam this when he's like close to you, so you get multi-hits with the balls here. He should be close to dead, honestly. Maybe one more spell. Or just one more hit there. Yep. Close
That was
one.
a very close call.
Yeah. Thankfully, after every single boss fight, they do drop this like little orb thing, which fully heals your like HP and your MP. So as long as you get the boss killed, you can very safely refill all of your health. So nothing to worry about from here.
Yeah. Also, Rahab here is not as annoying as Soma because you already has the ability to go underwater.
Yeah, when you fight him as Soma, you can't, like, you just float on the top of the water and you just are at the mercy of whatever patterns he decides to do. In this game, or in this mode for this game, you have a lot more agency over trying to fight him, so. Yeah. We still have to deal with everyone's favorite mechanic in all of video games, underwater movement. I do love how, like, universally across the board, every single game developer is like, what should we do to our player when they're underwater? We'll just make them like 60% slower and make their jumps really floaty. That sounds about right, yeah. It makes sense, don't get me wrong, but boy, oh boy, is it something that I'm always happy to get through as quick as possible in a run like this. And this area is, again, full of enemies, a lot of intentional backdashing into enemies. And we're going to see a little skip here that's really interesting. So Alucard, his sword special, like, displaces his hitbox in a way that, like, can activate switches. So if you just use the sword special in the right spot, the game physically moves Alucard to the other side, collides with the switch. The game says, oh, you're touching the switch? Let's go ahead and press that switch for you, which lets you enter this area from like the completely like wrong side, which skips a huge section of like the underground cave area and this part here. So it links up right to the boss fight much, much quicker. It's probably like a minute or two time save, something like that.
Yeah, and also you can also do this with Soma because the Katal has the same attack only once, but it's enough to press the button.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like Alucard exclusive, that skip. You can use a similar weapon, the Katal, like you said, a Soma, to do similar skips. We're probably going to be seeing that again on the way to the condemned tower because there's another situation with like a switch behind a wall that you can just press. But before that, we have Bat Company. This fight can be a little scary because there is an intentional damage boost element here. Yep. You intentionally take damage so that way you can get as many fireballs inside of him as possible. Okay. Very close. He should be close to dead here, but we have to be careful here because any hit from here on out will kill us. So...
Yeah, also, Bad Company changes his pattern, but very good fight, very good fight. Bad Company changes phases for quite some time, but you exploit the most of his bad form.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you don't do a ton of damage during that like intro like form there when he's just flying around as a bat, every time he changes phases and changes into a different shape, that like animation of him changing forms, he's completely invincible, so you can't do damage. So you're just trying to do as much damage as quickly as possible to avoid those like transition phases. But yeah, conveniently for us, right next to the boss is another warp room, so we can warp out of here, back closer to the center part of the castle here, back to the chapel, and now we should be heading towards that condemned tower.
And right here we will see, okay, there's the other button. You can trespass using the special, same as Soma with Katal.
Yeah, it's the easiest skip in the game. You literally just walk up to the edge and do the attack special. It just presses the switch for you. Very, very convenient. Again, that saves a lot of time moving through different areas. And here we go. We're going to be seeing a setup here. This is probably... This type of glitch is like the main glitch you're going to be seeing throughout this run, which is if you level up while out of bounds, the game will like zip you upwards. So this entire like tower section, you're normally supposed to pay attention during this boss phase. Once we get to phase 2, you're going to see them crashing through the tower. If you notice the map in the top right hand corner as well, they showed it on screen there. We're at the very top of the condemned tower when normally you're supposed to go up like 10 different like stories or something like that. So that out of bounds level up warp saves a huge amount of time moving through this area. Yeah, like all of these different floors are actually connected on the map, and you would have had to climb up all of these individually, but that level up warp skips all of that.
Oh yeah. Also, for reference, you you can do this with Soma, but Soma you have two types of ways to do it. The first one was pause and use the practice skills, and you don't have this on Julius mode, so you need to use the second method, that is the level up.
Yeah, my understanding of how the glitch works, and this could be like slightly wrong, but when you use Alucard Sword Special or anything that like pushes you out of bounds, the game disables your ability to like interact with screen transitions. But if you delay the game in some way, either by opening the menu and using a practice seal, or using like the Succubus Soul as Soma, or getting a level up, something that delays the game screen, it'll update your collision with the out of bounds area that you're in. And since you're in an out of bounds area, the game kind of just warps you.
The game recognize your coordinates as invalid and try to put you as the max coordinates that he can be valid.
It's something like that. Essentially just interacting with like an out of bounds like load zone causes the positioning where it's supposed to warp you to get like glitched out basically.
That was a bad damage boost.
Yeah, this area is very annoying to get through with all the different spikes and like traps and stuff like that, but it's usually better to just damage boost through some of it and not even mess around with it. Yeah, like those spikes there, it's faster to just damage boost. Which does make this area quite scary, because one mistake could lead to death, but it seems like we make it there to the next save room.
Yeah. Okay, this boss fight, oh my god. There's one thing we know about the director of those games, Koji Igarashi, is that he likes JoJo.
Oh yeah.
And this boss is a direct reference. Oh, he got the time warp, he was on iframes.
Oh yeah, that's one way to handle it. Yeah, essentially, with Zephyr, his big thing is he does, the time stop abilities of Worldo. You guys know the reference. But you either have to like preemptively wait for him to like stand still and do the little pose, because if you try and attack him while he's in the middle of it, that's when he does the time stop where he's invincible and it wastes time. So either you can choose to activate the time stop intentionally just to get it over with, or you have to sit there and wait and not attack him during that phase. So either way, it's wasting time, but very, very clean fight, taking no damage there. You love to see it.
Another thing is he's one of the weakest boss in the game.
Yeah, his overall health value is really low.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 HP.
Yep. And now that we're out of the clock tower here, we're going to be in the Pinnacle, which is like the top floor of this area of this game. We have the Agony boss fight up here, which can be a little bit difficult, I would say. Overall, he's like one of the scarier bosses as far as like he moves around the screen erratically. He can do a lot of damage, stuff like that. Oh wait, actually, before we do Agony, I forgot. There's another boss fight, right? Or are we?
Yeah, no. This one will be less for later. For now, Roche is doing a grind, so he can set up another zip. But he's killing some succubus. He killed 4 succubus, and he's trying to be as close as possible to the level up, so he can do the same op as he did in Condemned Power.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're using the fireballs to get the level up. Warps to the left there, and then that causes you again. The level up while out of bounds causes that zip to happen, and he goes to the very top of the pinnacle, skipping probably like 2 minutes of movement. It's a massive time save. Yeah, no, I was getting mixed up with the, I think, glitchless route for a second there. But yeah.
Yeah, there's something about the Pinnacle. This area is a pain to navigate. There's a lot of enemies, the dangerous enemies.
Yep. Yeah, it takes a lot of time too. Yeah. But yeah, this type of boss fight is like perfect for Yoko's ice ability, because not only is Agony weak to ice, his hitbox is big enough that one cast of the ice spell can do multi-hits with like 3 or 4 hits happening all at once. Oh wow, and getting him stuck out of bounds there, so that way the fire attack gets like caught on the wall. I've never actually seen that. Wow. Very, very clean.
Yeah. now it's going back. And going back, as you can see, it's not that fine because there is a lot of enemies that it's like a truck in the way. So that's why in the beginning you just go through it by zipping.
Yeah, the zip saves a lot of time on the way there, but unfortunately we can't do the same type of zip to leave. So we're going to be going through this area the intended way to get back. But, you know, you get to utilize more of the very powerful movement along the way, dodging these enemies.
Also, that was the last one. The one he did to Agonia was the last one. So
for the zips,
he's not constrained anymore by level ups.
Yep. Yeah. So now, if he needs to kill an enemy that's in his way, it's a lot safer to do so. Where before you'd have to, risk messing up your level up routing, which does free you up for more on the fly like backups and stuff like that. Ooh, nice. Using the switching characters for iframes there. Very, very cool. But yeah, now we're going to be leaving this side of the pinnacle to the left.
Yeah.
Because we have the paranoia.
Yeah, for Demon Guest House. The top of Demon Guest House, there is another boss.
Yep.
There is paranoia.
Yeah, this side of Demon Guest House. This side of Demon Guest House is normally unavailable unless you come from this side. There's like a little switch that blocks you right here. You can only press that switch from this side. Otherwise, you can't get up to the very, very top here. And this leads directly to the Paranoia boss fight, which is like a two-phase boss. You have like the little mini Paranoia, and then you have like the main Paranoia boss right afterwards. So if things go well with mini Paranoia, you can stun lock him pretty well with like attack cancels and stuff like that, and he doesn't really get a chance to hurt you too bad. Oh, he's trying to set it up here, yeah. That's the thing with the attack cancels, though, is the timing on them can be quite specific, where if you mess up like a backdash timing or something like that, the enemy gets out of like the stun lock that you're going for. Yep. The other thing is, because you are backdashing and then crouching afterwards, you need to crouch and then let go of crouch to stand back up before you do another attack. Otherwise, you can't do a backdash while you're in the crouch attack animation. So it's genuinely a lot more technical than just like spamming the buttons to do the cancels. Like there is a specific timing to it, and if you mess it up, you miss out on a lot of damage.
Also, his laser attack hurts a lot.
It does a ton of damage. But thankfully, Yoko's hitbox works out in such a way where crouching in that one spot does leave you safe to, I don't know if it's every single pattern, but definitely those patterns.
Yeah, for I think 80% of the patterns.
Yeah.
Let's see, I think he has 4 or 5 patterns of lasers.
Yep. But yeah, each one of them, there's like a safe spot that you can stand on the screen. Even his hand there, when his hand is sticking out of the mirror, if you collide with the hand, it still does like contact damage as well. So that's why you had to slide from underneath to dodge it. But yeah, good stuff. Very clean fight, all things considered.
Yeah, and that was the last option boss. Now he's going for the late game bosses. So it's such straight line for the rest of the game.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much here it's going to be going towards the Condemned Tower again for the mines, and then into the Abyss, and then the final boss. So
yeah, but of course, it's still, until you reach the final boss, you have 2 more bosses in the way, and it's probably the most scariest boss in the game, for sure.
Oh yeah, we have 2 of the scariest ones. Well, they both just do a ton of damage, for sure. Death and Abaddon. But yeah, we get to see lots more movement throughout the castle here, falling all the way down that Condemned Tower. Yeah, this section, I believe, opens up after you kill all of the bosses except for Paranoia, I believe.
Yeah, Paranoia. Paranoia is not needed.
Yeah, but that opens up that floor part there, so you can enter the mines. So because of that, it does make a interesting category split between Julius All Bosses and Julius Glitchless, where the Glitchless version of this run does a lot of the same routing and kills a lot of the same bosses. The major difference is you can't do those out of bounds zips, but you do get to skip the Paranoia boss fight. Other than that, the runs are actually relatively similar. So if you learn one of the categories, you can theoretically learn the other one without too much trouble because you're doing a lot of the same stuff.
Okay, he's saving here for sure.
I 100% agree with this decision. This next boss fight is brutal. Death does a ton of damage. He has a ton of different random patterns that can get out of control very quickly. You have to keep in mind a lot of different things happening on the screen at once. You have randomly spawning sights alongside whatever pattern Death decides to do. He also flies around the screen somewhat randomly, and depending on where he is on the screen can determine like what kind of attacks you want to go for and how you want to dodge them. Wow, very, very close dodge there with the scythe.
Yeah, and this is the bad pattern. He doesn't want the normal attacks from Death. You just want the rotating scythe, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, this pattern is so rough. Because not only that, when he's sitting there horizontally on the screen, Yoko's ice attack doesn't have the chance to like double hit, which is really unfortunate. These dodges are insane. Oh, man. Yeah, normally when he's flying straight up like this, you have a chance to double hit with the scythe. Or sorry, the icicle attack. But now he's in phase 2, and we're gonna opt to change to Alucard here for the like quick double slashes here. Try and hit him twice per jump.
Unfortunately, yeah. You want that to be as close to the ground as possible so you can exploit Alucard's attack.
Yep.
But he's not giving it.
Yeah, these patterns have been genuinely pretty rough. And at a high level, a lot of the time, like, PBs are going to come down to like what kind of attack pattern or what kind of patterns the bosses give you. And yeah, this is not one that you're super happy to see because if he was closer to the ground, you could do like shorter attack cancels, which would end up being higher DPS overall and kill the boss quite a bit faster, which then, you know, removes attacks like this where, yeah, those skull attacks there, if you get hit by one of those, it's a ton of damage. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it just outright kills at this point.
Yeah, it's probably like 180 or 190 damage.
Yeah, so very close to killing. Oh, yeah, now we're in the danger zone, but is able to clutch out the fight. Let's go. Nice. Honestly, just having a deathless death fight alone in this category in and of itself is very difficult, so very clean.
Okay, now for the roughest part of navigation, the abyss.
Yeah, you have the hardest boss fight for the most part in the run, followed by the hardest bit of traversal, where if you mess up any movement here, it's incredibly punishing. You do also have to deal with like random enemy patterns from like these rippers, for example. And here, yeah, any one of these backdash jump cancels, if you messed up one of those, he would just get stuck in the fire pillar and take a ton of damage, potentially even die. So... And not only that, every single one of these enemies does a ton of damage, and you have to exploit their like patterns to get past them without taking damage. So it can be quite tricky.
You can see here that you need those. I forgot about the name of the enemy. You just need them to be out of your way. You can just attack them so he can take a knockback. Or you can just wait for it, but yeah, it will depend of how the game will handle for you.
Yeah, this is one of those areas where you definitely can't just like make it up on the fly. Like you need strats and backup strats, and you need to understand the different patterns the enemies can do, because one wrong move can be enough to make this basically impossible to get through. Like you're going to take too many hits, the damage is going to start adding up, and you won't be able to make it through.
Yeah, here in this down room there is a final guard, and final guard hits a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage here from the final guard, but thankfully Alucard can just fly over in bat form. Like in a lot of these Soma runs, there you have to intentionally take like a damage boost, and it can be quite scary to get past him because like he just has so much health.
Half of his health. Yeah, it takes like half of Soma's health on that by a single damage boost.
Yep.
So if you mess up, you are straight up dead.
Yeah, one of the things that is nice for the Soma speedruns is you do have the ability to like heal with like healing items, potions, and stuff like that. But in Julius mode, you don't have an inventory or a menu or anything like that to access healing items. So if you're low on health, it's either find a save room, find like kill a boss and like absorb the little orbs that they drop, or have Yoko like hit a bunch of enemies to absorb more health. So your ability to get more health back in dangerous situations is a lot. There's not as many options. But here is Abaddon, another very scary boss because of the Locust Swarm that he has. If you get caught in the Locust Swarm, they can like combo you and just do like a ton of damage, a ton of hits back to back. But here's Alucard. You're going to be trying to use the Alucard Sword Special to avoid damage where you can. You can also slash some of the Locusts out of your way, but here, ooh, yeah, he missed the Alucard attack cancel there. So, again, scary boss. He's giving him a weird pattern as well here. Yep, Alucard Sword Special attack to dodge the horizontal pattern. This one just, yeah, hide in the corner, hope to not take too much damage. Nice, clutches it out. Yeah, this is definitely like the scariest part of the run for sure.
And it's not even the end. There is still some big enemies like Iron Golems in the way. So, and also spikes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, even like these enemies here, like the patterns that they give you can be very chaotic. And it, you know, the movement that you do, any small mistakes could add up to a lot of damage. So yeah, there's another intentional damage boost too. So very much risking it for the speed here. I mean, that's what speedrunning is all about sometimes. You go for the fast movement where you know you can.
There's the Iron Golem.
Yeah, that's another enemy that, like, if you wanted to try and kill that enemy normally, it would take like a minute or two, just from how much like high defense and high health that it has. So it's better to just skip them for sure.
And there's the spice room. This one will be, it need to be careful, especially because those Aranis and Tangelis in the way can just push up you to the spikes and combo you to death.
Yeah, exactly. And like once you're stuck down there in the bottom half where all those spikes were, like getting back out can be very, very troublesome, because then if you land on more spikes, that's even more damage. But yeah, we're going to be saving before the final boss fight of the run coming up right here. Normally in a Soma playthrough, this is where you'd be fighting Menace, but we actually are going to be fighting Soma in his evil Dracula form here. This is like based off of the quote-unquote like bad ending. So if you get the bad ending as Soma, this is what he turns into, and then it's up to Julius and his friends to stop him from being turned evil or whatever, being the second incarnation of Dracula.
Yeah, this first phase is a damage race. Yep. You just can I framed his big axe attack and just fast kill those ways, and the last axe dodge was sick.
Yeah.
The second phase will be more stationary, so you can well exploit Dracula's Somaculus.
I will say, fun fact about the Dominus Collection version of this game, on the 1.0 release, whatever they did to the collection had the side effect of causing specifically just this guy's attack patterns to get sped up in a way that made him like way harder than he's supposed to be. The strat that you're seeing right here where you go underneath the Soma phase 2 boss anytime he throws like the worms out, you could not do that in like 1.0. You would just get hit and like die. Ooh, this is very scary. He's like one hit away from death here, so he's gonna have to clutch it out here. Nice, doesn't get hit by any of the worms. This is getting down to the wire here.
Yeah, he's almost done with this boss fight.
Yeah, it should be soon. Coming up soon here. Has to dodge the locusts. Goes for, yeah, safe dodge here. I respect it. He is one hit away from death, and there it is.
GG's.
Nice. Very, very, very good run. Yeah, that's the all bosses run right there.
Yeah, that was a very solid run, except for that Balor death, but that was a very solid run.
Yeah, in all honesty, like that I wouldn't be too upset if that was me on stage right there, because like there's so much that can go wrong. And for the one thing to go wrong, being that you got hit by an attack that basically one-shots you, it's like, yeah, you know, you make one small mistake and it punishes you, but like everything else was incredibly clean. Got to showcase a lot of the strats that you want to see fighting these bosses, the skill in moving around the castle, all the different options the characters had. Yeah, the speedrun is really, really cool, especially with the release of the Dominus collection. It's definitely more accessible now as well. So if anything on screen here looks fun to you, look into it for yourself. The speedrun's pretty accessible, I will say. It can be tough, but there are, you know, different categories or different ways that you could choose to learn the game, or even just like play it for yourself for fun. Like the Julius mode is just fun in general. It's one of my favorite ways to play through Dawn of Sorrow.
Yeah. Also, because of the Dominus collection, you also have a lot of tools to practice those speedruns, like save states. So it's a very cool take-up. So yeah, GG for Roche.
Yeah, GG's, for sure.
Aider dans la préparation, donc c'est merci à vous deux parce que on a fait des répétitions, c'est pas difficile, mais merci à toi pour l'idée, et je voudrais faire un tout petit shout-out à la communauté speedrun anglophone de Castlevania, à Jupiter's Light, Dragon Blitz, Vailectus, Veggie qui m'ont aidé avec leur vidéo, avec tout ce qu'ils ont pu faire, ils ont fait aussi les Restream. Donc c'est vraiment des types en or et ils ont merci à eux parce que c'est vraiment des fous. Et donc
c'est vrai que les cosplays, ça a fait parler. C'est super. Bon, mesdames et messieurs, on est bientôt à 900 000 balles. Et oui, tout à fait. Il y a eu beaucoup de dons pendant cette run et là, on a du très carré de la gorge. Alors, c'est 264. On va arriver effectivement à un grand classique. 25 000 de run environ.
Et d'ailleurs, on a eu beaucoup de raids pendant la run et la run d'avant, si tu veux en parler, justement ça, en fait, c'est bon. Et oui, donc si tu vois que là, par exemple, on a une fiche qui vient de raid avec 17 personnes, merci.
Et sur les deux dernières heures, il y a eu plusieurs raids, il y a eu Mila de Blois, il y a eu Yu-Yu, Lyon, Super Nachos, Aldur et Carmilla, voilà, il y a ces gens qui ont raid. Merci beaucoup à vous pour les raids.
Comme vous devez aussi aider sans forcément donner de l'argent. Tout est bienvenu et sachez que quand même de l'argent, il y en a encore eu pendant cette superbe run. On a notamment, il y a 10 minutes, Draka qui nous a donné 200 € sans message. Un petit peu de politesse quand même, ça aurait été bienvenu. Tiens, on a encore un nom par rapport à la run de tout à l'heure, de Team Chaos qui nous donne 111,11 € et qui nous dit la Team Chaos pour Médecins du Monde et big up à Mama Paprika. Le message est passé.
Et on a ces défis pour nommer cette mascotte de Speedon qui commence. Donc je vous rappelle, quand vous faites un don sur le site, vous cliquez sur ajouter une enchère et vous pouvez soit aider à ce que quelque chose aille au top, soit proposer vous-même un nom. Et actuellement, c'est Coucouille qui est en tête.
Il fallait que ça arrive.
Et avec seulement 230 €.
Oui, tout est possible. Là, par exemple, à titre indicatif, le deuxième c'est Béboule. Bon, je préfère Coucouille quand même.
Le troisième c'est
Speewi aussi.
Un peu déçu, mon préféré, Ton Homme n'est que 4e avec 20 €. Peut-être j'irai rajouter un petit peu. Voilà, si jamais il faut aider Ton Homme parce que c'est mon nom préféré.
Il y en a beaucoup. Mister Speedv. Bon, on peut s'abstenir.
T'es pas obligé de proposer, voilà.
Ou alors on donne pour autre chose.
Si on n'a pas d'idée, on donne pas.
Pour une autre enchère. Mais en tout cas, vous avez le choix et surtout. Vive les coucouilles.
Tout à fait. Plein de dons. On a 1 € de Malassa qui nous dit merci au monsieur, à toute l'équipe pour ce magnifique événement. Un don de PGX Rennes qui dit merci infiniment à vous toutes et tous. Ce que vous faites est important. You matter.
You matter. Et ce qui matter aussi, c'est que, on le rappelle, parce que bon, c'est notre mission, on l'a fait à chaque fois qu'on a la parole.
Oui.
Il est là quand même, l'ordinateur romaine.
C'est à l'envers, pardon.
Oh là là, pardon. J'essaie de faire les choses professionnellement.
Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire pour l'avoir? Voilà, donne.
Et on donne combien? 5 ou plus, hein?
5 ou plus.
Quand même.
C'est vrai que 5, c'est un peu léger. Non, c'est pas vrai. En plus,
il vaut combien l'ordinateur de base? Voilà, c'est bien, ils suivent. Très bien.
3000 balles, effectivement. Donc vous rentrerez dans cette loterie pour gagner ça. Et on a aussi. Il est où?
Quoi donc? Tu cherches quoi?
Il est où?
Le t-shirt?
Il est
là!
Il est où?
Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Eh ben voilà, achète! Et d'ailleurs, je m'engage, mesdames et messieurs, je vais rajouter un gros lot. un menu à la casse d'Allery. Et je pense que sincèrement...
Oh non. Sérieux?
Ah, ça vaut
donner 1000 balles.
Ça vaut l'ordinateur.
Tu vas donner 1000
Peut-être
balles.
même plus. On va voir. Peut-être même devenu, on va voir.
Peut-être même plus.
On verra demain.
Avec boisson, avec boisson.
Bien sûr. Et puis, bien sûr,
les
le
moyens.
semaine Nutella aussi.
On voit que tu as les moyens.
Pas.
Et c'est vrai que pour les t-shirts, Mister MV l'a rappelé tout à l'heure, mais comme le premier palier des 20 000 t-shirts a été atteint,
vrai, ouais.
et ben ce qui est versé par t-shirt est plus élevé et il y a un autre palier à 50 000 t-shirts
plus tard.
qui sera, on l'espère, effectivement atteint.
Oh, on va y aller.
Que ça aiderait à reverser beaucoup plus d'argent et à rajouter dans la cagnotte, notamment demain, tout à l'heure.
Tout à l'heure, mais on est demain.
Puisque ça y est, mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes arrivés aux dernières 24 heures de Speedon.
Oui.
Il reste moins de 24 heures déjà. Et pourtant,
ne pleurez pas.
Il reste arrêtez de pleurer. Il reste énormément de jeux. Il reste beaucoup de runs. Il reste des défis. Il reste des runners-runneuses absolument incroyables.
Surtout qu'il y a quelque chose pour on vous a demandé de vous démener tout à l'heure. C'est le fait que Monsieur MV participe tout à l'heure à la race DuckTales. Ça aura lieu à 1h15 normalement.
Environ dans une heure.
Si on n'a pas trop de retard. Comme on l'a dit tout à l'heure, Zera, vous avez juste après GoldenEye 64, Slime Rancher ensuite, Octopus Traveler, un petit peu de RPG et du Hades dans la soirée. Crow Country, si vous ne connaissez pas, exceptionnel aussi, Crow Country.
C'est vrai que j'ai dit dans une heure, mais c'est plutôt dans 30 minutes.
Ouais, ça va.
La run de MV, parce que là, il y a GoldenEye 007 et juste après, c'est DuckTales Remastered avec, donc, on le rappelle, une course de speedrun entre 4 runneuses.
C'est toujours sympa, comme ça.
Et voilà, on espère. Et normalement, c'est Mister MV qui est seed 1, on est d'accord, qui est
il a le record du monde et il va quand même assurer l'ancien.
Record du monde, il y a moins d'une semaine, normalement.
À moins qu'il nous fasse une rupture d'anévrisme tout à l'heure parce qu'il enchaîne.
Surtout qu'il a souvent la peur de gagner.
Voilà, en plus. Donc, bon. Il va avoir le stress, mais on espère. Ce serait quand même triste qu'il se fasse battre, comme je te disais tout à l'heure.
Dernier, t'imagines.
Sur scène, en plus, c'est la honte.
Alors là, ce serait terrible.
Alors que Coucouille remonte dans les sondages.
Alors que
mesdames et messieurs, ça continue. On est à 30% pour Coucouille. Ils sont déjà prêts, mesdames et messieurs.
Déjà attendez, juste avant, un petit don de 500 balles de Merwin. Voilà, qui nous dit on continue de soutenir Médecins du Monde. Merci à toutes et à tous. On a donc cette run qui est prête. On rappelle GoldenEye 007, commenté par Pierre et Antonio. À vous la scène, c'est parti.
Nous, on se barre. Après, c'est Antoine et Chichiou qui nous remplacent.
Tout à fait, ils arrivent. À vous la scène.
Bonne soirée, Lyon. Bonne soirée, Lyon.
Let's go, Speedon. Qui est chaud pour GoldenEye?
Salut Pierre, comment ça va?
Ça va et toi? Alors,
écoute, ça va trop bien.
On se retrouve sur cette run incroyable de GoldenEye 007 à 10% par Joris. Ça va être une run qui va être hyper rapide, il va y avoir tellement de choses à dire, ça va être hyper hype.
C'est ça, c'est un jeu culte, une run culte.
Un jeu culte.
Hello everyone, my name is Irie, aka Golden Irie. I'm providing the English commentary here for the SpeeDons stream on GDQ. So right now we have Joris Covado. He's a French runner for the GoldenEye. He's been in the community for a long time now, I think since 2017 or 2018. He currently holds 19 world records and 2 untieds. This game is normally played level by level. We just try to grind out the levels here, but we also do our full game runs, like most speedruns you see, and that's what Joris is about to play right now. He's going to play any %, which for GoldenEye, that's just playing on the agent difficulty, it's the easiest difficulty, and you start on Dam and you end on Cradle. So let's see if he can beat. He has a 24-minute mark. We're hoping maybe he even gets sub 23 minutes here. 24 is pretty comfy for him. So let's see what he can do. We've begun. So what you're going to see on this run here is diagonal movement. It's called strafing. You see that happening in old games like Quake, Doom, and Turok. So he's going to be strafing here for the majority of the run. Every time you get hit by a guard like that, it's called a back boost. That loses about 0.3 seconds. Not a big deal for this kind of a tournament here. It's kind of a run. But you get hit from the back, and you actually gain 0.3 seconds. So this game, when it comes down to just strafing well, there's not a whole lot of tricks. You just get guard boosts, and there are some warps you'll see on the level 2. We'll see that especially in Facility. I'll mention that up again when we get to Facility in a moment here. But yeah, he's just strafing through the level here, having a good old time. Joris joined the community, and when he first joined the community, he had really bad capture quality. And it was a difficult to rank his runs, and he went all the way from that to getting his time stage frozen, and then he ended up fixing all of that, and now he's a top player and a proof mod for GoldenEye and a council member. So he's a high-ranking member in our little community here. And it's crazy how that started off with a person that we didn't even allow his times because his capture quality was just so bad. So you saw right there, that was a warp. If you switch weapons or just generate enough lag, you can get through tiny cracks that otherwise you wouldn't be able to get to. There's another good warp right there. He's just blazing through this level. You also saw him shooting a bunch of bullets to get guards on the other sides of doors to hear him shoot, because some guards can hear you shooting until they'll open the door for you. He gets a good trev here. Kind of a sketchy mine placement, if I'm going to be honest with you. But he seems like he got it to work out there. He's on runway now, so the 3rd level. It's a very simple level. You just need to go pick up this key to enter the plane. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Oh, that was sketchy. But, you know, that's something, obviously, that would be a quit out, or that would be considered horrible if you're playing, like, one level and you're trying to go world record. But right now, losing a few tenths here and there, not a big deal for this marathon. All right, so you saw him boost himself with some grenades and get a boost from the drone there. That saved him some good time. This level is Surface 1. The interesting thing about playing the full game runs here is usually when we play the individual levels, you actually want to watch some cutscenes sometimes, because the cutscene is like live. As soon as you start up the level, it's like the guards are moving around and things can happen. So normally this level, you would actually watch the cutscene, the second cutscene for a little bit, to have that guard be further out on a better line. But then when you play the full game run, it loses way too much time to watch cutscenes. So you just skip the cutscenes and just deal with the outcome. Sometimes it's a little bit slow, sometimes like silo, you have to alter your strats a lot. So it's just an interesting thing with this game where playing full game runs is way different sometimes than playing the individual levels. Close the door behind him for a little extra swag there. He's gonna warp up this ladder. Perfect. Shoot off these locks. They require 2 bullets each to destroy. I have to say too, Joris is looking fresh with that suit. Good looking chap here. I'd like to see that. Making our speed runs look official. All right, takes a photo. The screen there. A little bit stuck on these black suited guards. Analyze the key. Hits the warp. A 420 exit there on bunker 1, which is actually really good. This is really a fine start. This is like 21, like 50 pace start. It's kind of insane. All right, so this level silo, you're going to be doing a lot of shooting, killing guards on your way so they don't get in your way, and just reduce lag. Because this game is all about reducing lag, which the more guards are on a level alive and running around after you, the higher lag there's going to be. So yeah, he passes away the guards, and he's just shooting a bunch so that they'll open the doors for him. This level, usually you need key cards to get through. For example, right here, gets really unlucky. That guard took forever, but he did open. He was about to run down and pick up the key card from the scientist, but then the door opened and he reacted promptly there. All right, he's got half health. This level, any percent of the category, you're not really ever concerned about dying. But that being said, how hilarious would it be and tragic if he actually died on a run like this? So that was ridiculous. This Oromov character, he's running to the elevator, completely screwing over Joris, but... So he lost a lot of time on that. But this is still a great run. We're still looking at like a 22-minute run right now, if all goes well. So I just want to shout out myself a little bit here. My username on Twitch and YouTube is Golden Irie. My name is Irie. And if you check out my YouTube, you'll actually see, obviously I post when I get my own world records and personal best on Golden. I post that from time to time. But I also have been posting daily recaps of what the community has been achieving day to day, as well as a monthly recap. So that's a lot of fun. If you want more of, instead of just looking at the ranks, if you want more of like a cool way to watch people, shouting out who's getting what times and world records day to day and the significance of it, check out my channel for that. So we just saw him complete Frigate Agent. That required the hostages. You need 2 hostages to escape. And he released 3, so he got it done pretty fast. I don't know what he's doing there, trying to play a little silly bugger there, luring that guard. He was never going to get a boost from him. But he's having fun, and that's what this should be. So this level, you're just strafing, blowing up the comms through the wall. I guess he's going in the front. That's the Ogar route. So he went through the front and threw it up, blew up the comms from the underneath. That's not normally how we do it, but that is a safe way to do it, and lost, only a couple seconds to optimal, so that's fine. Oof, nice warp. See, those warps they're really handy. So now he has to pause and switch to the watch magnet track here to get the key. Usually these days, we actually do what's called an R warp. We warp through the cell, but you can't do that on the control style he's using, because he's using 2 controllers. That is what he's comfortable with, is the 2 controllers. Now that is a good time save usually on individual level runs, on a lot of levels, but it's not really a time save here. That's just what he's more comfortable with using. All right, he gets through. Now we're playing Statue. So this is gonna be a long level. It takes a couple of minutes to complete. He will not be going for the Trev shot, I assure you that. But the Trev shot does save some time. What that is when you meet up with Trev, you shoot at Trev. You hit him, and then he'll do an injury animation, and when he's done, he'll start talking right away. All right, so, but it's very risky. You could kill him on Agent. So what he's doing here is called the Val Strafe. Here's Valentin. And you're just doing little weird movements because Val will always try to face you. So if you move side to side, he'll just walk forward towards you. Now, since he's with that 2 controllers and he's not super proficient at this, this isn't going to be the most prettiest Val Strafe. You can usually get him out about twice as far. But that's all right. So now he's doing he left. All right, great. So again, he's going to trigger Trevelyan here. But he's not going to shoot at him to save a few seconds, because you might save a few seconds and you also might completely have to restart the level if you fail it. So respect that decision there, is to play it safe. Now he's going to do some slaps here. That's just a timing mechanism. It takes about 5 slaps. Oh, he failed! He failed! He left too early. That's truly tragic. Okay, that's going to put him back about a minute. So if we were looking at a mid-22 run, now we're looking at a mid-23 run. That's tragic. He really should have played that a little bit safer, doing 5 slaps and hesitating a little bit and then leaving. I was wondering, it seemed like a very YOLO leave. Anyways, Valentine's Day wasn't too long ago. Hey, we get to hang out with Val again for Valentine's Day, right? All right, doing a little more sketchy Val strafing. If you want to see how how good of a Val strafe you can really hit when you're very proficient at it and not using the 2.x style, you can check out the world record of 217 on this level, and then you can see, oh yeah, that looks really cool.
j'espère, ce serait un peu flopesque. Bien sûr, je suis pas zéro. On a aussi qui donne.
All right, so round 2 here. Somehow he failed Trev. He didn't even do the Trev shot and he failed Trev. But you know what? Happens to the best of us. I do want to shout out here. This is for the charity Doctors of the World. If you go !charity, you'll get the link. And you can donate. You could even buy a t-shirt. And they'll donate 10 euros of that to the charity. So yeah, check it out. Oh, okay. That time he did that proper. He got a nice little boost as well. Very good. All right, well, if there's going to be one mistake, I guess have it be that one, right? Costly mistake, but let's just see him close out this run here. We're about halfway through.
Il y a un timer en bas de l'écran. En fait, il faut aller sauver Natalia qui se trouve à côté d'un hélicoptère.
A little bit of technical difficulties. I'm not able to see the run at this moment.
Donc là, Joris va ouvrir la porte pour anticiper le départ du niveau s'il a une bonne.
Donc c'était la porte de sortie du niveau et donc il a ouvert pour prendre de l'avance parce qu'on va juste devoir récupérer la boîte noire de l'hélicoptère qui va exploser là tout de suite.
Exactement. Elle est apparue devant.
Ça c'est magique.
En vrai, il y a différents spots où la boîte noire peut apparaître.
So what he will be going for here, assuming that.
Ça nous fait perdre du temps, mais Joris a eu la meilleure, donc.
All right, so. Perfect, I can see the stream again now. So what he got there was the flight recorder. I did not get to see which one he got, but it might have been a really good one because we're already on archives. The flight recorder can spawn in 9 locations, and some are much faster than others. All right, here he's hanging out with Natalia, trying to have her finally see him. That was unfortunate. But you know what? Just a few more seconds lost. All right, we're moving on to streets. We'll see if he does the ROG route or not. A lot of people say that when you're strafing like this, it looks like a crab. So some people call it the crab-on strafing, which is to some considered a glitch cheat, but to the community at large, we say this is how you should be playing the game. We think the developers intentionally put this in, but not everyone agrees with the strafing. All right, so let's see here. This level, you literally just strafe to the very end. He's picking up the body armor just to be triple sure. Don't want another restart. Don't have the stream audio right now, but that's not a huge deal to me. So we're going through. Now, some people even play GoldenEye. They'll speedrun it without any audio. That's ridiculous to me. There are some levels where it's not that big of a deal, but there are other levels where that's like a huge hindrance. I don't even know how they do it. But I can definitely watch a stream without audio, I'll tell you that much. That's not a problem. All right, so this is the classic level that Ryan Lockwood famously skipped. Streets Agent 113 and got the 112. You can check out that video. It's the most popular GoldenEye video of all time and will always be. All right, we didn't really get to see what he got there. I'm assuming it was like a 116 or so. All right, this is Depot. He's going to do a train shot. He's going to try to shoot through the train here. Let's see it. Boom. Oh, I think he hit it. That's going to get a guard to see a bullet whiz past him and open up the train. But look at that. It completed really late. That means that the guard did a really slow animation to actually open the roller door. It took forever. So he really saved like almost no time. Because he should be opening not just the train door, but the roller door as well. So that's unfortunate, but again, just a couple seconds lost. So not a big deal for this situation. The statue reset right now is the biggest time loss. The second biggest time loss was that Archives, where Natalia did not see him for a long time. Okay, so we're on train here. It's just strafing, using the watch laser because it absolutely annihilates guards. Casual players don't give the watch laser a lot of respect. They don't think it's that powerful of a weapon because you can't shoot at guards unless you're really close. But for a speedrun, when you're flying through, it does a lot of damage. Ooh, this is scary. This is this is terrifying. That easily could have failed, but he got that completed in time. Wow, that was scary and hairy. But he killed Ormov to release Natalia, taking it safe. The individual level records, what they do on Agent is they don't kill Ormov. They just run in and take out the locks as fast as possible and run out. And they complete the level before Ormov decides to pass away Natalia, which is pretty hard to do. So that's why Yoris didn't try for it, because it's just it's a big risk. And then, of course, in this case, there was a guard next to Ormov as well. He had there was a guard next to Ormov as well. He had to take care of that. Alright, we're on jungle here, which Yoris, his two current untieds, the only two untieds he's gotten on GoldenEye are on this level. He got jungle SA51 and 0052 as untieds. So, shout outs to Yoris there. He is one of the jungle heavyweights. Let's see. Okay, he takes out the 3 drones at the start. His health is not perfect, but it's not horrible. We'll see how he handles this. Alright, blows up that drone. Now you have to destroy Natalia with 5 headshots, and pretty much hit all 5 right away there, and took out that drone from afar. Insanely perfectly. This is looking good. Let's see what he does here. Just plays it like the world record strategy. Okay, I respect that. He's got a lot of experience, obviously, having the world records on all 3 difficulties. Does an extra boost. Let's see what that is. That was like a 57, I think. It was just a safe start. It was a really good ending. All right, control, you have to take out all the guards here. He missed the first guard. You can turn back and shoot him. Okay. To wait for all the guards to fade out. And now Natalia will run out. So that's how you do the start. On Secret Agent and 00 Agent, there are drones you have to destroy as well. But on Agent, you just take away, pass away the 6 guards. Okay, he's having fun here. He's getting wildin', very kooky. And he's going to do the slaps again. This one you need 6 slaps. Let's see if he can time the slaps properly. Looks up. Natalia sees him. Perfect. Opens the door. This is looking good. This is looking good. I'm not really sure where we're at right now with the timing. How close we are to actually completing the run, the estimate. Good warp there. All right. Wow. Does the Secret Agent, 00 Agent newer strategy for blowing up the glass, and barely takes any health, so that was a good idea. This isn't that scary of a level usually for completing without dying on Agent, but you never know. Sometimes that glass strategy can take out all your health and you only have a couple hits to take and get a little trolled and get screwed. So that was a good decision, and he's been playing Control SA and 00 recently, so that's what made him feel confident to use that strategy. Still is faster than going up the stairs and around. All right, so now all we have to do is hang out this Protect for the next couple of minutes and make sure Natalia does not pass away. So what happens here is the guards without hats are going to run after Natalia and shoot at Natalia, like that. And the guards with black hats are going to run down and shoot at you. And there's always going to be 2 of them spawning. That guard with the black hat just did a choking death. So that's a really slow death animation. Until he fades out, there's not going to send out another guard. So it's kind of nice to get slow animations here. Usually in GoldenEye, slow animations are really bad. Like, for example, when freeing the frigate hostages, or at the start of Control, like we saw, you're waiting for them to fade out, and so you want the fastest animations. But here is nice because it delays them from spawning. So, say if you got 5 choking animations, you're going to have 4 or less guards throughout these 2 minutes. That's just, back of the napkin numbers there, but anyways. He's having no issue taking care of these guards. It's pretty easy on Agent. You don't really have ammo issues. Although he's kind of low on ammo, but there's a lot of ammo to go pick up. We'll see him go pick up some ammo in a second here.
sortie de Natalia soit validée pour que nous-mêmes on puisse.
Top GoldenEye runner Truer Faith want to shout him out. He has a myth where if you go pick up all the ammo on the ground, it will reduce lag on the level. So we don't see Yoris using that mythical technology, but he's gonna go pick up some ammo eventually, right? I mean, he's got like nothing. There's I can count like 8 guns right now. Alright, so usually you go, okay, yeah, he's gonna go open up this door for Natalia. She can warp the door if you're looking away while she's trying to walk through it, but the thing is, it's just not perfectly consistent. Oh, there's all these guards in the way. See, that's why it was really helpful to open the door, because she might, in this instance, she might have not warped it, because she was still loaded for a while. But he took care of the guards, and the door's already open. So she only has to warp one other door, which she definitely will do. She should have no issue doing that. Okay, not bad, not bad. So we're at 22 minutes and 10 seconds, starting up Caverns. So this is going to take about a minute, 6 seconds from here. And then, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh no. This is really bad, everyone. I don't think, because of the statue and because of this, I don't think we're going to get less than 24 minutes. So what happened there is every time Trevelyan starts basically at the same time as you, and when he runs through doors, he closes them behind him. So at the very start, if you kind of lose the race, it'll start closing all these doors ahead of you as you're trying to open them. They take forever to open. So that was tragic. That was tragic. Yeah, so we're going to get around a 24-20, I'll call it. Something like that. Maybe even like a 24-30. But that's all right, you know. The capture has gone away from me mysteriously. But the... Oh, no, it's back. It's back. Okay, so... This level is just like Streets that we saw. You just go from the start of the level to the end of the level, and there really are no objectives. Like Streets, there's an objective: don't kill the, you know, don't have civilian casualties. But you have to kill like 15 to fail, so that's never gonna happen on a run. And then, unless you tried. And then here you have to kill the scientists, but you don't even go near scientists on agents. So yeah, pretty much those two levels you just get from the start to the end. Now here, we are watching the first cutscene, because the cutscenes here have Trev moving along anyways, and it's better to have it, to just have him going. So you watch both of the starting cinemas there. Okay. He's going for the crazy strategy. He's going to try to get a double body shot here. Boom! I don't even know where that hit. But anyways, he's going to go sink the guns. Another double. Oh, I think he got him to go down at least, which is good. So he didn't take off enough health to just immediately pass him away, but he's going to go down. He's going to take him out. And yeah, it's going to be a 24, like 50 or so. Oh! Oh! Oh, he warped up the ladder. He warped up the ladder. Everyone, this is tragic. This is avant-garde. He got killed. He got thrown off the platform. Wow, Trevelyan really just pulled a quick one on him. That was a duel. That was a duel. This is not normal. You not normally see this in speedruns of any sort. But that can happen when he goes down there. He can just fling right back up the ladder, and now you're in a precarious situation. Now, what I would have done is I would have hung out behind the ladder where he doesn't see you, and he would have probably came down, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah. In the moment, you know, when you're dealing with things that you don't see every day, then you may not know how to handle the situations. All right, only got, I think, an arm shot there. Trevelyan's messing around. Trevelyan doesn't even want to see a sub 26-minute run. This is getting out of hand. And boom. Okay, I don't even think he's going down the platform this time. We're gonna see here. I could be completely mistaken. Oh, I was mistaken. All right, let's see. Wow, there's a guard in the hut. Okay, we're gonna finish this out. And there we go. And time. All right, so that was like a 26-15 or so. That's unfortunate. You know, things happen. We saw a lot of good gameplay today, but unfortunately, a couple mistakes and a couple trolls turned this into way above. All right, and we're not going to see the ending with Bond and Natalia making out, I guess. All right, well, thanks for watching. Oh, now we are going to see it. Okay. If you're under 18, you have to look away immediately. No, but anyways, thanks for watching, everyone. That was a great, entertaining run, even if there were some big errors that ended up going way past the target time. We did see a lot of good gameplay. Hope you guys check out the elite.net. That's our speedrunning website for GoldenEye 007 and Perfect Dark speedruns, where you can see individual levels and full game runs ran at the very top level with good capture quality and all that. And again, my name has been Golden Irie. I hope you stop by a stream someday and hang out and enjoy some cool GoldenEye. You can learn more from myself and others and our great community.
Nous y sommes presque, le tracker. On y est presque, messieurs, dames. Un peu moins de 500 €.
Shout out to Yoris.
C'est le moment où jamais. Imaginez être la personne qui fait passer les 900 000. Ça peut être vous. Ça peut être vous. Ça peut être vous. Ça sera vous.
And it looks like next we have DuckTales Remastered, any % easy.
Mais oui, et oui.
So that'll be fun.
Ça peut être quoi? Sachez que chaque personne, à chaque speedon qui a dépassé 900 000, a donné. Allez. On soit bien clair, la personne.
All right, thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate you tuning in to this cool GoldenEye 007 speedrun, and we'll see you next time.
Ça peut être vous. L'heureux élu, bien sûr. 2 € en plus. Ça peut être un coup de petit 2, là. Je vois des 1 balle, 2 balles. Ah bah oui, on va lire des dons, si vous êtes 500 à donner 1 €, c'est juste gagné, en fait. C'est juste gagné si vous êtes 500 à donner 1 €. Incroyable, messieurs, dames. Déjà, j'aimerais qu'on refasse un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour cette run de GoldenEye, s'il vous plaît, le public. L'œil doré, exactement. Encore un énorme bravo à Joris. Je sais pas si tu avais un mot de la fin, parce que quand même, on est passé sur les 900 000, mais profites-en au pire si tu avais un tout petit mot. Non, t'es peut-être coupé, je sais pas.
Non, j'entends pas les questions.